I just want to go live, y'all. I just was kind of in my backyard praying and stuff, and I really was thinking about a lot of just a lot of things that people are doing is really weird to me. Um, so I was trying to let a couple people come in, but I'm not gonna be on here long, so I'm not gonna wait. But no, there are plenty of things, you guys, that I feel like are really teaching us the wrong things. So one of the things is I saw somebody put on a spell yesterday, last night. And I was praying and I don't like to do this online. However, the person I saw doing a spell was telling people y'all to mix bleach and um all kind of stuff. And they were making chloroform, y'all. Y'all making bombs. Y'all teaching people to take baths with the roughest chemicals. Like, listen, when you listening to people who are telling you about this stuff, when they start introducing bleach and ammonia and lemon and vinegar and wanting you to combine, do not listen to these people. Why? Listen, it's your girl, y'all. It's the mule. I do not like to do too much talk about, spells and stuff like that. But don't listen to these people who giving you guys really horrible information. This shit is crazy. Do not listen to those people. So I will tell you, you can use this in a bath, which is nothing but rose petals. You see that? You you can use a lot of things to take baths with oils, jasmine oil. I use a lot of things. Let me say, this here is lavender. You could use a lot of things to take a bath with, right? But for people to sit up here and tell you to use, you can use rosemary. You can use a lot of things. I have a bunch of things, right, that I use to take baths with. Don't listen to that. For health and beauty, I I have what is that? Coconut oil, vitamin E oil. Vitamin E oil is beautiful. Coconut oil, rose petals. You can take baths with stuff like. Listen, whenever somebody is telling you to take a damn bath in ammonia, lemon, vinegar, these people are trying to get you to make a bomb of yourself. Not bomb cherry. You will have a whole damn bomb. Do not listen to these people. I don't know what is going on in this world where people are telling people, just listen. If you want to find home ingredients or homemade ingredients, you really need to go to someone you trust. That's just the truth. Do not be online looking for this shit. Look for people who are actual healers. It's plenty of oils you can use. I use a bunch. But why? What's up, Cherise? Why? I love you, honey. Girl, you've been rocking with Bomb. I've been catching the replays. I've been actually live listening to you guys, but this school year is rough, y'all. And then I have been booking appointments for my I tell everybody I'm a notary slash signing agent. So I've been having so many appointments. I was wanting to go live with y'all yesterday. Sharice, you bomb. I mean, y'all was really girl. But I mean, I've been having a lot of appointments. So I'm just going to live right now but it's plenty of oils. But Do not listen to people who giving all this here bad advice online. I don't even know. Now I make okay, so this is my money joy, right? So I just did another money joy. So, I did do my okay, so I do a bunch of joys. So this is a really short video for my health and wellness joy, my money joy, my beauty joy, right? But I saw something y'all so disturbing last night where someone, a white, an Irish woman, was telling people to take baths, y'all, with vinegar, lemon, and bleach. We have to really stop listening to all these people. You know, then she was giving some BS about I don't know. But anyway, so she was also telling you to put stones. Let me tell you something. When you light your candles, I have pyrite, right? I have my pyrite. I have all listen, when you it's really kind of I want to start doing a tutorial on clearing your mind, getting your things together, right? Because there's so much that you can use. However, don't listen to anybody. Listen, this here, I swear by. I swear by black garlic. I'm telling you. But I don't know how to do this here, but please do not listen to anybody who's telling you. Listen, you can have all kind of candles. I have a ton of candles, right? But when you're doing your stuff, make sure you're listening to someone who knows what the hell they're talking about. Do not just be up here listening to people who are telling you to use bleach, ammonia, with no bleach, ammonia, vinegar. These people are getting out to make bombs to take baths with. This shit is crazy. I saw this last night, y'all. I don't know. Sharice, I might ask you to come up so you can play this one video for me. Listen to people who want you to use organic things. Listen to people who are telling you about actual oils. This is an oil. I use a ton of oil. You can use this actually, let me tell you something. If I wanted to cook with this, I could eat it. I could eat this stuff. This is not something that's going to be harming you. They have people who are just telling people just really the wrong shit. Y'all, Sharice, I'm so upset behind just giving horrible advice, even with stones. Listen, this here is a piece of pyrite. This is actually a bigger piece of pyrite. I actually in my room have a huge pyrite um stone. But I mean, listen, I have figurines. I have a whole lot of crap, right? But let me just say y'all this. Stop listening to these people. These people are not giving you sound advice. They give crazy advice on how to do certain things. Anybody who's telling you weird stuff, it's not right. Anybody who's trying to teach you, who's trying to tell you, I don't know how to explain it. Just do your work, guys. Don't look for people on YouTube. Look for people who are holistic. I don't know. The shit I've been hearing, y'all have. We need more people who. I don't even want to show y'all this because I don't want people to think ill of me. I really don't. I don't want you guys to be sitting up here thinking that I'm going to do something bad or wishing. Let me post this for Sharice. Hopefully she come up. Sharice, hit the link, please. Because girl, I saw a video last night. This lady had me pissed, and it was a white lady. And I don't even know how she came into my timeline, but I clicked on the link. I clicked on it. Sharice, she was telling people to take baths in vinegar bleach, and lemon. Girl, she trying to get people to make chloroform. I mean, this shit is and ammonia. Girl, you never, ever, ever listen to anybody. First of all, ammonia and bleach, you never want to mix that. I'm like, and it's so horrible, y'all. These people,
Good
Sharice.
morning,
Good
Mule.
morning, my love. Good
How you doing?
morning.
Now that's.
I've been
I'm sorry,
missing
I was laughing
you.
at first because bleach. Come on now.
Girl, this Irish lady is telling people to mix ammonia, bleach, vinegar, and lemon. And I slept on it and I woke up just not like girl, I only been up like 8 minutes. And I'm like, you know what? I need to go downstairs. Listen, I don't understand why people get online and try to be something they're not. I do stuff in real life that I never even really share online. I share a little bit of my life online, but a lot of times people put negative comments, so I try not to. I really don't give a damn about people putting negative comments. It's not that. It's just that um I don't know. It's complicated, but Sharice, girl, people do the most online.
I'm sorry, I was coughing. What did you say that last part?
Nothing. So how you been? I saw you on Bomb yesterday, girl. So when I got off
Yeah.
of work, I had said, "Oh my God, I was driving," but I had an appointment because I told you I'd be doing my little notary signing agent after
Mhm.
work, and I really been scheduling and booking myself to make extra money because I told you my daughter in law school. But
Mhm.
anyway, so I've been trying to hustle, girl. And then when I was all almost finished that, y'all went off by ended the stream. I was so mad with myself.
I was. Yeah, I had fell asleep. I had cramps yesterday, so
Mhm.
yeah, they only went for nine
Me
hours though.
too. Me
Yeah,
too.
20. Yeah, but yeah, but she said she'll be back today, so hopefully she will. Cause I know you have school, so you can't really hit the panels during the day.
Yeah, I can't
But I've
really
been
hit
over
it
there
during the
all
day.
week.
I know. I love it. You and Rochelle, girl. I'm like, oh my
Hmm.
sisters. Ah. So I get
I
to
know
at
it's
least
been fun.
it has been, and you know what? Even though I haven't been there, I get to listen to you guys, and I'll go back and listen to the beginning, to the replay. So, I
Hmm.
mean, at least I have that in my life.
Well, I'm not gonna lie because I think Bomb like she kind of was like slowing down on the the long streams and stuff, and I love the long streams. So I want to go up there and talk because I'm like I want the stream to be going. Like I like when they have the all day streams. Like
Exactly. Thank you so much, Sharice, for doing that because during the summertime, we were kind of holding it down, but I mean, I
yeah,
really just can't do that during the school year. I really
right.
can't.
Mhm.
The next time I really have a big break is Thanksgiving. I have a week, and then Christmas I have 2 weeks. So I mean, but for platforms, it really
Mhm.
can't flourish just in those small times. But during the summer, I have a big break. You see what I'm saying? From June to
Right.
August. So that's big.
Mhm.
Wow, what's up, Sister Queen Cascade? Girl, I
Good
was just
morning.
like, but I caught a glimpse. It was only a 5 minute video. I'm not going to even share it because I don't want anybody being crazy enough to want to try it.
Mhm.
But this
But what is
lady
it?
it was a video of this lady talking about a cleansing spell. Like somebody asked her, and I follow this lady a little,
Mhm.
but she told the lady to take a bath with bleach and ammonia, vinegar, and lemon.
Mm. She trying to burn her skin off. That shit. You're not
She's
supposed
trying
to
to,
put that on your human
girl,
body.
she will burn her skin off. I never heard no shit like this. Yeah,
No,
I
and you
woke
said
up.
you're not supposed to mix ammonia and bleach. I could believe that.
Never. You can't even inhale that, let alone take a bath with
Right.
that.
Right.
Whoever is telling you this hates you.
Yeah.
Honestly, that is a hateful person.
It'd be one thing if she was saying, make a floor wash or something, and she maybe use ammonia or bleach for the floor wash. But no, not no bath. Mm-mm. And people
No, but
online are dumb. They will follow stuff.
yes. And I know not many of my people use any of this kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But I do go to stuff where people do more African spirituality, even though I'm raised Catholic, right? So I'm Catholic really to my core. However, I
Mm-hmm.
do have 6 altars, and each altar has two people, right? They have a saint, and it also has an ancestor.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. It doesn't make sense to a lot of people, but
No, it makes sense
um,
to me. Yeah, I actually don't have any altars set up right now. I'm
mhm,
about to yeah, I'm gonna do mine today. Cause I just moved recently. I didn't really have a lot of furniture.
mhm.
Um, but yeah, I'm starting to get some of my stuff and new stuff. So yeah, I actually when you called, I was reading and like just working on some stuff. I got a new journal, so I've been writing in that.
Do you write in your journal every morning?
Well, I've been trying to get, into it more, but no, I don't really do it in the morning. I actually do it late, like usually do it late at night when I'm
Mhm.
up. But that is a good idea. Like first thing in the morning, I was just watching this video and this girl, she was saying, when you wake up in the morning before you open your eyes, you should say a chant, like you should say a three chant mantra like I am healthy, I am healthy, I am healthy, I am beautiful, I am beautiful, I am beautiful. And then something else like I'm wealthy, I'm wealthy, I'm wealthy. So, I'm that was one of the morning things. But I think journaling might be good in the morning too. That's what you do?
Let me tell you this here. Three chant mantras are excellent,
Mm-hmm.
especially over your life, over your children's life, doing three chant mantras of any kind that's positive over your loved ones is
Mm-hmm.
is absolutely irreplaceable. I do that every single morning. Every morning. Every morning I thank God. I thank the gods for all my children. I think that I had healthy children. I think that I have positive children. I thank God. Girl, it's like the list is. If I told y'all my list for what I say over my children and my grandchildren, you guys would be like, "Well," and I say it each 3 times,
Mm-hmm.
3 times, because I mean it. And
Mm-hmm.
things that you mean, you should repeat. You should repeat
Yeah.
the things you really mean.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Yeah,
especially the stuff you want to manifest too.
yeah.
Um, I have a I feel like I have a natural like I'm good like good at manifesting stuff, and I feel like we actually all are, but sometimes we don't realize it. If you ever notice, like whenever you wanted something or needed something, you always got it, even if it didn't come like right away, but eventually it would come into your life.
No, I 100% agree with that. But let me just say y'all what happened to me Sunday. Um, I don't know. I was asleep and I had a dream. I need to take my son's cell phone. And I woke up. He's been doing so excellent, you guys. He's only 12, but he's been really doing well. And I was like, why do I need to take his cell phone? It's going to be like a punishment to him, right? So I ignored it. Go to sleep. So that was Sunday night. So Monday night, go to sleep. Right before I awake, it's like you didn't take his cell phone. You need to take this boy's cell phone. So that morning when I woke him up for school, I said, son, do you want to leave your cell phone here? Because I don't think you really need to bring your. Why? What's up, Queen Cascade? Why?
Good afternoon. Good evening.
Hey, Queen, let me
Queen
just finish this
Cascade.
little small story, Queen. I don't know if you heard it, but I was
Mm,
saying that Sunday night, I had this weird dream just out the blue. Say, you need to take my baby boy, the youngest, the 12-year-old cell phone. And I thought about it. He just got his progress report. He's doing so well. He didn't even have a B. And I'm like, oh my
mm,
goodness,
that's good.
he's gonna be so angry if I take that phone, right? Because he's really been doing everything he's supposed to do. So Monday night, I have the same dream, right? Really, like close to Tuesday morning, right before I woke up. And the dream was like, you didn't even take his phone away. You didn't take the phone. And so I woke up. I told my husband, right? And he was like, why would you take the phone? He not punished. He's doing so good. So I'm feeling guilty. So wake him up for school. And I said, son, I don't think you need to bring the phone to school. I'm not trying to take it from you, but I don't want you to bring it. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And so my son was like looking sad. So his dad tells him, no, you could bring the phone. Baby, he been doing everything. We're not punishing him. I'm like, okay. So I don't
Mm-hmm.
push the issue, but anytime I keep having a thought or a dream, y'all, something is with it. I might not know what's with it. You get what I'm
Right.
saying?
Mm-hmm.
So
Well, maybe
after
you need
school
to
too.
check it.
Wait, so after school Tuesday, somebody took the phone. So he gets home. He's like, "Wow, I should have did what you said." The phone called.
Nuh-uh.
Yes, girl. So I'm like, and my son's like, every time you say something, then my husband was like, well, because let me tell you, I always get some kind of forewarning,
Mm-hmm.
but it be kind of vague. It's not like, oh,
Like a right, like a
yeah,
outline. Like it's not telling you flat out like what you're supposed to do and why.
yes, that's
Mm-hmm.
the thing I get. I get it to where I kind of know something's up about a situation, but I don't really know what's up. You see what I'm saying? Like, I
Mm-hmm.
don't know if he's going to get the phone taken from a teacher or if he's not paying attention in class. I don't know, but something's saying take it,
Right.
right?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, so I just was thinking about that. Um,
Well, you gotta follow your intuition because that happens to me all the time. Like I'll get like a feeling, but you seem like you had a dream about it, so that's kind of like you know clairvoyant, I guess in a way. I kind of just get a feeling, and if I go against my intuition, it always goes wrong, like 100% of the time. Like if I have a feeling that I shouldn't be doing something and I do it anyway, it's gonna come out. It comes out bad usually.
wow, what's up, Miss Candy Lane? Wow, Miss Mimi is in the building. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Yeah, I just really, like I said, I was Sharice, I was and Queen Cascade, thank you for so much for coming up. But I just had this saw this video last night and I'm thinking people give so much bad advice on the internet about this lady was talking about casting like an evil spell away from you to take a bath with freaking ammonia and bleach and vinegar and lemons. Y'all, I'm like, this
Yeah,
lady hates this person. She's trying to get her
yeah,
skin burnt off. Who tells you something horrible like that?
right.
Some
Because
people
all
I
those
think need
things
to
would
really be
burn.
arrested. Yes, that shit, you need to be arrested for telling somebody
Yeah, for real. Especially online, because people just follow a lot of shit online. Yeah, but Mule, I really like that you are doing this. You started this with a spiritual thing. I think you should. I don't know, if you would want to, but I would hope you would like to do more stuff like this. Like, when you're showing your order.
You know what, girl? I had got a kind of attacked by the Hebrew Israelites on one side. So I don't want to do too much, but I don't want people following a lot of negative shit either. I don't want
Right.
people being hurt. That's my whole thing. I don't want to hustle anybody. I've never put a cash up. I'm never trying to get your money. I'm never
Mhm.
I would never try to do anything to hurt you. That's honestly my thing. Even if I tell you the wrong thing, it would never be intentional. And my
Right.
thing is sometimes I feel like people are online just hustling people and also trying to hurt people intentional.
Mhm.
It's plenty of things you can do to cleanse yourself. If you want to say put lemons in a bath, let me tell you something. I have even put a cap or two of bleach in a bath, right?
Uh-huh.
With some lavender oil or whatever, and to do in certain kind of candles. But it's also the words you say, right? Words
Mhm.
are so powerful. You can do a lot of spiritual baths, but they should be gentle.
Yeah,
You
with
have to
like herbs and
know,
stuff.
and you should never tell somebody to take and put a cap full of bleach if you don't know their skin sensitive. You
Right.
should
Or
never do things
ammonia.
online where you don't know how the reaction can be for that person. You get
Yeah,
what
and
I'm saying?
I don't think you should ever put ammonia on your skin.
Never. I've never heard this girl when I tell y'all. I was telling my husband last night, and he was like, comment. So I was commenting. I was like, please, nobody use this. Like,
Right.
nobody should even inhale it, let alone get in the tub with it. Like,
Seriously.
this is crazy.
Mhm.
This lady is gonna, make your skin so ugly.
Right, because she's old and white. She want everybody to look like her.
She's an Irish lady, and people. I mean, this lady have a lot of followers. So uh, I don't know.
Do you mind
But this
sharing her
is the
name?
thing. When no, I don't want. At first was
Okay.
sharing
Yeah.
it. I
No.
was
No. No.
like,
You're
we
right.
should, but I don't want to put it because I don't want people going to this lady page.
Yeah.
Because
No.
my thing is, if you go there, and she does have a whole lot of subscribers, but that does not mean she knows more than me, guys. And that doesn't mean she's been doing this shit longer than me. And
Right.
I don't like to turn, especially black people, off with talking about this too much. But like I said, don't listen to everybody. For the people who are into trying to find holistic cures or even spells or anything like that, listen. Go to Google somebody who's local in your area and make sure they have an American background. That's another thing too. Um, Nick, I've actually come across pure African people, and I'm not trying to sound rude. No, I won't even say it, but
What?
sometimes it can be too much. They do sometimes too much,
Mhm.
and it can be overwhelming. And
Mhm.
so for me, I I practice what I call light and love. I don't practice left hand. I don't practice
Mhm.
dark. I don't practice that shit because, well,
Sometimes you might.
only darkness that I practice is reverses. That's it. And that
Uh
just
huh.
means whatever somebody put on me, go back to them tenfold. So
Uh-huh.
that's it. I don't practice anything dark, anything negative. Anything negative, I don't even want around me. Most of
Right.
the stuff I will put is clarity shit. I want to be free and clear. That's
Right.
it. Or a blockbuster. And I'm gonna tell you, don't get anybody to do a blockbuster spell without actually naming all of the people in your life you want to stay around. Because I've seen blockbuster spells destroy children. You take you away from your own kids. So don't practice anything that anybody is telling you without you fully knowing every single thing. And you need to go to somebody who does this stuff on a real personal level, because if I was doing something for somebody and it's a handful of people who I've been working with that got passed down from my aunts, from my grandmother, and it's just a small society of people who we always work with, and their children and grandchildren, it's just a network, right?
Mhm.
This here online stuff to me can be very dangerous, or it's
Yeah.
a hustle. Either it's not true, they don't know what the hell they're doing, or it's just hustling you out your money. I'm telling you,
Mhm.
this online stuff is not the best things to do. That's what I can recommend.
I agree. I can concur that. You definitely need to do your research. Like, I think that's a problem a lot of people have. Like, they just listen to the first thing they see, and I've been guilty of doing that. But I think you need a
And no,
second
black
opinion.
people online will tear you down. So it's not something that you really, for me, I'm comfortable with even talking to about right now to go into full detail. But anybody that's telling you to use harmful freaking chemicals to bathe in, listen, run. That's
Yeah.
crazy.
Hmm. That
So
is crazy.
let's switch the subject. Sharice Frank Cascade was up here. I don't know what happened. She dropped back down, but
Really? Oh, I
yeah.
wasn't
So
looking.
yesterday, you and Bomb, you guys had some great conversations. I was listening to some of them on a replay. I
Mm-hmm.
need to go back and put my comments because what were y'all talking about? She was talking about
Well,
Kevin
yesterday,
Samuels.
yeah,
Hmm.
that's what I was gonna say. Yesterday, she was talking about Kevin Samuels, and yeah, we had a lot of topics, but the guys came up and was kind of I guess so. I had said yeah, black men usually. I don't know how we got on this topic, but I basically said, how they usually get with the ugly or fat white women, right? So, Big J, and I don't know if it was only him, but
Wait, girl. So who they really choose?
yeah, I
No, I'm
brought
gonna
it up.
let you
I ended
finish
up
talking.
saying that too
I
because
had to
he said,
say it.
"No, that's not true. That's propaganda." He was snapping. He was upset, and he's like, "That's not true. That's propaganda. You don't think that stuff is propaganda?" And I'm like, "No, there's a whole. That's y'all. Like, what are y'all are actually doing? There's a whole series with 40 episodes plus of who they really choose with hundreds of pictures of y'all, and she don't use the same picture twice. So." We see y'all out here, and
Oh my gosh, Sharice, you said you was just working on your craft, girl. Man, you need
mm-hmm,
to talk. Yes,
yes,
and because a lot of people don't, and I don't like to interfere with anything. You know what I'm saying?
mm-hmm,
So,
right,
wow,
yeah,
what's up, Sister Shazay? Shazay was on the panel, y'all, with my bomb cherry
yeah,
dropping
mm-hmm.
knowledge. I love your voice,
Drilling,
Shazay. Uh-huh. She
yeah,
be going in. That's Tequila Mom on YouTube, girl. Tequila always say that's her mama, y'all. I love you, Shazzy. I call Shazzy my sis too. But I know we don't really never, and let me tell you something was so weird, Sharice, about Shazzy. Every
mm-hmm,
time I leave a panel, Shazzy would come on after me, or she would be on before me, and when I hit the panel, she'd be just getting off. Ain't that weird? We've never been on a panel, I don't think, ever together.
mm-hmm.
But I've
That's
heard her
funny.
speak so many times. It's so weird. It's like I
Mm-hmm.
love her voice, but I don't
Definitely
know.
a
We just
forte.
yeah. It's like yeah. It's like damn, tag you're it, and then she's gone, and then
Mm-hmm.
I'm gone,
Mm-hmm.
and I listen later, and I'll be like, well, what Shazay was on there? like damn.
Yeah, she was on there yesterday. I think she was there with the conversation with Shartay. I don't know. She's busy. Should hit the link, but I think she was on there when we was talking about the white women and shit. But yeah, they be in denial. I don't know.
I don't know, girl, but I heard that, and I was like, ooh, you said something about they picked the fat white woman. But they
Mm-hmm.
always talk about how big we are and how ugly we are and how
Mm-hmm.
uneducated. But they would pick the worst people, and I'm like, you know what? Listen, and that's the reason why I think they try to minimize our beauty, our education.
Mm-hmm.
But when
Yeah,
it comes, listen, even O.J. Simpson, I remember he had a black woman he was dating. He cheated on her for Nicole for a stripper, right?
of
And it's
course.
so uh acceptable for them to be strippers or prostitutes or whatever, right? And they
Mm-hmm.
can clean them up and put them on their arm and they're the best women in the world. But if they take a black woman out of a strip club, oh, that's what you got, a stripper. They would it's like
Right. If you
Tiger
if do you,
Woods Tiger Woods ex-wife. She was a
mm-hmm.
nanny for one of the other major league golfers. They made this woman seem like she was this huge model. This lady worked as a freaking nanny.
Mhm. Well, just like
And he married her, and that's like she was this huge, thing. When he cheated on her, she got $500 million. And no black man complained or said any damn thing. Okay,
yeah,
I'm
because
sorry.
they could do because it doesn't matter what they do. They'll say they don't want fat women, they don't like gold diggers, etc. But what do they go get? Women that are fat and take their money if they have any. Because I mean, the celebrities, they don't even get like decent looking women, and they usually end up divorced. And I was watching. There was a Okay, so do you know who Abba and Preach is?
Yes, yes. I kind of like Albert and Preach.
Did you see Well, Sin had posted a video, and they was on a podcast with some white boys. So they had asked the white boys, so do y'all get jealous when y'all see black men with white women? And the white boys like, no, because y'all be whooping their asses.
Okay, because Preach is married to a white girl, the dark skinned one.
Oh, is he
Yes,
the one with
he's
the
married
locks?
to. Yes, the one with locks is married to a kind of chubby white.
Wow. When somebody, I heard that yesterday, but I didn't know which one they was talking
But
about.
I will say this, to me, he does not go out of his way to.
But he didn't even ask it. It was the other one that asked.
Yes, Abba love white girls, even though he's, to me, I think either married or engaged to an Ethiopian woman.
Yeah,
He
yeah, that's what they said.
Abba is the one who's very rude to me towards black people, black women.
Mm.
Preach kind of keep it on the low. He
See, I
never
didn't know
goes
that
that.
they
I
were.
haven't watched them in about a year, y'all, about 8 months maybe. But when I used to watch them, I noticed that, and that's what made me kind of stop watching them.
Uh
Because I'm
huh.
like, okay, one of you guys are married to a kind of hefty white girl, and the other one, even though I like his personality, I'm not angry if you marry outside your race. I really am not that black woman. I
Mm-hmm.
only hate you or get mad with you if you down your race. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yep.
And I don't get that from Preach. I really don't. Even though he's married to a bigger white girl, he to me doesn't hate black women. I
Right.
mean, maybe I haven't watched him in so long, but that was the vibe I used to get. But this Apple, the Ethiopian guy, I
Uh
always
huh.
felt like he's shitting on black women, even though he's not really black. And
Well, he
his
is, but he's like mixed because he's Ethiopian, but
Yeah, but
he's
his
black.
white his fiance or whatever. Let me tell you something about Ethiopians. I'm gonna be honest with you. They really prefer to marry other Ethiopians. East
Uh huh.
Africans are very conceited. They very much want their people to be with each other.
Right.
They would take a Ethiopian being married to a Somalian or a Kenyan or Eurasian uh, um, stuff like that. Just
Uh-huh.
in that small area, because all of that used to be Ethiopia. You got to remember, all the way up to damn near Egypt used to be all one country. It used to all be Ethiopia. So they would take anybody off that East African coast being married with each other, basically.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people don't know that. My dad went through that because when my mom died, my dad married my mom who raised me. My because I got adopted. I told y'all my birth mom died at 3, and my new mom, we wore white wedding dresses and stuff. I was 7, and we went through the whole ceremony and stuff. But because both of my moms were American, my dad told me he faced backlash behind it. But my dad always told me he wanted, and he liked the swag of American women. He liked the voice of American black women. He just did.
Wait,
And
where was your dad from?
my dad is Ethiopian.
Oh, he is.
Yeah, but my dad,
Wow.
he's Ethiopian Somalian. But my dad has always said he would never want a wife from his home country. And I used to ask him why. And he told me because of the culture. They really teach them to not have a voice. And he didn't like that.
Uh-huh. What, the women?
Yeah, my dad never liked that.
Yeah.
And that's why I always say, with stereotypes, because it's not just men in countries like that the women are treated bad, that the women can see. A lot of times the men see the women being treated bad, and
Right.
they don't want that for their family. They don't want that for their children. And so that's how my dad was. Even though he's
Yeah.
very traditional in some of the things he said, because that was just the way he was raised.
Uh-huh.
But my dad kind of liked loud women. I'm telling you,
Right. Yeah.
like my dad like a woman to speak her mind. He really does. Even if he disagrees with her, he likes it.
Well, he
He
didn't
really
grow up.
does.
Was he born in Ethiopia?
Yes, he was born there,
Right.
raised there.
Oh, wow. Wow. See, I didn't even know that.
Yeah, but
So you like,
he does
yeah.
not like he does not like I won't say he doesn't like a submissive woman. He doesn't want he always told me that. He didn't like the
A yes
fact that they
woman.
couldn't have a voice. He always
Right.
told me that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
He didn't want a
it's
yes
weird.
woman.
It's weird. It's weird.
No, I mean that's cool though because I feel like real men that are actually masculine don't they want a woman that has a mind of her own.
Yes, and that's the kind of person I came from.
Right.
Um, yeah, so it's but I have a lot of African roots. And then I'm from New Orleans and my mom's are from New Orleans, so I have a lot of um I call it Catholic African roots because
Hmm.
a lot of the slaves back then hid a lot of the messaging behind Catholicism.
Uh-huh.
So I have a lot of that too. So yeah.
Yeah. I went to Catholic school, but
Me too.
yeah,
Me too, girl.
yeah, yeah. But no, yeah, my family grew up like Baptist. My grandma,
Mhm.
at least, she was a Sunday school teacher. But I really didn't. I never liked to go to church. I really hated church, honestly, because I don't know. I felt like it was boring, and I don't know. But yeah. But now, like,
Yeah,
yeah, I'm not really religious at all. I'm not. I believe in God, and I'm spirit. Like, I have my own spiritual beliefs. I definitely believe in God and other things, but I wouldn't say I was like any religion at all.
yeah. I think I went through too much religion, honestly. So when I was born, we all was going to the mosque, which
Mm.
was Islam, Muslims, and I think we did that for years. Oh my God. And I just yeah, and then when I was 7, I got legally adopted, and we would go to mosque only on Wednesdays after that. But on Sundays, we would go to Catholic church, St. Peter Claver. So it was like I was really going through two worlds, kind of.
Uh-huh. Wait,
And I,
were you adopted by a
huh?
family member?
No, 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 no. I wasn't. My dad remarried. I think it was maybe 6 when they got married, but 7 when we got adopted of my mom.
By your dad's wife?
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
Hmm.
Yeah. Okay, sorry.
But I would tell you how blessed we were. Listen, my adopted family, mom family,
Hmm.
never mentions the fact that we're adopted. My
Yeah.
uncles, my aunts on her side are just as close to us as my actual mom, and I mean, as my biological mom's side. My husband used to get so confused when we first got married because he would be like, "How many aunts and uncles can you have?"
Mm.
Like, and so I mean, this is 29 years of marriage, but in the
Mhm.
beginning, it can be confusing because you be like, "Okay, this my aunt, this my uncle, this my aunt, this my aunt."
You're right. Yeah.
Cause my birth
I
mom,
love that though.
yeah, my birth mom grandparents had I think 11 siblings, and then my adopted mom has 15 siblings.
Damn.
Yeah,
Wow.
so I have a whole lot of aunts and uncles.
You had like 25 aunts and uncles.
Girl, it's ridiculous. I have so much aunts and uncles. So yeah, so that's how
So
that
you had a lot of
story
cousins
goes.
too, huh?
Uh-huh. And then on my dad's side, but they're not in the States. They're in Canada, Switzerland, London.
Hmm.
One of my uncles is a professor in Houston at U of H. But I have not as many American on my dad's side. But on my mom's side, girl, my family huge. And my New Orleans side is huge. I
Hmm.
promise you. I have like over 100 first cousins in New Orleans. Blood, I mean,
Yeah.
100 first cousins. For real. It's crazy.
Well, how many siblings? What that means you have what your mom has a lot, or your dad has a lot of siblings.
My mom's had a lot of siblings. And
Yeah.
my dad had six brothers, but my mom, I'm not gonna say they don't count my dad's siblings, but they're not here in America. But what I'm
Hmm.
saying is my mom's had so many siblings that's
Yeah.
just outrageous.
Yeah, that is
Yeah.
outrageous.
Yeah, it's like I have a whole bunch of first cousins, and when I was young, I realized girls really was kind of being my friends because I had so many male cousins. So you would see me like on Canal Street or any busy street, and you might see me walking with like 5 or 8 men or 10 men, 10 guys,
Hmm.
but they're not even men. They're just my cousins, my brothers.
Right.
It's like,
Yeah.
so I was very popular with girls because they really like to hang around my family
All the
because I had a
boys.
lot of
Yeah, they
guys.
had a lot to choose from.
Yes, I have a lot of guy cousins to choose from. Yes, so
Hmm.
it's weird. Queen haven't said anything.
No.
Wow, Miss Mimi coming up, y'all.
Hey,
Hello,
good
Miss
Mimi.
morning.
Mimi.
Good
Good
morning,
morning.
you,
Good morning. I
Sharice, and
miss you, my
Queen.
dear.
I've
Queen
missed you
Cascade.
too,
Yes,
I gotta
Miss
go
Queen.
to the.
Mimi. How you been?
Good. We've missed you all week. You know what? Sharice has been on the panel all week, holding it down. I love her.
Let me tell you, my baby sis been doing her thing. You heard me? I'm so happy with her,
Yeah.
my sister Rochelle.
Yes, and
I
then
haven't
we
even
have a
been.
lot in common too, which is good because like
Yeah.
we've been talking about a lot of crime shows and stuff like that and horror movies, and I'm like, this is so
Uh-huh.
awesome.
Yeah.
You know what, Sharice? Do not get offended. You know who I'm not gonna say it. I'll put it in the back chat. But you know who I've been really wanting you to really I've been seeing him come on a panel. I'll say it later. I'll say it later. But I saw it kind of like chemistry, but
Oh
anyway.
God, no. Mm.
Yes. Let me tell you something. Things people meet in the strangest places. And
It's true.
it's usually
It's,
when you're never looking for it. And I
yep.
always told people I never look for a boyfriend. My husband, I wasn't looking for him. When you looking
Well, I
for
have a
things,
boyfriend,
sometimes
mule.
if you have a boyfriend.
Uh-huh.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah. But you can still tell me, because I want to know now. I want to know what you was thinking. But hey, Majestic Iron Kitty Cat.
Hey, Majestic Iron Kitty Cat. So
Yes, keep
anyway,
it in the
so
back chat, mule.
I
All right, I
will.
want to know. But hold on, y'all. I have to go to the bathroom real quick, but I'm listening.
Okay. So Miss Mimi, how you been? I never get a chance to
Good.
see you.
I know because you've been back at work and stuff. Yeah. Um, we just what was I gonna tell you? No, I felt so terrible about when was it, like I never got to talk to you about it, but I didn't want you to think, let me go over there because my daughter and my husband are talking too loud. No, I didn't want you to think that like I was upset with you in any way and stuff like that. You know I love you, Mule. Um
Yes, mean?
no,
I
because
remember that.
what
I
happened
felt
was,
so bad. I was like, oh my God, so she
yeah,
think because I
so
left a piano. I'm like, oh no, I would never ever. And then I thought I had went to listen to the replay. I'm like, did they attack her after I left? I'm like,
no, no,
maybe she
no. I
felt like
think
I set her up.
no, no, because what happened was because I remember like it was early in the morning. And I remember it was like you, Coach Malik, and Tequila. You were on the panel, and then I went up there, and then I was like, you know what? This is my perspective. It wasn't like different. It wasn't too different from yours, but I was just giving my perspective on the individual, like as of now. So when I started talking, like the way you left, you were like, I gotta go. So I was like, oh my God, I hope she doesn't think that like I'm against her and
No,
anything.
and
Like I
this
was
is the
gonna.
thing, Miss Mimi. Can we
No,
just
because
please?
because and
No,
then
no,
and
no.
then
I'm so
Trinity was like,
sorry.
no,
Listen,
hold
because
on,
I never wanted.
and then
Can I
Trinity
just
was
say
like,
this?
oh, she doesn't want to. She was like, maybe she just doesn't want to hear it. So I felt bad. I was like, oh my God. I was like, I hope I didn't want you to think that I came up there to like to challenge you on something.
Even if
And
you
I was like,
did, that's your right. But listen, can I finally
yeah,
hear your perspective? Because that's the thing. I really haven't got bothered by it because I'm like, oh my God, I never want to like purposely or even not purposely offend somebody who I like. Like, listen, it's a few people, you, Bomb Cherry, Queen Cascade, Tequila, Cherise,
yeah,
Incognito, MJ. It's several people. Oh, I know I'm missing
yeah. And I
people,
was
but
gonna
I don't
email
want
you
to
too, but I think,
personally offend you
yeah.
or unperson. You know, if you feel like that, I would never want. What is your perspective on that topic? Because I really need to know. I want to know it. I really do want to hear it. I promise you, something must have been going on for me to get down. But I promise you, it would have nothing to do with you. But if it did, I mean, just to let me know so I can know, so I can give you feedback. How
Yeah,
about that?
what I did was I went to email you because remember like the first time I came on your panel and I think I was on
Hmm.
the panel with you all day and we were kicking and that's how I met Charisse and that's where I met Queen. And I remember like we had exchanged email addresses, but I think I wrote yours down wrong. So like right after it happened, I went to email you to make sure everything was all good. But
Hmm.
I think I wrote it down wrong. So I'm gonna need it again. I was like, damn, I wanted to talk to her. Like I thought maybe you were like just done hearing about it. Like, it's
No,
like
no,
so
no.
many
So
different
what
people.
happened? What? So tell me what your perspective, the way you see things going or happen,
Oh,
or.
the way if I mean I've even said it on Bomb's channel. You were there
Hmm.
on Bomb's other channel. I just felt like this person was a kid and we don't know the full details of it, and I was just saying whether the person did it or not, YouTube is not the place for them to come out and be like, oh yes, I did it. And normally in those cases, because I was saying that I spoke to my therapist about it, and normally in cases like that, when a child does that, it's because somebody must have done that to them. You know what I
Okay.
mean? Yeah, and then I was like, if because again, I wasn't there and I didn't know the details um
Okay. So let me. Can I
of it
give the
at all.
crowd? Can I give the people who just joined a little back information from what I know? Because this was the problem that I was having. I've been working, and so I think I missed 2 days of YouTube. And then when I came back, it was like wow, like all kind of stuff had happened, right? So then I was
Yeah.
trying to catch people replays, and he had taken down streams, and so I was just basically going through hearsay. So this is how I came in, and the subject, guys, is redemption, right? The YouTuber Rue. And apparently, and the problem, another reason why I didn't really talk about it too much was because the streams that he was on was taken down, where he was actually himself talking about it, right? That he took it down. So I was
Right.
getting a lot of commentary of other people' opinions on what he said. And I think
Oh,
that what they were
who y'all talking
saying
about?
was true about Rue. It was
Ew,
like,
is that who you were talking about, Mule?
no, that's who
Because
Miss
I don't
Mimi
like
was
him at
talking
all.
about.
When you said
Okay,
that you see chemistry.
chemistry. No, no, no.
No.
This is who me and Miss Mimi was talking about.
Oh,
But
okay.
okay, so I saw the stream and people were saying that it was a 6-year-old child and he was
Right.
11 and he basically took a off because it was a bunch of children between the ages of 10 and I think 13 or something in the house. And they convinced him to whatever because he was like 10 or 11, right? To do this. And
He was 13. I thought
no, he was 11, I believe, right? And he
12.
was
At the
convicted
minimum.
at 12.
Oh,
So the
okay.
court records that some another person put up was like a month before he turned 12. So he was still technically 11, but he was like 1 month before 12 when he got
Mhm.
actually convicted for it. And the younger one was actually had already turned 7. But it doesn't even matter. I felt like because he at damn near 40, 30 something years old now, have not repeated anything like that in his crimes or anything like that. I feel like it's not a good thing to judge a person on something they did at 10 and 11, got convicted and charged at 12, almost 12, holding that over your head. Even
Right.
because I feel
Well,
like if you were, hold on, and he's not a registered sex offender. I feel like if you were a child and you were put in a horrible position and something happened, the government didn't seem fit to make you a sex offender. And you've never repeated that in 30 years. I don't feel like you should be going backwards to say, but you did this at 10. That's just my, and you can disagree with me. You can feel like,
no, I don't
okay,
really
somebody,
disagree. I don't really disagree. But and another thing, I feel like these people that are saying this shit don't even care about this actually. They just really don't like him because it's actual real pedos that, are recent and current that they don't even mention, care about, or half of the time they defend them. But
and that's my thing, because Taz did a stream with him. And Taz was like, listen, I don't condone it, but he was a little kid. And that's my
Mhm.
position. I think he needed his ass whipped. He should have got in trouble. But I
well,
don't feel like you should do something 30 years later. Sharice, something you did when you was 5. I should hold that against you. Well, at 5 you did this. And now 30 years later, you've never done it again in your life. But I'm going to hold that shit over you as a minor. That's my
right.
position. I
But this is
don't
the
like
thing I
what
think.
he did, but of course, I'm not going to hold it over you as a freaking adult.
But I feel like the way he
I,
is now,
mm,
it kind of makes people think like he's still off. Like I don't know about sex offense and everything. I don't know him like that. I never even really
I
listened to
will
him like
tell you
that.
this here, Sharice, in just psychology studies. Kids that are molested, like Miss Mimi was saying, because he's actually come out and I've heard him out of his mouth, and he doesn't consider himself being molested, but he
He
had
was.
oral done to him. I think he said he was
Oh,
7. And
Wow.
so I think that,
okay.
listen, I have friends who got molested by grown men, y'all, when they were kids. They are hypersexual women. Everything is involving a dick. Everything is evolving. They
And you
go
know what,
both
Mule?
ways. Hmm.
And you know
And to
what? This is
me, with him,
yeah,
he's very hypersexual. I'm gonna be honest. Sometimes I can be on his streams, and he be vibing with me. I think it's funny or whatever. But when he goes too far into too much sexual, I just click off. I'll be like,
yeah,
here you go again. I click off.
Hmm.
I mean, and I like him, but I'm not gonna be entertained to listen to too much because too much is just like, that's all we could talk about. I get bored with
Right.
it.
Well, yeah, that gets on my nerves, and the way he be like, I don't know, like just whatever. But yeah, but I feel you. I feel
Wow,
you,
we have a
Mule.
new person, Sharice, guys. We have I am. What's up to the great I am? What's up, brother?
hey,
Hi, I am.
I am.
I don't know
But I was
because
just gonna
Queen is
say
shopping
the
right
people
now.
that
I'm
Oh, there
listening.
you go. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah,
yeah.
good
Yes.
morning, I am.
Good
Good
morning to
morning.
everybody. Good
Oh,
morning. How
really
y'all
quick,
doing?
me, I was gonna say, I am. Did you get my comment back in the chat yesterday when you were like about the pancakes? I didn't
Oh
want you
yeah.
to think that I was not offended at all. I didn't want you to think that I wasn't
Oh,
offended.
oh,
And I
okay.
also
Yeah.
said, you and your, I said, you and your date are always welcome to come to New York, and then we can all have pancakes together.
Oh yeah, definitely. No, I respect that. I definitely respect what you say. I just
Yeah.
wanted some homemade pancakes because you brought them up. So I settled for IHOP.
Yeah.
But no, I tapped in. Well, I'm subscribed to Move, so when it came in, I listened in, and I heard y'all talking about the situation. I just want to say this: like everybody keeps bringing up on how he is now, but if you take that off of social media, if that's how he is in real life, then don't you think that he would have had a few of those situations again? You know what I'm saying?
Exactly, exactly,
It,
and that's where
Mm-hmm.
I'm at with it. He has never been any kind of now. He has some done some stupid criminal stuff, but nothing sexual, right? It's
Well, I
always
didn't.
been
That's
like,
why I said I don't know about sex offense, but I mean
yeah,
he is like a little weird, like to me. I mean I'm not even in a
yeah,
sexual
and
way. I
I'm
just
not
don't really.
defending anything. Everybody can like who they like and don't like who they don't like. What I don't like is getting threats. Let me tell y'all something. What happened to me last week, girl? I got an email. And the email I got, that shit, it was like they watching me and like I
What?
better leave
Yeah, you
Bomb
told me
Cherry alone,
about your
but
dad.
or else. And then they posted all kind of freaking information that was so wrong. But the one thing they had right was my address. And it was not even my address, it's my fucking
Mule.
dad's address.
Did you
Miss
report that?
Mimi. Yes,
Did
I
you
had
report it?
somebody. Yes, I had somebody. Girl, let me tell you, I was going through that shit because I could not believe that somebody and then they were threatening, I guess, to post it. Everything on this damn thing that they sent me was incorrect, and maybe I shouldn't because the person told me not. Somebody who I hired told me not to even admit that that's my real dad's address in New Orleans. But that was the one thing that on that shit that was correct, and it's crazy. It's like they had so much
No,
misinformation about me.
this is like getting it's like really childish to the
But
point where it's
listen,
like,
you're mad with me for being with Bomb Cherry, not even
right,
with Rude. That's the craziest shit.
but
like
it's
as if,
cowardness though, because why they
hmm
couldn't come on your panel? I said it's cowardness because why they couldn't come on your panel and confront you if they really feel that way about you supporting another content creator. Like all this shit is just ridiculous. About like I said, nobody is um bagging him up on what he did. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, do you get a second chance? You know what I'm saying? Especially something that you did at 11. People keep trying to push the age back. It was 11 years old. You are a kid at the end of the day. And yeah, it was a heinous act for him and for the 11-year-old. But then, you know what I'm saying, who was there for him as a 7-year-old boy who got touched? So at that age, he already thinking like, well, this is common. It's common to him. You know what I'm saying? Somebody touched on him and now he want that feeling again, like it's a high. He touched someone else, but at the end of the day, he did it at 11. He didn't do it at 19. Didn't do it at 25. Didn't do it at 30 or 36. Because if he did, it would be on this report. So yeah, he did other shit, rob, steal, get away. But I mean, let's be honest, that's common shit. We got people in our family that robbed somebody, shot somebody, then stole some shit. But has he sexually abused anybody else as an adult?
right,
You know what I'm
right.
saying? And if
Exactly.
he
And
dumb
that's
enough to
where
get
I'm at with
caught,
that shit.
and if he
I'm
dumb
like,
enough to get
no.
caught with that other stuff, then damn sure he would have got caught with the sexual abuse. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
So it's just like, come on, man. But I
And
mean, like
that's
I
the
said,
thing.
But this is why I was saying, Mule, like that, that day, like when I was talking about it, I was saying that, because I'm in the mental health field, right?
Hmm.
So automatically, like that's where my mind goes when I hear something like that. I forget who the person is. I don't care if I like you, don't like you, whatever. And I really don't know him. But my concern was, did he get therapy? That should have been something that he should have gotten right after that happened. He should have been put in therapy and continued going to therapy. because whether he wants to admit it or not, that is traumatizing, especially since that did happen to him, and he should continue going. Especially since you said, like, and it is true, there is times that he can be hypersexual, but for him it might be normal, but to us, we're like, oh, this is a little weird. That's why I was saying, like, I think that he should, like, go to therapy and then just get it out with somebody. You know what I
But
mean?
what if
And
this though? What if
We
what
don't
if
know what
maybe
his
he's
family
that
life
way
is.
online because he's
mm,
fearful of being that way in real life? I mean, from the looks of it, he looks like he's a single man and been
Yeah,
single for a while because maybe his past haunt him. Remember the story he told about how he took a shower with a woman, but then he was
no, I
afraid
didn't.
to.
Yeah, I didn't know. I didn't. I'm just hearing about all this stuff now. That's why I was saying, like, it's not too late to
Oh
just,
yeah, definitely.
you know what I'm saying, to go to therapy and just speak with somebody instead of letting this out, letting this go online, because
right.
we're not therapists here, and people are gonna judge him. The people that like him are gonna be okay with it, and the people that don't like him are gonna go, see, he is this, he is that. I just think
Right,
that, like, my opinion is that he should have just go to therapy, go speak to somebody, a professional, somebody that you can really, trust, and your business is not going to get out there, and then start doing the work,
right,
and he'll feel better about himself. It's for him. You know what I mean?
right, definitely. No, yeah,
Like,
I agree with that.
I see a therapist every other week, and there's nothing wrong with it. Like, 'cause, sometimes your family or your friends, they don't have the tools to help with certain things.
I think we all need it as black
No,
people, honestly.
I
Yeah,
agree, but was talking about a example of one time. This was way before the allegations came out, Miss Mimi, that he took a shower with a woman, and they were teasing him. Right, I am that he took a shower with a woman, and he asked her, whatever, they had went somewhere and got sweaty or whatever on a date, and he said, "Oh, can I get in the shower with you?" She did. She said yes, and they didn't have to do anything together. It was nothing sexual. And they were like, "Oh man, you gay because you didn't even try to make a move on her." And he was like, "No, because she didn't touch me."
and he was what, 7?
Because he was
No,
supposed to
he
touch her
was
for something.
This
no.
was
This
when he
was
was a
like
grown
last
man.
year.
No,
This
this
was
was
before
before
he
they
got
found
Oh,
out about
caught.
the allegations.
And they were
oh,
saying
okay.
basically
Yeah.
like, but this was before the allegations. But they were
Yeah,
teasing him saying, "Why wouldn't you make a move on her?" And he was like, "Because she didn't touch me. They
I'm
just
an
took the shower and got
innocent.
out." But my thing is, I do know that it's like almost nothing you can do to be right or wrong on certain
Right.
right,
things. If you say you respect a woman and hey, we took a shower, but she didn't touch me sexually, and so I didn't touch her. I think they were saying he was gay then about that, right? But I don't feel like that's. I just feel like, listen, on YouTube is weird. If you respect a woman and say, hey, if she doesn't come at me with a sexual advance, I'm not gonna come at her with one, then you're gay or you square. But if you do, then you're a weirdo and you're pushing. You know what I'm saying? So
Right.
it's almost sometimes the
You
way
can't,
these people
you can't
make
win.
it, it's like you can't win.
Mhm.
So I don't know. I don't, like I said, like Miss Mimi just said, we don't know these people personally. We really don't.
Yeah.
We don't know this guy personally. We don't know
Right.
anybody personally on YouTube. But my thing is, I don't like, what really made me feel weird was that Bomb Cherry never touched anybody. She had no
Mm-hmm.
conviction. But y'all really would, they were really trying to shut her channel down behind somebody else. And to me, that was an ulterior motive to get people to not. That's why I'm so proud of Cherise and everybody who's been going over there, because I've been asking everybody I know to subscribe to it, right? So I'm
Mm-hmm.
so happy that Cherise has been hitting the panels, and because guess what? It's like they running off people for no reason. You're running off
Right.
people from somebody who did not do the damn actual thing. She has nothing. Listen, if Cherise go out and rob a bank, you're gonna come back and say, "What? Mew, you helped her rob that bank." I'm gonna be like,
Yeah, because I was
"What?
on the
She
panel
didn't
with
even
you.
tell me." Because I was on the panel with Cherise, and I said, "Cherise, my sis." How did you
Mhm.
not see she was gonna rob that bank? Cause she didn't tell me, Negro. like,
Right. I
it's
wasn't
like
with it.
crazy to blame people on YouTube for other people issues. It's just this is insanity.
I do think that about that situation. I do think
And
that
wait, I'm
people
sorry,
are
Sharisa.
disingenuous.
Let me just cut you off one thing. Right before this rule thing, do y'all remember it was a situation with Sister George, and she was calling the 10-year-old girl out her name. I'm not gonna say
Oh
what
my
she was
god.
calling her, but she was cursing her out so horrible and saying that she was on the back of a school bus sucking off a little boy that was 6 or 7. And
Wow.
we all was like, okay, she shouldn't have been doing that, but why keep cursing this little girl out? Some kind of way this
Right.
girl mind been manipulated to do this. And I was so
Yeah, she
angry with
learned
her.
Yeah.
it.
I Let me tell
Yeah.
y'all something. I have been unsubscribed to that heifer since then. So I don't even know what she's talking about anymore. Because when
I
you can
never
go that
subscribed.
low to curse out a little girl and call her whores and bitches, I feel the same way about a little boy. If a little kid does something, it was a child. I'm not going to sit up here and
Mhm.
hold it over either a boy or a girl. I'm very fair with that because
Right.
at the
Yeah,
same
that's
time,
true though. And what the
mhm,
thing is? I feel like they see him only as an adult now, so they don't even care that he was a kid at the time.
yeah, but that's not when he did it. If you're going to blame me
Right.
at
Right.
something I did as a kid, blame me for that shit as a kid. But don't hold it over me as an adult. That's all I'm saying.
No, I know. I know what you mean.
And the same way you wouldn't want a little girl cursed out and talked about babes, you should not want a little boy. Because let me tell you, I have sons and one daughter. And I'm not
Mhm.
going to sit up here and let nobody berate them for being children, either one, none of them. Because
Yeah.
whatever they did as mistakes or flaws as a kid, that was it. That's
Well,
what it
people
was.
act like they can't like little black boys because eventually one day they'll be black men, and I really don't agree with that. I mean,
I don't agree with that shit at all.
children that are here, you know what I mean? Like they're kids, and I love kids, so no, like I don't really agree with that. But yeah, people do a lot of shit, and that's what I think though, Mule. I think that they don't really care about that he was a kid. They just associate it with him now being an adult.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. They want to associate shit as you're a grown adult, but you weren't a
Well,
grown adult when you
we
did the
just have to
dumb
put
shit.
it. We got to put it in its proper space, perspective. What it is that everybody that went at him from the beginning to top are people that had an issue with him. You know what I'm saying? Or people that he had did shit to, and they did shit back to him. That's why I never defended him on from them. You know what I'm saying? Getting a get back and bringing it to light and all that. But then when you okay after that's done, but then now you're trying to criminalize him as an adult for what he did as a kid, is where I was like, well, I can't back that up. You know what I'm saying? So everybody, you look at it from the top, he's either doxed them or, you know, did threaten to dox them or whatever. So that part, okay, yeah, you know what I'm saying, an eye for an eye. But it's trying to criminalize, you know what I'm saying, him as an adult for what he did as a kid. That's the fucked up part. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not gonna hold that against him. And that's just
Yeah, and
where my stance was with it. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. But yeah, or I'm saying that I want little kids to be abused, sexually abused, or molested by anybody. No. And then by kids, no. But at the end of the day, if it did happen, do we just throw the whole kid away? Fuck it. Do we just kill the kid and call it a day? You know what I'm saying? Or do that kid get to grow up and change his life and, you know what I'm saying, become something different, and hopefully better. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I get that he's on here and he's sexual, but come on now. It's a lot of motherfuckers on here that's sexual. You
Yeah,
know what I'm
that's
saying? So,
exactly. And you
yeah,
know
that's
what?
true. And
That's
if you
why I
don't
would
like
rather
it, you
him
could
being
just
that way sexual than these
yeah.
right.
men who hate women. At least he's showing he love women. Shit.
You
That's
know
some
what though,
kind of
Mule? A lot of these people, they don't even care about like real pedos, like that are real adult pedos that are out in the streets now. A lot of them people will defend that shit.
Sharice, that's what
Or
Taz was saying. Taz was like, listen, we got people with grown men who are real hardcore, who've been convicted, are registered pedos, and they give them passes, but they trying to destroy Bomb Cherry Channel behind
Right.
some shit that somebody did when they're 10, 11. That shit crazy.
Right.
But
Exactly.
I have
It's
a
like
question I
And
want to ask
hey,
y'all though.
Juan, what's up,
collective
Gunocracy
outrage.
Takeover? She said that Rude is has a wife. I guess that he was married. Yeah, I guess that he was had a wife, but I mean I wasn't 100% sure.
Oh,
But
he's married?
Gunocracy,
I don't
but
know.
I'm
I don't know
subscribed to
him
you,
too well,
Gunocracy. I
so
hope you subscribe to me.
Wait, Mule, you're saying he's married?
Gynocracy Takeover says, and Rude have a wife. He does have a wife. See, I don't know. I didn't know that.
Are you sure? I mean, I'm not. I just don't
I'm not
know.
sure. I'm just repeating.
No,
I'm.
no,
Do
I
you
know.
see
I
the
was
chat?
asking her. I was asking
Oh
her.
yeah.
Is she sure?
No,
Because
I don't know, but I
I
know
don't
she
think
knows
so.
him.
Okay. Well,
okay.
But I have a question
yeah.
Majestic
though, real
says
quick. I have
YouTube
a
is
question
famous
to to
hell.
y'all.
You
So
right, girl.
is being a sex offender or a pedo or whatever y'all want to call it, is that like the ultimate crime?
Yeah, that's a
I
Is that
think
the
problem.
so.
ultimate,
Yes.
huh?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
so
Yes.
being a murderer, beating a woman or some shit like that is not on the same level.
No, I don't like that either. That's a problem for me too. I don't
Oh
like
yeah.
abusive men that prey on women or children. No, I don't like none of that.
Because what I'm saying is
Wow,
like,
what's
I
up,
Can
Sister
mean,
I
Gynocracy
you know,
can I
Takeover?
say
Hey,
if
something and
girl.
it might not be? I'm sorry. I am.
no,
You
go
were
ahead, no, go ahead,
talking first.
no, go ahead, no, go ahead.
Okay.
It's okay.
All right. I know I'm gonna get heat for this. What I'm about to say, right? Um, as far as when it comes to, let's just say, domestic violence, right? With a man putting their hands on a woman. Not saying that it's right, but there have been instances that I know about, right? Where there has been where there has been women
Oh God,
that
really? No. Go ahead. I'm
all
just
right.
listening.
Sharice said, "Oh God, no, no." Sharice, let her get it out. Let her get it out.
I
This
mean,
is an
yeah,
open
maybe,
panel.
And I
Hold
just
on.
know this from it.
Yes.
I'm just
but that's
speaking.
not really that
I'm
common
just
though.
Wait, Miss
no, no,
Sharice,
no. I'm not
let
saying
Miss
it's
Mimi go
common.
out.
I'm
Let
not
Miss.
saying it's I'm not
Okay.
saying it's common at all. And I
I'm gonna
don't
hit
respect
mute. Sharice hit mute. I gotta hit mute too, Miss
Okay.
Mimi.
Oh,
What
I have
comment
a
I had just
comment
came up? I'm
about
sorry,
this.
y'all.
and I'm not saying I'm just speaking from personal experience where there has been situations that I have personally seen where the woman is putting her hands on the man in arguments, right? So if this is consistently going on, we're human beings in nature. So what's to say this man is like one day he's having a really fucking bad day, things are going on, the woman does it again, and he snaps. What do you guys think about that?
Depends on
Um,
how he snapped because a lot of men use that as a way to just zap out. And I think some men hold it in and don't leave, knowing damn well we can beat the shit out of her or just leave and just use
Mm-hmm.
it as a way to do excessive force. You feel what I'm saying? I feel
Right.
like that
yeah.
happens a lot
Exactly.
because you know
I
you big
personally
and
think
shit.
women shouldn't put their hands on men either. I don't
Yeah, I
think
mean, I feel
that.
like that too, but like you, I'm just saying, like you have to, like sometimes people
Okay, but
just
listen to this here. What about a woman? Right? You
Mm-hmm.
have a little bad kid, right? And he always in trouble in school. And you done punished him and you done took away his games and you done did all this stuff, right? And then
Mm-hmm.
one day you have a really bad day at work and people talking crap to you. And then you get this report from school.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that gives you the right now that his school, he's done this so terrible stuff and da da da. Now you're gonna go home and take all your frustration out on your fucking kid? Does that give you an excuse? To
No.
me, it does not.
No.
It does not. And the
No.
same way it goes with an adult. You are the grown up. You are the
Mm-hmm.
man. You are the powerful one. You are the stronger one. You are the one who should know better.
Right. Mm-hmm.
It
Period.
does
Mm-hmm.
I
not give you an
agree.
excuse. Not saying that the child doesn't deserve to have a game taken away,
With discipline,
punishments,
yeah.
discipline. But what I'm saying
Mm-hmm.
is, because you had a horrible day and you come home and you want to take it out on your loved ones, that shit is inexcusable.
Yeah, I agree.
So, Miss
Yeah, and some
Mimi,
people
I
do do
am
shit
not
like
gonna
that.
agree with that. I do not agree with a woman hitting somebody, but I did definitely the one who's more stronger and more powerful should never have an excuse to take it out like that. Never.
And it's men's fault because they put it out there. It's men's fault. They put it out there that they were stronger. They put it out there that they can handle anything. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it's only it haven't been
Listen, I'm a
long
the,
in a law where it was illegal to beat your wife for years. It was just so
Mhm.
casual. So I don't trust that shit.
But that's a false.
gunocracy.
But that's a false narrative
Wait.
that's
Let me
put
just
on
say
men
this here.
though.
Gunocracy. Let me just say this before I am, and then you can have it next. My husband is 50 to 75% stronger than me on any given day. I know he's He-Man,
Right.
right?
Yeah.
Compared to my strength, right? But at the end of the day, I don't have no fear of him either because
Right.
listen, he's never, in all these years, he's never like hit me or displayed that he wants to. You get
Right.
what I'm saying? So I mean, it doesn't matter how strong somebody is.
Right. That's
You
true.
don't still have to be
It
like
depends on who the person
scared.
is.
But I do
Mhm.
know that like I feel like I protect him. I protect other people from my husband. Honestly, I protect the kids. I protect everybody. Like because I know if he goes too far, he gets too mad. I can't stop his big ass. Like, but I mean, no, I don't ever want to think or say, "Oh, I'm gonna
You
give
know,
him a right
And
you
see,
know what
my
I was,
to
godmother,
have a bad day."
I was
she
asking
had
you.
and she had ended up making a mistake because she had took some crazy ass medicine because they have spasms, pain spasms, and nerve damage and shit. She woke up in the middle of the night. She had a nightmare. She beat the shit out of her husband, and she
Mm,
said he really could not. Like he's so much bigger than her. She's 5'2". This nigga like 6'4". And he said I could not hold her back even if I wanted to. And the hospital was
right.
looking at her like she was crazy. And she was like, I swear to God, I mean it. He forgave her and everything. He knew what was going on. But that shit was crazy. You never know. But that was the first time I seen that. I said, come on, you did it. He was like, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the reason why like I brought that up, Mule, and everybody is because like my dad, he's been, he remarried when I was a little girl. And I remember before the pandemic I had went to Puerto Rico to reunite with my dad, and his wife was verbally abusive to my dad and physically abusive to my dad. And he would just stand there and take it, and it would just like, and I'm like, why are you taking this? Like, and he's like, oh, like, and he believes like, oh, because we're married, we've been together for so long, and blah blah blah. And I had to stop talking to him for a while because it's just
Mm.
like, why are you putting up with this? And my thing is like, I'm not saying it's right in a situation, but what's to say like he's put in a situation where he's hit the wrong way, and then as a reaction, like he slaps her or pushes her, then he's gonna be in the wrong. Like I have witnessed her punching him in the face in front of me, and I wanted to kick her ass when I was over there. I don't
Well,
know.
you should have. Let me be honest with you. If anybody put their hands on my father in my face, I'm kicking their ass right then and there. We ain't holding no holds barred. Like right then and there, then you should have done what you had to do. You, you know what I'm saying? Because let me tell you, I know he wouldn't have hit her back. I know my dad. I know my husband. And I'm gonna
Yeah,
be honest. Will sit up here and say you'll fight for a man. I will fight for my husband because he's not gonna hit a woman. I know them. I know how they act. Even my other uncle, he's not gonna ever hit a woman. So
yeah,
right then and there, if I'm not gonna square up and beat the piss out of you, I'm just gonna have to let it go because at the end of the day, unless it was one of their wives or something, but no. I'm just gonna. If it was my uncle wife, maybe I wouldn't because of family. But no, nah. I'm gonna beat the shit out of
No.
him.
Oh, he had to hold me down. He had to lock me in a different room when that happened.
Girl, Mimi, that and you
Oh,
right,
okay.
because guess what? It would have been on because
But yeah, I'm hungry, so I like
especially if
3
I
o'clock
let me
because
tell
I
you
ain't
something.
nothing
I
to
have a blood cousin. She used to beat up a guy, her husband. They're not married no more. But one time she threw a Comcast remote, and this was when the TV remotes was huge, y'all. And she threw it and hit him in the face, and it like bust his face, and he was bleeding, right?
Oh my gosh.
She did a lot of shit to this guy.
Oh my goodness.
And one day she calls us and says he beat her up, right? And I
Mhm.
hung up the phone. And my brothers and stuff was like, "Oh, we going over." I was like, "No, you're not. No, you're not." Like, and then my cousin called and he was trying to get my brother to go. I was
Somebody
like, "No,
got
you're not
muted.
either." And everybody was like, "Well, why are you telling everybody no, you're not? No, you're not. No, you're not." Because I've actually been there and saw the stupid stuff she was doing to him and
Right.
pressure bust pipes. So eventually I knew something was gonna come out of that shit. So when it did, and he finally did do something, I was like, no, you're not. You're gonna sit there and deal with it. And I went over and checked on her that same day, like
Mhm.
maybe a couple hours later. I didn't want anybody there but me, just to make sure he didn't do too much, you know. And I mean, I'm not gonna never let you go too far with my family.
Right.
But when I got
Right.
there, she had no black eyes, no bust lips. And she was like, "Yeah, can you believe I was trying to hit him and he started choking me?" I was like, "Yeah, I could believe that shit. He getting tired of you hitting him." like,
Exactly.
like, like, and I told her, she was like, "I called everybody. Hey, no, you the first person to come." I'm like, "Yeah," because I wanted to make sure I was the first person to come because you're not gonna send people on no dummy mission. You're not. You're
Yeah.
not gonna send
Yeah.
people on a dummy mission, and you've been doing so much stuff. And I told her, listen, my daughter, even with my sons, my husband, that she knows her people are coming behind her head first. Just like I feel like my people are coming behind me head first. I'm not gonna put myself in situations where I'm up here fighting men,
Right.
disrespecting men, doing all this fuck shit, and then have my husband, my family coming behind me head first to
Right.
where one of them can get killed or put in jail because they're coming behind me here. If anybody come behind me here first, trust me, they need to come because I am going to do my best to make sure they damn sure never have to do that. You
Right.
understand? And
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
if you are somebody who's constantly doing shit to make it to where people have to come behind you, listen. If a guy just
Right.
randomly whip my ass or rape me or do something horrible to me in the street, and they find out and they come behind me head first, okay, I couldn't control that. But if I'm actually the antagonist in the situation and constantly fucking with somebody and making them, I'm hitting them and throwing things at them and busting their head and getting them stitches, you would not take and see me calling for no damn help. Hell no, no.
Yeah.
And I feel like
I mean,
a
because
lot of
you're a man,
times,
I'm trying to whip his ass. It's not
let
like
me
I'm
tell you
just hitting
something,
him
and
because
it's
I'm
a
mad.
small percentage. I'm not saying that's most. That's a very small percentage, but it does happen. It is, and the problem why Miss Mimi, Sharice, and me or anybody else might not like people to bring it because it is a small percentage of women we know do that,
Right. Right.
but it's a large percent of women who would never do it and have somebody whooping
Mhm.
on the ass. And
Right.
that's the thing that make it bad for the women who do really need the help. You
Mhm.
Right.
you get what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
that's the reason why I don't even like talking about it. But yeah, we are smart as women, and hopefully when we see women doing stuff like that, we check them on that shit, and we do not allow people to go help them behind BS because that is the people who will get you killed.
Yeah.
They'll
No,
get
I
women
just brought it.
killed
I
if
brought it
you
up
there to
because of my
help them.
dad. 'Cause I worry about my dad because, like, I know that he's in that situation. So that's why, like, that I brought it up, and I don't condone that. I don't condone anybody putting hands on anybody at all. I don't condone that.
Me neither. Me too. Honestly, like I
Listen,
don't.
the reason why another thing, Miss Mimi, I'm gonna be honest with you. I've
Mhm.
seen women get their teeth bust out their mouth for not having dinner ready on time.
Mhm.
I've seen women get drugged in streets, but with that they
Yes,
didn't really have a
yes.
street,
That
have
shit is
robbery.
true. That shit is just not a
Yeah,
stereotype.
that's a problem
Yeah.
for
So
me.
when I
You
see
get
these
mad
things,
over
honestly,
cold
I
food
don't
too.
like when people bring up when women are doing the dumb shit,
Me too. I don't
because
either.
I've seen the devastation of how some men can be so cruel and fucking heinous
Mhm.
behind crazy stuff.
Yeah.
Like really, and so that is the reason why I think that when you started talking, I felt my energy of Sister Sharice like wanting to say, "Oh hell no," because
Yeah.
when you seen and you've lived through it and you've seen devastation caused by
Mhm.
the smallest of things, and men having so much strength and power over women, it's like, oh my God,
Yeah.
Right.
don't
Right.
talk
Really.
about this. We do
Because
know
yeah,
that women
I'm
do
a.
fucked up shit, but we do see
Mhm.
that men do fucked up shit, and it's just at such a larger scale.
Yeah. They
So
Yeah.
I'm
destroy the earth.
sorry.
We give birth and they destroy it. Like
Mhm.
Well,
so.
no, Sharice, I'm not going that far to say that they destroy.
I'm not gonna say all of them, but you know what I mean. Like as far as like war and all that stuff, you
Yes,
know.
yes, yes. I agree.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
I
I'm sorry.
agree.
I am off. I am. You
Because
can
it was
finish.
whole wars
I'm
based
sorry.
off of women and for like so long.
They want
And then now it's just like almost mistreatment still.
because they know we're powerful. That's why. Like we're the creators, and
Mhm.
We birthday dumbass.
mhm, that's why they want to
Yeah, you guys
overpower
are right.
everything.
But I am. Did you have something you wanted to add?
I feel like that's all, man. I feel like when people do the race thing,
No, no, I'm
and I
not.
feel like
I'm not
shit,
talking about any race.
yeah,
I mean like the patriarchy in general.
right, yeah, mm-hmm.
Hmm.
That's what I be talking about, just period.
Yeah.
And
Hmm.
people go off the deep
Y'all,
end, and I'm like, girl, please stop.
y'all are
It's
so
all
right.
men.
Because
They
where
all
I
fucked up.
live, I saw a white man. And listen, I grew up around this white family. It was mostly white people where I lived from my later teenage years. This white couple were like the perfect couple. But on Fridays, they would sit outside, guys, and listen to their music, country music. And he would get drunk and he would beat her and drag her through the rocks by her fucking hair. You hear me? And
Hmm.
sometimes she would run to our house, and me and her daughter were best friends. And when I tell you, my dad told me stop letting her in. And one day, this white man stabbed her. One of my best friend's moms got stabbed in the arm by her husband. These were not black people.
Right.
And I saw, like I said, I saw a lot of horrific shit in the 70s and 80s. I lived through it. I saw women being like treated like shit. And it
Hmm.
wasn't just black people, it was really mostly not black people. But I
Right.
did see black women getting their teeth bashed in.
Mhm.
I saw a lot of. Mhm.
Remember when Kevin Samuels was like said he doesn't see black women getting abused?
He said that too.
Yes, he said I don't see black women being abused. No, he. This is what he said. Actually, he said I don't see women being because a woman was saying something, and he was like, "Hold on, let me stop you there." See, this is what I call the color purpling of the black community. And then he's like, I don't see women being, wait, let me correct myself. I don't see black women being abused. He said, if anything, he said he knew one woman in the 70s that was his mom's friend that her and her man used to fight each other. But other than that, he doesn't see it. Even though we have the highest amount of DV rates towards black women out of any
Not
other
to
race of women.
mention, and not to mention, Sharice, a lot of it goes unreported.
Right. But
So
not
you could
only that, he's
imagine.
Exactly,
promoting
Miss Mimi.
DV.
A lot
He,
of it
he
goes
told
unreported. That's crazy.
But also, do
Yeah.
y'all remember
And
when
they
he
were
was
all
talking about?
talking about their situations. And I'm like, sir, y'all created that situation through patriarchy. Y'all made it seem like y'all can't handle anything. If y'all don't report it, it's on y'all. If y'all keep saying women really beating y'all ass, I don't believe that neither.
Right,
You know what I'm saying?
exactly, exactly. I don't believe it neither. And a lot of the times, like, yeah, I know there are some women that do that, but it's not that. It's really not that often. Like, and men can protect themselves. You know what I mean? Against a woman, like, but
And
not
that's
only
the
that
thing.
though.
Listen, a man can protect himself without doing extreme violence to any woman. And that's
Right.
just how it goes.
Mm-hmm.
Because at the end of the day, if you're
Right.
50 or 75% stronger than me, it's no way you need to break my teeth, hurt
Mm,
me, hit me, and all of that. You can just grab my hands. I
no.
promise you. And that'll be the end of it. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? So it's no reason why um you should have to say that you have to do that type of extreme thing.
Go that far.
But do I not see women doing have done things? Yeah, I can admit I see women do plenty of fucked up shit to men. And yeah, so that's the reason why I don't even like bringing it up because I think any man who goes around blackening women's eyes, knocking
Mm-hmm.
their teeth out, no, I'm not excusing them for shit. Not
Right.
one damn thing.
Exactly.
Yeah. But yeah, like I was saying, he was excuse me. He was telling basically the men that they need to start doing domestic discipline, putting a woman over their knee and smacking her over her ass if she gets out of line, basically. And then in the same breath says that black women aren't being abused. Like, as you're advocating for black women to be abused, like I just can't like black women have the highest DV rates. And like y'all said, a lot of the stuff doesn't even go reported.
Until it's too late,
Mhm.
sad part of the time,
And not to
person ends up
mention
dead.
children,
Mm-hmm.
like little girls. Yeah.
Yep. Mm. That's crazy.
Hey guys, I'm about to drive my car to Firestone and I hope the stream can keep going, but I really need to bring this car in to get my brake service. But I want to keep it going. So,
Okay.
I'm gonna be on. But if it ends, I'm gonna start it right back. That's all I'm
Okay.
saying.
Yeah, I gotta get out of here and get
Hope
my
y'all.
kids together. Y'all know I don't be on like that, but I had to come up
Thank
and
you so much, Gunna. I can say yes, girl. Because guess what?
yeah,
So
because
are you sure
yeah,
that
I came
Rude's
up too
married?
late. I was trying to clear up what I was saying about Rude. I had heard right Rude's wife in the background one time. You know that he was bringing.
Oh.
I was like, oh shit, who is that? We always in the chat like, who is that?
But
It's
wait,
amazing.
one day they were saying that Rude was married to a white woman. Remember Von did a stream?
Oh yeah, when she was trolling him.
And I
Yeah.
thought it was a joke. So when you said he was married, but I kind of figured off and on that even if he's not married, he's been with somebody. I don't know for a long time, but I don't know. I kind of had that feeling about him. I'm not sure.
Mhm. Yeah,
So
like
I
if
don't
you
know. Are
really
you
pay
sure he?
attention, if you really pay attention, it's just like his conversations is just very strange. Like when he talk about sexual stuff, like and now he trying to do a little switcheroo. But I mean, that was the biggest problem. Whenever we talked about that, he just always had weird opinions. You know, like when he said if a teacher, a female teacher, was touching on a 15-year-old, then the 15-year-old should go to jail if he bigger than her. Cause he probably came on her, you know, a little weird shit. And I was like, yeah, you feel like you should have been completely thrown in the trash as a child. You don't know, you know. And I feel like now, cause I did tell him he need to have more compassion. He still need to be going to therapy. That little 42 months of therapy did not, he needs a little bit more. But I see sometimes, he's serious about consent. But like you said, they'll say that he gay because I was there for that conversation when he was talking about the girl in the shower, and everybody was like, "Nigga, why you ain't take that as a signal?" I was like, I don't know. But yeah, thank you for having me. I gotta get off of here, boo.
Yeah,
Peace
I
out.
was. It was like, why you didn't take that as a signal that she wanted to do something because she let you get in the shower with her? And he was like, yeah, but she didn't touch me, and I didn't want to touch her first. And they were like, you gay? And I'm like, I can see a guy, being friends with somebody and then
Because the
saying,
man
well,
needs to be friendly.
I don't know. It was weird.
Yeah, because if that is true though, Mule. Because if she said, "Oh, I want to take a shower," then that means you're supposed to make the next move. Like she already took the initiative. You know what I mean? So
Yes, and I felt like, okay, if she said yes, you can. If you okay, see, so if you guys work out together, right? And she felt like I'm going to go take a shower, and he like, hey, can I take a shower? Can I come? And she goes, yes, you can. To me, that's her signal, like it's on,
right,
right?
yeah,
However, in his mind is she have to touch me, like tell me, like. But if she
Yeah.
turn her back to me and she just washing herself and then she hop out, he like I'm not about to touch her. You know what I'm saying? So that's what makes me also think he's not a predator too. Because if he was a predator or some sicko, he would have been like, nah, shit, I'm having sex because she, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. It was
Right.
weird. But I would
well,
never, as a woman, tell a guy, yeah, come take a shower with me. Or if he asks, and I'd be like, sure, come on, hop in. And then he do it and not think that I'm about to have sex. I don't know.
right, but honestly though, I would exactly though, but I would really think that he would, make the move after that. Like, right, like she initiated the shower, so I think that's the green light. Like she's naked. You know what I mean?
I don't know. Like I don't like making the first move, so I don't know
Girls,
because I'm a
women
dominant.
don't. That's what I'm saying. That's why it's up to him to
I'm
do it.
aggressive. Like I'm
Women
gonna
don't
touch
usually make
you.
the first move, and for me, like if he don't come
Yeah,
approach me, I'm not never going to talk to him, even if I like
me
him.
too. Sharice, I
Mhm.
don't care. Let me tell you something. I like my husband. He had a baby when we were in high school. I had a big crush on him. I knew all his family and stuff. They used to always say how mean I was and shit. But like I used to try my best to just ignore his ass.
Mhm.
Like I'm telling y'all for years, I just ignored him, like for real, to after we graduated and stuff. Because, of the situation, So I never would flirt or make a move. Like, mm-mm. And if it took too long for you to make a move, I would just act like I didn't like your ass. Like,
Exactly.
so
Yep.
I'm not the
Mm.
person to give you good advice on dating. Like, that's the reason why anytime people start talking about dating, if you notice, I get quiet or I jump off a panel because I really don't have good dating advice. I don't think. But no, I don't make
Yeah.
first move. I just don't. I'm
Me
not
neither.
saying you shouldn't. I don't know if you should or shouldn't, but I know
Some women
I
do.
never felt comfortable.
Some women
Yeah,
do,
but
but
if
yeah,
you
me
feel that
neither.
confident and you do, I don't see nothing wrong with it. I'm just saying I don't know. I just never could back then. I just never could.
Yeah, me neither.
Yeah, I'm
Ganakus
the
said she
same.
Yeah, I always
couldn't.
been like that. Like if I want something, I'm gonna go get it. And no dudes
And
ever
I
said
kind of
nothing
admire that
rejected me.
spirit.
Cause
That
I'm fine
yeah,
as
that's
hell. I mean,
mhm.
Yeah, but I like that about you. I like that spirit. You know what I'm saying?
Me
It's
too.
and then I
different.
think
I
it's the
never.
culture too. Cause I'm in Baltimore, so it's like normal for
I
women to
knew
go.
it. I knew it was in Baltimore.
Like
Oh, okay.
we
It
just
was Baltimore.
and it's like casual. It don't have to be. And then like we give men compliments. Like if you find yourself, we just gonna tell you, and he be like, oh, what's up, Or sometimes it can be like when you look a mess, and dudes approach me all the time, but sometimes I'll see some dudes, and sometimes they'll be, I don't know. Sometimes he'll be busy, or he don't be thinking about that. I'm just, make myself known.
Hmm.
I
You
like
know.
that though. I don't know. I wish I had that even like with Bomb Cherry when she be talking about like stuff. I wish I had that. Like I never just had that. I never had that I
The goal.
don't know what you would call it. I just never was like that outgoing to say like I'm a flirt first. No,
Yeah,
I
me
don't
And
neither.
here's the thing, I think women,
yeah,
I think
like
certain women, not you, I think certain
don't
women
flirt
do
with
that
me
and
if you
they
have
think,
never
oh, you're gonna
flirted.
chase a dude. No. Like it's just means that you just gonna take that initiative, you know?
Well,
Yeah,
me
I know.
personally,
I'm
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 like
saying
kind of
I like
shy.
that. Uh-huh.
No,
I
yeah, I was just
like
saying I'm
it.
shy, so yeah, I don't like to approach dudes. And then I guess I feel like some women think like they don't want to be rejected. Also, you know what I mean? Like, what if you were to walk up to a
Hmm.
dude and he was just to be like, "Nah, I'm good."
But you gotta think about how many dudes have you rejected or, didn't mean to, but you was rude because you didn't owe him shit. But it's just like, damn, I did go, and child, because it be domestic violence and that shit. Dudes can't even take protection. But
Mule, you saw that Bomb had played it the other day, but did y'all see that girl that was in the Uber
Oh yeah.
mm, what
Uh-uh.
happened?
What happened?
So, do you want to watch the video?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you
Um.
play it? I'm gonna go on mute. But can you make sure you say fair use and stuff like that?
Okay.
Okay.
Um. Yeah.
And it was about a guy getting rejected.
No. Well. Yeah. And he was being very vulgar and disrespectful and trifling, and he had the girl locked in the car. Basically, it was a cab. Let me see.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, Mule, I pressed the button.
Okay. Let's see how this go. Let's see.
I don't know if y'all can see it.
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay, can you hear it?
Yeah.
Okay,
Fair use.
fair use. Yep.
But I can't hear it.
Wait, we can't hear it.
I can see it.
Okay, hold on. Let me see. I think I need to I think I need to press. Hold on, Mule. I'm gonna stop and then share. Um, how do you share the sound?
Oh, I don't know.
Okay, Mule, can you press it again?
Sure.
Audio. I'm hoping that y'all can hear it. I might have to put my mic up to the thing though.
Yeah, because I don't hear nothing. But
Okay.
Majestic Iron Kitty Cat says it's a selective understanding and selective outrage for me. These folks know damn well that children don't understand consequences like adults. Exactly, Majestic
Yep.
Iron Kitty Cat.
Right.
That's how I feel.
Yep.
Yeah.
Candy
That's a
Can
great point.
said, don't do international harm to others. It's all the same to me. Exactly.
Hmm.
She says,
Right.
damn it, I'm behind.
Exactly. And they don't even want to hold the adults accountable half the time. So it's just funny how, you know what I mean, they keep like they have this problem with the kid and shit, like when he was a kid.
Exactly. I do believe you should keep your hands and feet to your damn self. You only can control yourself. You can go around with all kind of stuff, but the only person you can control is yourself. And if a grown woman cannot control herself, I say she's out of touch. And if a
Mhm.
grown man cannot control himself, he's dangerous. You need to leave, run. Because, even with kids, you will hear the kids say, well, he made me do this. No, you make yourself do something. You only
Right.
can control your own self. And I don't play that with kids, and I'm not about to play that with no damn grown ass man saying somebody make them that mad that they have to hurt them. No, I don't give that excuse away. Are you about to play it, Sharice? Go ahead and play it. I was
Yeah,
just
and
talking.
yeah,
Okay.
yes, and yes, Mule. I don't like that excuse neither. That's hell no. So you don't have any control over your grown body, your grown man body. Mm-mm.
Mhm.
Saying that a woman made you put hands on her, like no, you can always walk away. But okay, but I'm hoping that you can
Okay.
hear it from this because I don't know. I feel like you might not be able to hear it if I put it up to the mic.
Play it.
Hold
I'll
on.
tell you. Oh, we hear it. I'm in mute.
Okay, you can.
Yeah. Let me go on
Okay.
mute.
Yes.
Wait, can y'all still hear it? Because I'm going on
No,
mute
now
and
I can't.
okay, when
Yes.
I go on
So
mute,
you
y'all
don't
can't
go
hear
on
it.
mute.
Okay.
Just give it.
I don't know.
Yeah, really. Make you see like for 5 minutes. Make you feel good.
I mean, that's what you want to do?
Yeah. Parking lot, no business.
In a parking lot? When?
Right now.
Well, I have to go to work.
Take 5 minutes. Trust me.
Um,
5 minutes.
no, not right now. I need to get ready for work.
You don't have to do anything. Of course, just suggesting.
I mean, you still have my number, right?
Yes.
I mean, just give me a text and I will let you know, okay?
You're not gonna let me know. If it's not gonna happen now, you're gonna rethink about it. If it's not gonna happen.
It's gonna happen
Sure. Why do you say that?
because it's been a while.
Yes, I know. You know what? You know to prove it's gonna happen. Just show me your gift. Yeah, yeah. Show me your gift. If it's gonna happen, that's prove me that you're serious.
For free?
I didn't say for free. I'll give you $10 just to it's just symbolic.
I don't know. You just gotta give me a text, okay?
Give you what?
A text, because $10, that's nothing.
How much? Tell me how much.
How much you doing to me?
To show me your pussy right now, how much do you want?
Oh, you gonna see that when you do that, but like for my text, how much you want to be?
You tell
Because
me.
they're small, anyways.
You tell me how much do you want to
You
show me
tell me, and I'm gonna show you.
$20 to show me.
I thought you wanted to see the pics right now. Pics.
Okay.
Fair use, everyone. Fair use.
$20.
Mm-hmm. Very good.
30.
Come on. Wait.
Because I know what you're gonna do if I show you, so we gotta go look.
What am I gonna
You
do?
gonna get off for
It's hard anyway. Regardless, I'm not gonna touch you without your consent.
Oh no, I ain't talking about touching me. I'm just saying
Yeah, I'm gonna do.
it. Okay. I say 30. You can see them. You want to see?
I wanna see pussy perfectly.
Oh no, that'll be more. Here you go.
I can't see anything.
You gotta turn around.
Oh,
The young woman you just saw in the clip, her name
Yeah, so you heard it, Mule? Let me just Okay,
I
so
heard it,
basically
but what was she saying?
okay, I knew you couldn't hear it. There I feel like I didn't share the audio for some like I don't know how if there's a way you do it. But
The
hold on.
audio was there, it was just low.
Right, because I feel like it was playing from my mic. Like, you know what I mean?
Mm.
Like, I feel like because I'm listening to it on the TV, but it should have been playing from the actual, screen. But I think it was picking up from my mic because I have like an external mic. But Yeah. So anyway, he was saying, can I eat your? What is it gonna take for me to eat your pussy? For one, he had the child locks on, so she couldn't even get out the car. And oh my god, hold on, yo. And then okay, so then she's like, oh right now, and he's like, yeah, right now, just put the seat back or something like that. And she's like, well, I can't. I gotta go to work, but you got my number, right? Because when you get a cab, I guess he has your number. So basically, he's like, she's like, I can't. I don't have time. I have to go to work. So he was like, well, well, just show it to me. I'll give you $10. But he had her locked in the car the whole time, and
My
he's just
God.
pursuing her. He would not take no for an answer. But she had to basically act like she was gonna meet up with him later because she was scared.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why y'all couldn't hear it though, because that's dumb. Hmm.
No, I could hear it, but I just was trying to understand what she was talking about.
Mm-hmm. Um. Yeah, but I'm
But
saying that
he is
because I feel like
disgusting for even having her locked in a locked car. And was he an Uber driver other than a cab driver?
the yellow cab. Yeah.
Yellow cab can lock the doors and you can't get out?
Well, I think they be having police type cars a lot of times.
Damn, that's dangerous.
Mm-hmm. What say you, Mimi? Because how are the cabs in New York?
Um, there's like one service that I use. Sometimes they use their own car and then they just put the sign like in front of the, their windshield of the company that they have. Um,
Mm-hmm.
but like one thing I do, like if I do have to take a cab, I always call the same company. And then what they do is they text you the name of the driver, the license plate, the color of the car, all of that stuff. And I always tell them to open the window.
Right.
I'm like, roll down the window. Because God forbid if something happens, like with that child lock thing, I could always put my hand out. Like, I always think like that anyway.
Yeah,
Even
me
though I have
too.
all the information, I always
Mm-hmm.
tell them, before I even get in the cab, I'm like, you need to roll down the window.
Yeah, and they have this app where basically it's like a button and you put your finger on it and if or I might be saying it wrong, but I think it might be you either have your finger on it and if you keep it on there until you're home because it's tracking your location. So if you end up letting go of the button, it'll alert someone or call 911.
Hmm.
Mhm. There's a lot of apps like that though that that you can have your location or like for Uber drivers, like stuff like that, where people see your location or like where it alerts someone if you
Right.
press something. But can y'all see if y'all hear this now? Because I want to see if it's playing from
Okay.
the thing. So y'all don't hear it?
No.
Okay. Damn, that's weird. Okay, I'm gonna play it again real quick because I'm gonna put the mic up to the screen because
Okay.
Mule didn't hear it. Mule, you there? Mule?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. You heard me, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, oh God.
Ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
What does it take for me or for you? Just give us.
For me or you to just eat your pussy? I don't know.
Yeah, really. You just see like for 5 minutes. Make you feel good.
I mean, that's what you want to do?
In the parking lot, no making sense.
In the parking lot? When?
Right now.
Well, I have to go to work.
I think 5 minutes. Trust me. 5 minutes.
No, not right now. I need to get ready for work.
And you don't have to do anything. Force you. Just suggesting.
I mean, you still have my number, right?
Yes.
I mean, just give me a text and I will let you know, okay?
You're not gonna let me know. If it's not gonna happen now, you know, you're gonna think about it. If it's not gonna happen,
It's gonna happen
sure. Why do you say that?
because it's been a while.
Yes, I know. You know what? You know what to prove me it's gonna happen? Just show me your pictures.
Hmm,
Yeah, show me your pictures. If it's gonna happen, that's prove me that you've seen this.
for free.
I can say for free. I'll give you $10 it's just symbolic.
I don't know. You just gotta give me a text, okay?
Give you what?
A text, because $10 is nothing.
How much? Tell me how much.
How much you willing to pay?
To show me your pussy right now, how much do you want?
Oh, you gonna see that when you do that, but like for my text, how much you want to pay?
You tell
Because
me.
they're small, anyways.
You tell me how much you want.
You tell me, and I'm gonna show you.
$20 to show me.
I thought you wanted to see my text right now. Yes.
Okay.
How much?
$20.
30.
Come on. 20.
Because I know what you're gonna do if I show you, so we gotta go up.
What am I gonna do?
You gonna get on card.
It's hard anyway. Regardless, I'm not gonna touch you without your consent.
Oh no, I ain't talking about touching me. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I'm gonna do.
Okay.
Right?
I say 30. You can see him. You want to see?
I want to see pussy for 30.
Oh no, that'll be more. Here you go.
I can't see anything.
You gotta turn around.
The young woman you just saw on the clip, her name is Daishiana. She was in Dallas.
Yeah, so did you hear it that time? Mimi, could you hear it better?
Yeah, I heard it better.
Yeah.
All right, wait. I want to ask for better clarity. So, y'all seen where she was locked in the car?
Yeah, she couldn't get out.
She
She
tried
said
to get
it. She
out.
wrote it on the thing. Yeah, it says it right here on this caption.
I left my camera here.
Today I
So then why
experienced the
she?
scariest thing.
So then why she showing her titties then?
She didn't. She said she felt like she couldn't reject him because he had her locked in. This is what it says right here on the screen. She wasn't showing him her titties. She was saying that she would. Or maybe she did, I don't know, but she felt like she
No,
couldn't
because
reject
she
him because
pulled
she
them
was
out.
scared. It said that she was hold on, it says that she was scared because women have been losing their
Yeah.
lives
No,
or
no,
getting
no, no.
hurt.
I'm not talking about what she wrote afterwards. I'm talking about how she see. This is the thing though. Like I get what she
That's what it
wrote
says. That's
and
why
all
she
that, but
did it. What do you mean what she
right,
wrote
but
afterwards? That's why she said she did it.
because we're talking about what she did. She showed him her
Right.
titties for $30. So
No, she
I'm
didn't.
just trying to.
She didn't say
Yeah,
she
what?
showed her titties for $30. But
Yes, she
either way, it
did.
doesn't
She just
matter.
don't.
I just told you. She said she felt like she
What
couldn't
you
reject the
mean
man.
don't? Wait,
Why
what
are
you
you
mean it
yelling?
don't
Calm down,
matter?
because I can't hear you. We can't hear both of us. So let me finish.
Well,
Listen,
you not
she
letting
didn't
me
say
finish.
that.
You
But
keep
either
coming on
way,
the
can
counter.
you please be quiet? Like I'm trying to finish, and then I'm gonna let you talk, and then I'm gonna listen. Okay? So she didn't. Either way, she said that she didn't feel like she could reject him. That she was scared for her life because the doors was locked. So she wanted to play along and act like he had a chance to see her later, which is what she did. Why do you think she was recording it? Okay, what's up?
Okay, so I must be deaf then or dumb because she pulled her titties out and told him to turn around and look. So
You
if you
saw
in that
that?
distress, she said it.
She said
She told
something
him.
Did
about
you not?
flashing
Did you
one of
not
them
hear it?
strays.
No, I
Did
did
you
hear
not?
that, but she told him turn around, and he
Okay
was like, I
then,
can't see anything.
because he was looking through the rear view mirror. So she said, "Turn around so you can see them for $30."
Okay, but who cares? What is your point?
What
What's your
you
point?
mean? Who cares? What
What's
I'm
your
saying
point?
is, if you in so much distress, you going alone to where you gonna show your body parts for some
So what
money.
was she
So
supposed
I
to do
guess
with the door locked?
you ain't supposed to show your goddamn body for no $30.
Okay, so is he right by locking the door and like trying to pressure her for all that? Because he really coerced her and pressured her. Like he was asking multiple times, kept asking. So I guess she felt like she couldn't leave without at least showing a titty because he wanted to see her pussy. So do you get it or not?
Hey everybody, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Am I echoing?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Am I echoing?
No.
Okay. So, in regards to this subject, a lot of these guys don't seem to understand that when women are put in dangerous situations, sometimes women will play along with the situation to be able to get out of the situation safely. Yes, there
Exactly.
was a part where she, if you listen carefully, she said to him about, she was going to flash him her tits.
No, I did hear
Um,
that. But I'm saying, did we know that she actually did it for a fact?
Whether she did it or not is neither here nor there to me.
Right.
Being in a dangerous, vicarious position like that, you men are not in these positions where we're having to think on our feet in dangerous situations, is my point. I've been in a taxi years ago when I was how old was I? I was doing glass collecting. I must have been between the ages of 16 to 18. I had something similar happen in
Me
a
too.
cab, and it was a situation where there was like five of us in the car because we'd leave the bar. We were a group, but I was the last one being dropped off, and I had to work my way out of that situation to get myself out of the situation quick. Like,
Mm.
some women are going to say whatever it is they need to say to be able to get out of it. You're dealing with a locked car, a situation where this guy can turn around and attack you, and you're just trying to think on your feet in that emergency situation. Some of y'all are just some of you just don't get it because you're a man and you're thinking about, oh well, that's only $30. What she's trying to do is get out of the situation. She's trying to talk him around so that, hopefully
Who
that
He
said
he
can
can
only
leave
open the
who
so
said
door.
she can
only
walk away
$30?
because he has the door locked. And
Who
yes,
said
Queen,
only
I agree
$30?
because
So
I have had a similar experience as well in a cab. I've actually had two crazy traumatizing experiences in a cab in a Uber. So yeah, I understand. And with the door locked, he's asking to show her vagina. So obviously she doesn't want to show her vagina because that makes her extra vulnerable. And he might be able to do something to her. So maybe she was like, okay, I'll show you my titty. So he'll get off her ass and stop asking.
so you think you think he attack her for the pussy, but he won't attack her for the titties?
What can he do? What do you mean? Like, really?
Do you not
Wait, wait,
get
wait. So
this?
you
She's in
wait,
a
you gonna say
vicarious situation. She's trying to get out of it any way she can. She's trying to
so? Do you
think on her
offer
feet. Some
so? Do
things
you
aren't
offer
logical in
to
that
show him that for
situation.
some money?
Some things are not logical in a situation where you're under threat, when you're in survival mode. Do
I
you
think
get that?
this whole thing is cap. I think she wrote that caption later. She wasn't stuck in that car. The doors wasn't
Yeah, of
locked.
course she wrote it
She
later. She
wasn't
didn't
in.
write it right then and there because she was scared. Like, I don't get what your problem is. Like, you don't think that
No,
this is true?
I
This
think you
happens all the
brought this
time.
up
Like,
and and you read too much into this. I think she's capping. I'm
no,
just gonna be
you
honest.
didn't read it at all. It has the caption right
I
there, and you
said
didn't read
you
any of
read
it.
it.
She said,
You
"Today
read
I
it.
experienced the scariest thing living in Dallas, Texas." So she was scared. Like, I don't know what you don't understand about it, but you didn't read it.
Like I
So
said,
that
you
was an issue for
scared,
her. She was
but you
scared. She
offer
said
up
he locked
your
me in
titties
his
for $30.
car. I tried to get his face the best I could, and that's another reason I guess she was trying to tell him to turn around because she was trying to record his face. But either way, like I don't know if she showed her titties or not, but I don't know if you're not getting it. No, he can't rape her with her titties out. Like even if he can touch her or whatever, that's not actually making her.
If he wanted to rape her, he can rape her if her pussy or her titties out. It don't matter. You said she locked in her car.
Okay, what is
So
your point though? What are you saying? Like, so you think
I'm
that
trying
there's
to
nothing
understand
wrong
what
with
you
this?
saying because you brought this up. I'm trying to say what you saying. What I'm
Yes,
saying
it's a
is
problem,
her
and you're
actions
saying it's
don't
not
show.
one. It's an issue, and you're saying that it's not a problem.
I don't. I think she's capping on this whole caption. Whatever
Okay,
she
Whether
well,
wrote
she's capping
afterwards.
on, listen, you don't have to
just
believe it
like
if you
nobody cares
don't
what you
want
think
Okay,
to.
anyway.
so all
She's the
right,
one that
that's
went
my
through it
opinion.
and
Like I
Who is
said, you
this?
experienced
say
it.
it's
Who's on here?
I don't even know who this emotional is.
Yeah.
well, you emotional. Ain't you emotional about it?
Yeah, I'm emotional right now because
Okay.
half of you degenerate assholes don't get the point. She's in survival mode.
You
She's
don't
trying
know
to
that.
figure
Do
out
you
a
know her?
way.
She's
Did you
trying to
know
You
her?
figure
can
out
you
a
read,
way.
bro, or you don't read? Because
Listen,
she
I ain't
said
got
that
Did you
time for
she
know
was
her?
in
bullshit with
survival
Did
mode.
niggas.
She said she was in one of the scariest moments of her life, and she did anything she could to get out of the car. Like she said, listen, I'm gonna read the whole thing. It says, today I experienced the scariest thing living in Dallas, Texas, using a supposed professional driver. In this world we live in, as a woman, we cannot reject a man because it usually results in us dying or getting seriously hurt. So today I uncomfortably had to go with the flow. He had me locked in his car. I tried to get his face the best I could. So what's the problem? You don't get it? Why do you think if she was actually trying to do something with him, do you think she would show this? She showed it because that's what she had to do. That's what she had to do to get out of the situation. If she was really prostituting or whatever, why would she record it and then put it online? No, she felt like she was in danger, which she was. Because this man is on a job. I don't hear anything. Is anybody there?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, Mew, you gotta get a profile picture or
Okay,
something so
I'm
we can
sorry.
tell it it's you.
Yeah, it's me. I'm sorry. I'm
Yeah.
almost home. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, no problem. Okay, so
No,
I
but
guess he fell off.
do you want to put another video? I'm listening, but the sound is I felt like I was going in and out.
Oh, okay. No, not specifically, but did you hear that dude just now, Mule?
Yes, I have a lot to say about that topic, but I
Yeah,
can't say
I
it because
know.
I'm in front of these mechanics.
Right. Yeah, no problem.
Give me
But
one
yeah,
second.
I'm really
If
sick
y'all
of
can
that.
keep it
Like,
going for me for like 5 minutes, less than 5 minutes.
no problem. But yeah, y'all, I'm really sick of that because it's like they want to do and say, and this is Kiara, right?
Yeah,
Okay. Yeah, so they want to, you know this already, but they want to do and say anything they can to not only just absolve the man, but also make it the black woman's fault. Like the first thing out of his mouth was, "Well, why was she showing him her titties for $30?" Like, really? Like he didn't read the caption, he didn't know the context, anything. Like, I'm just really sick of it.
yeah, they really don't get it. But they'll be the first ones to
Yeah.
tell you, well, why can't you understand from a man's point of view? No, bitch, why can't you finally understand from a woman's point of view? Oh, that's right, because you don't want to, which
See,
is
women are
perfectly
empathetic.
fine,
Women
but
can
don't
understand because women are
yes.
empathetic. Like we
Yeah,
don't
and we
just
do.
right, exactly. We don't just go through life like not giving a fuck, just dismissing everybody's trauma. Like y'all literally will see something like this and then say, "Oh, well, she shouldn't have showed her titties. How was she in danger if she showing her titties?" Like I
Because
can't.
she's
Like
scared. Do you not
and
know
locked
what
in the
being
car,
scared is?
and
And
he's
I'm like, I
keeps
guess since
asking
you
her to
walk
show.
around in this world as a man, you don't get scared, right? Sure. Okay.
Yeah, but he doesn't have to get scared like us because he doesn't have men harassing him for sex like women do. So they can't relate at all. It really like it is annoying and it's like fake and disingenuous. And I don't know, like women, we just gotta like really arm ourselves and I understand
Yeah,
because even Bomb was saying how she feels like she has to give people's her number, and a lot of women feel like that. Like you can't even say no to these niggas because they don't care. You'll be with three little kids with you in a stroller, and they'll still approach you. Yeah, but I don't know. Like,
Yeah, they will. I'm like, and it's complete. I don't care what anyone says. It's complete bullshit. Like they don't understand. Like, no, they do. They just don't want to give a shit. They don't care. It's just plain and simple. They don't care because this
no,
stuff
they
I
don't.
haven't been through, and yet I could completely understand. And you don't
Right.
get me wrong. I've been through quite a few of them, but there's some of them I don't. I've never experienced at all, but I can still sympathize.
Right.
Mm,
Well, I've actually. Go ahead.
I would say like I can
Oh, I
sympathize,
thought
so there's
somebody
no
else.
excuse. No more. Oh, I didn't know if there's
Oh no, I
anybody else,
thought
but yeah,
somebody else
there's.
was about to say something. But yeah,
Um,
no, I've had similar experience like that. I've actually had an Uber driver grab my titty in a car. Like literally. And that's the thing, like these dudes don't care. Like they're working for somebody else. They're driving for someone else and they still do shit like this. That's why it really pisses me off when we have dusties and girls, females say that, oh, that doesn't really happen, men are not beating up women for their numbers. They actually are though. They're biting women's eyes out just because they rejected their alcohol. Like they don't want to let them buy their alcohol. Like they are dangerous, and we're actually seeing a lot of this stuff play out because why would he ever have the door locked? Like that makes no sense. Yeah, like he's a predator. Like you're not supposed to. You're not the cops. You're not supposed to have your fucking doors locked in a cab. The hell? But yeah, I just can't stand it.
yeah, they really don't get it, and they'll be the same ones to say, "But I'm the good guy," and turn around and say some shit like that.
Right. Exactly. Well, there's no way you
And
can be a good guy and ever say anything like that. Like,
there's no such
because
thing
for
as a
one,
good guy. That's some shit that
what?
they made up eons ago. There's no such thing. Because we
Mm-mm.
all can clearly see that there are those of them that actually do the acts, and the rest of them just pretend like it's not happening, and they don't see it,
Mm-hmm.
and they're very dismissive.
Yep. Or they just flat out deny it and lie about it.
Yeah, you just say it's not true and just move
Mm-hmm.
on. So no, I'm like I don't believe in that. Oh, there's this good guy. I don't know what you're seeing, but no, that's not out there. And I've
No.
been looking, so no, and my
And that's the
eyes are
thing.
pretty
Like,
wide
if
open.
there's
So
so many good guys, how are women just always choosing wrong? Like, no, we're not dumb.
exactly, it's a number of probability. So
Mm-hmm.
and we're pretty logical thinkers, so that doesn't add up. That doesn't make any damn sense.
No, not at all. I just was not expecting. I don't know why I wasn't expecting it, but I wasn't expecting some dude to come up and say that. Like I didn't even know who he was, like, or that he was on the panel.
I'm surprised. They normally don't say nothing, but I bet you that's probably what they're thinking when they see this stuff. Just
Well, it
making
might
up
not be.
just making up excuse after excuse after excuse, but somehow magically it's not all men. If you're all making excuses, then who's the real monster here?
Right. Well,
How's
that's what I
anyone
said.
gonna know anything if you're all making excuses?
The other day when we were on that panel, a guy had came up and he was defending something. Oh, it was the preacher situation when he was trying to say that she did something or that the preacher had was justified in doing that. Like it doesn't matter what the situation is. They don't care. They think that they're always justified in doing the shit that they do. Because even him, he just tried to blame her and say that, oh, I think that's Cap. I think she wrote that caption afterward. She did. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? How is that relevant? Like,
Not only that, can we cut the bullshit about 911? First of all, 911 is not going to sit there listening to a conversation. They actually want an actual emergency. To them, that wouldn't be considered an emergency.
right? What do you mean
And
911?
not only that,
One,
that's what somebody said in the chat. She should have called 911. A guy, that's what he said. Like 911's not gonna, they're gonna listen, but they're not gonna do anything unless the guy tries something. That's what 911 is for. It's for an emergency. At that
she
point, he
was
was just
smarter by doing
talking, but
what she
she was
did.
still threat. Exactly. That's what I was about to get to. I was saying because social media has a better reach. Being on
Right.
live, whether we like it or not, has a way better reach than calling 911 now.
Mm-hmm.
Because then you got
Yeah.
thousands of people who saw this shit. So good luck trying to lie your ass out of it.
Right.
and 911 calls can be scrubbed and all that shit. You got people who probably posted, reposted, shared it. Good luck. You ain't gonna be over there saying, oh well, she just making it up. It was an exaggeration, or she misunderstood me. No, because she's got it on live and everybody's looking at you.
Right, and you were pestering her, trying to coerce her into letting you. She already said no, she had to go to work, but you just kept trying. And now she feels like she has to give you something just to get out of the fucking car, because now she's relying on you to open the door because you got it locked. Like, I just don't get this. Like, I just don't understand why people are so dismissive. Like, they really hate black women. And I need black women to really realize this. They really don't like you. They hate you. And when they see you get victimized, they think it's okay.
Good morning, ladies.
Good morning. Who is that?
This is me, Incognito.
Oh, hey sis. How you doing?
I'm good. I had to. You know what? The men don't really. I'm trying to give them a little bit of grace because they don't understand what a woman feels when she is trapped in a situation like that, and because they've never experienced it, they don't they don't understand the horror. At the same time, you're trying to keep your cool. You trying not to get hurt. You try not to get raped. They don't understand all the emotions that are going through your mind at that moment.
Right.
And I just wanted to share a situation, and I hope that guy is still listening. I hope he's still listening. That I put myself in, and I even to this day I still blame myself for putting myself in that situation. But luckily, it came out great. Now, this was in the 90s, and this was before the time everybody had cell phones. And so there was a guy that I had just met. I had known him, I don't even think a week and a half. And he kept pestering me and pestering me to come to his house. And I kept saying no, and I kept saying no, and I kept saying no, but he kept at me to the point where I said, okay, I'm tired. I'll come over for a little bit, but I'm tired. I just got off work. I want to come. I want to go home. I'm tired. I was still in my work clothes. I go to the guy's house, and I can't even tell you. I don't even remember the time. I don't even remember what time it was. I know I got there and the sun was still shining, but when I left, the moon was out. So I don't even know the length of time I was fighting with this dude. But I went in there, and from crossing the threshold of his apartment door, I was fighting this man off of me, trying to reason with this man. The first thing he said, well, what did you think you came over here for? And I said, I thought I told you I was tired. I was coming over here just to say hello or whatever and go home. In no way was I thinking I was required to have sex with you. I'm not even prepared to have sex. I just got off work. I have not even bathed. So at the same time, like I said, I didn't have a cell phone like this young lady had, but the whole time I'm praying. When I tell you, because I believe in God. I don't care what nobody else thinks. The whole time I'm talking to the Lord, and the whole time I'm trying to reason with this man. So I fought this man we wasn't fighting, but going back and forth, trying to keep myself safe, trying to keep this man from raping me. So this is where the men don't understand, is when you're trying to negotiate your safety, when you're trying to do the very best you can to get out of a situation. And I never called the police. I never did anything to this guy because I felt it was my fault for even going to his house. But in the end, y'all, after I may have been there an hour, I may have been there 2 hours. I don't even know the span of time I was there. But the moment I gave in to the guy, the moment I said, okay, look, do what you're going to do. Please just let me go home. The moment I gave in to the guy, he let me go. Well, get on out of here then. The very moment, y'all, he let me go. And I honestly, I'm not giving it to him. I'm giving it to God because that's who I was talking to the whole time. This man was saying so much stuff to me, I can't even recall what he was saying to me. I was so lined up with the Lord and praying for my life. I don't even know what this man was saying to me. I can't even remember the things he was saying. I zoned out on him. But at the moment when I realized he was not going to let me go unless I gave up something, that's when I gave up and that's when he let me go. And that's the end of my story. And I never put myself in a situation like that again. But I just want the men to understand, yes, she has a lot more tools available to her because that happened in 2022. But there have been multitudes of women this has happened to that didn't have 911 on speed dial or where they could dial 911. So just think about those women who have been in this situation where there was no cell phone.
And that's a lot more than this digital age, because
And
this
that's a
digital age is
thank you.
relatively new. It's new. So
Exactly.
don't try to pretend like
Exactly.
all of a sudden cell
All of
phones
a
was in
sudden, everybody has
1900.
right.
Cell
Everybody has
phones were
access.
expensive. People at the beginning, they were very expensive. If you weren't rich, you didn't have one. So no, please don't. It's the cell phones are relatively new. Yes, all there have
Yeah,
been probably millions of women, and they couldn't call for help. Now, what
that
you got
could
to
not
say?
call. That could. I was
What excuse you got for
exactly.
them? What
Exactly. I was
bullshit
trapped in
excuse
this
you got?
man's house. I didn't know where his phone was. I didn't know nothing. But again, like I said, I blame myself for putting myself in that situation because I already knew the answer was no, but I allowed him to convince me to go. And I've already told my 19-year-old daughter this story. I'm not sharing. I came outside, so I wouldn't share it in front of my two younger daughters, but I will be telling them when they get to that age how to avoid these situations.
Hey y'all, can
Oh,
you hear me?
absolutely, Candy. Oh, hey, Queen Cascade.
Hey, Queen.
So there's two situations in that regard that I've been through. One was when I was about between the ages of 11 to 13. And the other, as I was saying earlier, was when I think it was between 16 to 18. So the first one, yeah, I'm a child. I'm going on the way. I can't remember what hobbies, or I think I was on the way to some after school thing. Um, a guy that we know who used to be a family friend offered to give me a lift on the way there. And because he's been around the family, we've had lifts before. Do you get what I mean? I thought nothing of it. I've been with him on my own. I've been with this person, with my aunts, with my uncles. This person's attended family functions, basically to the point that we call this person uncle. At one point, I thought this person was actual family. Do you get what I'm saying? But it was just more
Yeah.
so a family friend. So he's offered to give me a lift down
What?
to wherever it was that I was going. So I've got in the car. Yeah. He's asking me about my day. He's asking me about my aunt, things like that. And then it started to get weird. Now, I was very developed when I was young. I was rocking double D's when I was 12 years old, basically in a size UK 14 as a 12-year-old, developing with batty and chest that I didn't ask for, but was blessed with. Yeah. So this guy starts to make comments about my chest, how grown I am, how beautiful I am. And I started getting this weird vibe in my stomach. And then he started going a different direction. And I was asking him basically, where is he going? Because that's not the path that leads to the club that I was attending. It got to a point where I felt so uncomfortable. And he started touching my knee and was rubbing up the inside of my thighs. And I was asking this person to stop. That when we got to a traffic light, I was able to jump out. I hit the ground. I fell. I got up and I ran. I ran as fast as my little legs could carry me back to the house and cried my heart out. Now, I didn't ask for that. That's a grown ass man. The second situation, as I was saying earlier, I used to work for a bar. I was doing glass collecting and stuff like that. We'd all go home in groups. The company that we were with
they'd set a certain amount aside for a taxi and we'd have to pay the rest. So there was like 5 of us in the car. I was the last one in there. And it got to the situation before pulling up to where I live. He stopped down the road from where I am, which is a very, very dark lane where there's no lights, where you can't see anything. And if you don't know there, then you're going to have issues. But because I know the area, do you get what I mean? But he stopped in such an awkward way that it wouldn't allow me to open my door. It wouldn't allow me to escape. And this is the thing with English cabs. There's certain cabs that as soon as you get in, the doors automatically lock. So like blue, I put a message in the chat earlier, because the back chat, because I wasn't sure about the situation when it comes to your cabs. But black cabs here, as soon as you get in, the door locks. And we have those which are supposed to be safety things, because people who are drunk will open the door, try to get in, try to rob the taxi drivers. Do you get what I'm saying? So I'm in the back of this car. This guy starts coming at me about how attractive I am, how he wants my number. He's not going to let me out until he gets my number. He reaches towards the back towards me. I get frightened. I pushed his hand away. Yeah, I'm telling him to open the door because I want to be able to get out. I can't get out on the side that I am, so I've had to move behind him to get out on the other side. This man is trying to grab me by my legs, and I can't get out the car because he's got that central, what do you call it, that central locking? Now, we're talking about early 2000s when this happened. And then when the other situation happened, that was like in the late 90s. I didn't even have a phone at that period in time. That period in time, it was phone boxes. Okay. So going back to the story that I was just saying, in the end, I had to smash the window in order to get out and climb out the back of the car window to free myself. That is some scary, scary shit, having to go through those things as a woman, being in survival mode. Now, bear in mind, I'm a grown-ass woman now in my late 30s. I was basically a child on the first time and teenager. Do you get what I mean? I wouldn't even call myself an adult at that point because of looking back at my brain and understanding the mindset of young people under the age of 25 with their brains not fully developed. But that is really, really scary situation to be in as a woman, as a young girl, as a teenager, thinking that you're supposed to be safe wherever it is that you're supposed to be traveling to, and that person that's driving the car is supposed to have a care of duty towards you to make sure you get from A to Z safely, and they go and do disgusting things like that. I was shit scared out of my mind. That girl was so brave. Like, I didn't even think at the time to even think of, obviously I've learned a lot since those situations, and obviously working in the professions that I've
Alexis?
worked in. Did you say something, Mill?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I've learned a lot since then, but I was so scared that I couldn't even get my brain to think properly at that age about what it was that I needed to do to get out of that situation. I was just trying my best to get out and stay alive. Now, if you're not a woman and you haven't experienced that, then you can turn around and say it's cap all you want. We're women. We get hit on just because we're female, because we're women, because we have batty and chest, and because some of you emotional dust mites out there feel to abuse and take advantage of those situations and don't give a fuck whether what happens to us going there or back. Like, it's really hard today being a lady and knowing that you can't even get into a taxi and relax, that you always have to have your head on swivel or carry something or do something to be able to get yourself out of situations. Like, I'm at the point now where it's like I walk around with a GoPro. I've got a miniature GoPro, a session, which my daughter carries around, because there's just been too many situations, and people talk about phone and this, that, and the other. And don't get me wrong, I'm glad the young woman was able to record it. Do you get what I mean? At the same time, people forget about trying to call the police and you're trying to video record what's going on for evidence, because if it does end up in court, usually, unless that person's got a camera or some kind of video evidence, it's your word against theirs about what took place. And we're in a patriarchal society. And for a number of years, up until the Me Too movement, which we're still having issues now, it was a case of men were more so believed over women and young girls, and turning around and saying that we're crazy and that we're out of our minds. Those things never happened. So there was a lot of men that got away with a lot of shitty things that you don't realize, that are walking around, like silent, dormant predators out there, because half of these guys don't even get caught. Like, I'm at the point now where it's like, there's been so many things that have happened to my daughter, and she's 15 years old over the last few years since she's developed, that I have to
Mhm.
do everything. I can't
Absolutely,
settle
Queen.
until she is home in my care. I am watching her GPS. I am checking on her in school because, I'm not going to pretend that
Mhm.
these teachers aren't predators in school. I put safety code words and numbers in with my daughter. So if shit pops off at school and she needs to contact me, we have a list of numbers, a list of words, a list of, that she can quickly type into emergency text and just send it. And I will be right there in a hot second. Do you get what I mean? And I've put the
Yes.
GoPros into place because, like I said, as a woman being in a situation, you don't know what's going to happen. So sometimes you need to be able to call the police, but you want to be able to record the situation as well because of what's going on. So it helps having a miniature GoPro that is handheld size, so that I can quickly press the button and it starts recording automatically away. And then I've got my other hand free to be able to call the police, call emergency services. But remember something, emergency services are busy. We've gone through a pandemic. Now I'm in the UK. Sometimes it can take, I remember there was a situation a few years ago where a woman got attacked. Do you think I could get through to the police? By the time I got through to the police, the situation was over. By the time the police actually arrived, it was 3 hours later. When you call emergency services, you don't know if you're going to get through to them straight away. Like, y'all, like some of these dudes really, really, really don't understand. And then if you've got wives or daughters, you need to check yourselves about these things. Doesn't matter whether she said she was going to accept 30 or 10. She's in survival mode, trying to think her way out of the
Exactly.
situation so that she can get home safe to her pitney. Bear in mind, in that video, I don't know if people have seen it, but there's a bit that she spoke about before about the fact that he'd picked her up to take her to Walmart. Yeah, she'd been to Walmart, did her shopping. He dropped her there to go and drop off her shopping, and she'd got back in the car because she needed to do something else. I don't know if it was going to work or whatever. That man knows where she lives. I don't even take taxis now directly to my home. Yeah, because you don't know if these taxi drivers are going to come back in the middle of the night and try to do something to you. I've seen so many situations on social media where young women have been dropped home, and then in the middle of the night, they've woken up and the taxi driver's looking through their window or has climbed through their bathroom or broken in. Y'all don't seem to understand that we are constantly every day under attack and not able to really rest in our feminine, not able to relax. Like the other day, I was out Thursday. We went to go to a concert. My daughter's turning around to me and she's like, Mom, chill. Mom, chill. I can't chill. I'm putting on a brave face that I'm fine, but on the inside, I'm having to scope out situations. I'm having to say to her, if this situation happens or it pops up in here, or there's a stampede, there's an exit there, there's an exit there, there's an exit there behind you. Remember those things. If we get lost for whatever reason, remember where Birmingham Coach Station is. Come meet me there. Do you get what I'm saying? Half of you dudes have no idea what we go through every day just for being a woman. So y'all need to check your fucking selves and step back instead of saying cap, 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 cap. You don't know what it is to walk down the street every day and being accosted by men. While I've been on the stream, although I was quiet earlier, I was shopping. Yeah, I'm going in and out of shops. So there's classical music and there's all kinds of music and sounds going off. Yeah, I've put myself on mute. I've been approached 10 times in less than an hour by different men and had some dirty old man looking at me, licking his lips, going, yes, you're a nice young thing. Wagwan, mommy.
I'm sorry.
I'm minding my business. Okay, let me stop before because I can rant and rave about these things, but I really don't like seeing women being put in these situations. Yeah, the taxi
Yeah.
driver had a duty of care to get her to A to Z, and that was it. Not all the shit that happened in between. She did what she needed to do, and I respect the fact that she was able to get out of that situation. Because people remember something. There's a whole heap of women missing that don't get out of those situations that are never seen again. We've got hundreds of thousands of women, black women and girls missing that have never been seen again. This is how half of these kidnappers get away with these situations, transporting women across lines. Half the time, it's these fake ass taxi drivers and taxi drivers that are doing it because they know that women are in a vulnerable position once they get into that taxi. I don't talk. I put myself on mute.
But you men that are listening, I hope you guys do what Queen said about survival mode is so freaking true. When a woman's mind goes into survival mode, you there we may say some things that sound like we're going along with the plan. What we are doing is trying to survive. And women, y'all, I've always been a tall
Did you call
person.
me?
I've been tall since I was, like Queen said, at a young age. I never have ever looked my age. Never in life
How tall are
have I.
you?
I'm 5'9".
Okay, I'm
But
like the same height.
yeah, but I've never looked my age. I was tall as a kid. Always, there was one girl that I can remember in elementary school that was taller than I was. So we are the kind of women that have never looked our age. We have bosoms. We
Mhm.
developed. I have an 11-year-old right now. She's 11. You could not tell me. You cannot look at this child and tell me that she's 11.
Right.
So there have been, I remember there was times my mom had to explain, look, my kids are not small kids. Arguing with, because I'm from Dallas, arguing with bus drivers about us paying kids fair because we didn't look like kids. We looked like
Right.
kids if we
Mhm.
opened our
It's just
mouths, but
right.
we didn't physically look like small children.
Mhm. Yeah, exactly. I was
And
always tall too.
yeah, so
So,
you
mhm.
have to consider that. And my 11-year-old, she's, oh my gosh, she is so, as a woman, I can say, yeah, she's a fine little girl. But I
Mhm.
have to remind people she's 11. She's not 15, she's not 16. And even ladies, girls that age don't have no, shouldn't be harassed.
Right.
But men have to think, like she said, when you have daughters, just like she said, my daughter is 19 now. She's away at school. Right now, she's in Austin visiting a friend. So I'm tracking her every move.
Mhm.
I'm tracking her every move while she's in Austin visiting a friend, making sure she's okay. And like Queen said, I cannot go to sleep until I hear my child's voice, knowing that she's in her dorm room, knowing that she is safe. My soul cannot rest until I know that my child, or I can see that my child is in her dorm room. Men, y'all have to do better. You cannot think every woman wants these advances. You cannot think every woman wants to sleep with you. You cannot think like that. You will have children one day. You will have daughters one day that will have to deal with men when you're not around.
Yeah, I totally agree. I totally agree. And I do think that men do think that every man that approaches us that we're just like we're accepting these advances, and no, like no, it's a
No,
problem.
it's a real problem. It's a real problem. And
For
a
one,
few
like
years.
they'll
Oh, go
say
ahead.
that and let me just say real quick, they'll say it was justified because she had this on, so she had to want the attention. She was wearing a skirt, so she had to have wanted somebody to come talk to her or lock her in the car. That's the type of stuff that they say. Like,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
but go ahead, I'm
I
listening.
even I even with my 11-year-old, because she's so shapely, I have to monitor what she wears. I
Right.
monitor what she wears because I don't want her to get, and I just don't want her to get attention that she does not want, that she cannot
Mhm.
handle. And it
Mhm.
doesn't even matter because I've already had a man making an inappropriate gesture with her,
Mhm.
um,
Mhm.
and she had on jeans. She was fully
Right.
clothed, t-shirt and
Yes,
jeans,
exactly. Mhm.
t-shirt and jeans. So
Right.
it doesn't matter what we wear. It does not
Exactly.
matter.
Mm-mm. You can wear a full bodysuit and a hat and scarf, and they'll still make advances if they see
Thank you.
one
You can
little
be
bump.
in full ski gear.
Here, yeah.
Yeah,
If they see
you
one
can be
little
in
bump,
full ski gear and they
if they
make
see one little
advances.
bump, they see one little womanly curve, then they're gonna stop.
Exactly. Exactly. And women, men when I tell you, you guys, did the guy that trapped me in his apartment that time, he was a very small frame guy, muscular guy. He was very muscular. I could tell he worked out.
Hmm.
But even me being this, and I was tall, I'm taller than he was.
Right.
And to this day I can't remember this guy's name. I'm telling you, I don't remember this guy's name, but I could tell you where he lived,
Hmm.
but I don't remember his name. And I may not even, I think I've even blocked out his face.
Well,
But go ahead.
no, go ahead. Sorry.
But I
Sometimes
was
that's
just,
sorry, I didn't mean to cut you. I was just gonna say that's sometimes the brain's way of dealing with trauma sometimes is to block certain things out that your brain can't handle.
Yeah, I forget a lot of stuff.
yeah,
It's like
I
memory
can't even,
repression.
I don't think I could I don't think I could pick that guy out of a lineup today because I have blocked him. I don't even remember his name. That was the craziest thing. I can't even remember the guy's name.
Hmm.
Hmm. Well, like, well, you're saying height, but yeah, height really doesn't mean anything because I was in an Uber and I have this like story reminding me of that too. And this little Indian guy, I told him I wanted to cancel the ride, and he pulls onto the highway and would not get off. So I'm like, I open my door and I just leave the door open, and he's like yelling, screaming, close the door, close the door. I'm like, no, let me out. What the fuck? Like I told you, I'm leaving. Like I'm canceling the ride. And he's like, close the door, I'm gonna call the cops. I'm like, please call the cops. Like, what do you mean? Like, so he calls the cops and they're like, you have to let her out. Like, what do you mean? You can't you can't keep her in the car. She ended the ride. And he's like, so he pulls onto the highway, like right off the shoulder, and drops me off. Like, right. Well, actually, like, I get out the car and I get my stuff, and he throws an unopened can of Red Bull at me. Like he pegged it at me, and that shit hurt. And he was a little ass dude, and he was just so angry and aggressive. Like I was really scared. Like, so height really doesn't matter. Like, because they know that
It
they're
doesn't.
stronger.
And looking at this guy and looking at me, you I felt like maybe I could fight this guy, but
Hmm.
this guy pinned me up against a wall and I could not move. He
Hmm.
pinned me to the wall and I could not move a muscle. And I learned in that moment, no ma'am, you are no match for this guy. You are no
Right.
match. You are no match.
Well, the situation that I had that was similar to that, the guy, he was like pinning me down with one arm and trying to pull my pants down with the other. But I didn't let him, like, eventually I did get out, but he did not stop. He tried the entire time until I eventually got him off of me. And like that shit was very scary and traumatizing. Like it was exactly very similar to your situation. Like we were in his place and I thought we was cool, like we used to hang out with the same group of friends. So, I didn't think, it would be like that.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, they. I mean, eh, eh, he just. I mean, I just couldn't. I couldn't fathom from the conversation we had how he thought I wanted sex
Right.
to that 15-minute conversation we had before I actually got to his place. But yeah, he. I never went to another man's place ever. I never would let a man trap me like that. Well, I take that back, my husband, but I
Right.
was much older and much smarter.
Right. Well, exactly. Like I feel the same way. Well, I was young too, though. But yeah, I don't even put myself in those situations. I mean, I'm in a relationship, but exactly. Like if a guy hits you up at a certain time and all that, just don't go. Just don't go. Especially if you don't want to have sex or do anything. And even if you do want to have
Yeah,
sex and you change your mind when you get there, you might change your mind. Just don't even go because
just don't
they
go.
they really
Just don't
are.
go.
They really think that they're entitled to something, and
Yeah,
it's
just
really
don't.
not.
Yeah,
Hmm.
And just like Queen was saying about the what the brain does when you block. Y'all, I can't even tell. It wasn't a sexual hour. I know it was like 5 or 6 o'clock. Because I only worked at the movies, so I didn't work anywhere. Uh,
Right.
yeah, so I still had my movie uniform on, my shirt from work, and I told this guy I was tired. So like she said, when your brain blocks, I don't even know. I just know when I went into this guy's apartment, the sun was shining. When I
Mm-hmm.
left, I know it was very late at night. I just don't even know the amount of time that had passed.
Right. Well, no, I
That
can
is
definitely
such a
agree to
scary
that.
situation.
Well, yeah, the memory repression is real because I definitely repressed a lot of memories. I was in a DV relationship, and my boyfriend had asked me like, what kind of stuff did y'all like? What kind of relationship problems did y'all have? Like, what was the stuff that y'all would argue about? And I could not tell you if you wanted to pay me. I couldn't tell you. I just don't remember. Like, I couldn't remember why we would have arguments. Like, and how they would get so serious and violent. You know what I mean? And I'm not violent, like, you know what I mean. But
Exactly.
I'm gonna defend myself always.
But then, sis, there's a lot of when it comes to domestic violence relationship, there's a lot of them where it doesn't make sense because of the confusion of the
Yeah.
other person and the manipulation and the control that goes on. So it makes sense to me what you were saying. The other thing that I want to add is I think it was about a year ago. Some of you have heard this story before. My daughter just started back. I think this is a couple of weeks into after the pandemic, um, and the school reopening. She's walking home. Yeah, she's in a full school uniform because the majority of the schools here they wear school uniforms. There's only a couple of schools I think, and that might be Scotland where its own clothes. So she's got a full school uniform, tie, blazer, everything on. She's walking down the road, and this car is revving at her, speeding up and slowing down and revving at her. She drops a pin and she lets me know basically she's worried because she thinks this car is following her. So I'm tracking her movement. You know me, take off, put on clothes, jump, and me gone. I've got her on the actual phone because I'm concerned about her. So I've said to her to go to this specific public space because it's across the road from where she's heading towards, and to stay in that space because there's fishermen. Some of you have seen it when I've gone to one of the ponds, all the fishermen that are there, all the people, white people that are sitting around. It's a very public location. So if she goes missing, somebody's gonna see or hear her. There's only a couple of directions you can come from. Do you get what I'm saying? I didn't want her to cross over the road
Right.
because there's a specific part where you can disappear into this alleyway and nobody knows where you've gone. So I'm like, just stay there at the public space. I'll be there in a hot second. I'm on my way. So she sat down on a bench near these fishermen, and basically, I'm hearing as these guys have got out of the car, five of them, yeah, approached her. They're all jockeying for her attention. They're asking her her age. She's telling her that she's 14. These are grown ass men between the age of 18 to 25 who are approaching her, different ages, have surrounded her while she's sitting on the bench in a public space waiting for me. And I can hear what these guys are saying to her, how they're coming at her, trying to get her phone number. She's like, I'm a child. I'm in school. I'm 14 years old. Did you not hear what I'm saying? Do you get what I'm saying? So it got to a point of just before I got down there, they've jumped into the car and they've sped off. Now, bear in mind something else. She's gone to self-defense classes. I've taken her to kung fu. I've taken her to karate. I've even, we do things at home during the pandemic where we're practicing our moves on each other. My brother will put her into certain situations to get that practice in to see because he's built like a brick house. Yeah, he's a monster. He's like a mini Hulk. So because he understands about the things that I've been through and us as girls and the situations that he's had to protect us from, do you get what I mean? He tries to
Yeah.
do the self-defense thing with her to get her into a position so that she knows how to get out of certain situations. And he's been practicing with her for years. And still in that situation with those guys, her brain shut down because she
Hmm.
knows that she's supposed to take a picture of the car, take a picture of the people that are there, different identifying things. and I had none of that to go on. And even when I was trying to explain to the police, they couldn't do anything more because she'd gone into survival mode. Her brain had panicked. She didn't remember what the car had looked like. She didn't remember the numbers on the number plate. Do you get what I mean? So even over the last
Yeah.
how long, I've had to explain to her that no, we've got a deal in terms of one self-defense class, and she gets something that she enjoys in return. Do you get what I mean? Fun
Yeah.
activity or whatever. So she wants the fun activity, but she doesn't want to do the self-defense class. I had to remind her of recently what happened. Do you get what I mean? And say, look, I know you think you're ready for these situations, but you show me in certain situations that not that it's your fault, but you need more practice, baby girl. Do you get what I mean?
Yes.
Because your
Yes.
brain shuts down. I need to get you out of that panic mode and that survival mode. And the only way to do that is to continue doing the next levels so that you get more confident and better in those situations. But even though she's trained, you know what I mean? People assume like it's good to have these things under your belt: karate, taekwondo, self defense. I'm all for it. I'm all for CCTV and the bitch out of your place. I'm for having a weapon in every room. Now, I live in the UK. We're not allowed self defense equipment. So I have to be very clever and very smart about what I utilize as a self defense item that's also something else. Whether it's a glass nail file, whether it's a smoking lighter that's a fireproof wind blowtorch, whether it's a manicure set that's got a pair of scissors that I can stab you with. Do you get what I'm saying? I have to be
Yeah.
very clever about the things that I deal with for myself and for my daughter's protection. But the different things that have happened over the last how long have taught me a lot. But
Hmm.
what I'd recommend to guys out there is to train with your daughters, to train with your wives, to get them up to speed with certain things. Do you get what I mean?
Yes.
Like I was saying about the GoPro, everybody might not be able to afford a GoPro. I'm a photographer, I'm an artist, so I've had them for a long time. Do you get what I mean? And because of what was going on recently with the kids and these boys that are on these scooters attacking women, attacking single mothers, going past swiping their bags, I needed her to have something. So I've given her my miniature session. Do you get what I mean? Which she
Yes.
carries around with her, and at the end of the week, I download the information or whatever's on there. There are cheaper, more economic versions now that you can buy. Do you get what I mean? But I would recommend those to anybody because, like with the Session or the Pro, if you set it up, or these newer models that have come out that are a lot cheaper since, you can set it up so it's one click and it starts recording. Do you get what I mean? And it's very compact that
Yeah.
you can put it like my my GoPro Hero 5. I've sometimes put it down my bra to be able to get it into certain places for my safety. So if I need to put it out or somewhere else, you know what I mean, to be able to do what I need
Hmm.
to do. There's certain bags that I carry when I go on dates. In the past, I'm not dating currently, but you know what I mean, that would have
Yeah.
a hole in the side of the bag that I can put the GoPro there. So if any shit pops off, all I have to do is press a button. There are lockets out there that you can buy that are connected to different emergency services that you can put in like five different people to call in emergencies plus 911 with your information. Now I think on Apple, I'm not an Android user, but I know with Apple there's an emergency thing that you can press down on the home button for a certain amount of seconds, and then it will call emergency services and who's
Yeah.
in
Yeah.
your contacts. Do you get what I mean? So ladies utilize all these things. And then I know in certain parts of the USA, because we'll be doing some more on this in future streams, there's certain self-defense services and organizations out there that do home scenario, carjacking, home invasion training. Listen, get all that shit under your belt as far as I'm concerned. If you're in a financial position to do it, or if you're not, you know what I mean, put down your 50 cents, your $1 every week until you're in a position to be able to afford it. Well, it's time for women with everything that's going on, especially as we're heading for winter and we know the rates of domestic violence, SA, grape, and everything goes up, and women become more of a target. And for y'all, obviously, Thanksgiving and everything is approaching. Do you get what I mean? So just keep your heads on swivel. Stay safe, ladies.
That's all good information. All good information. And you are exactly right. Being a single parent, I mean, just the things that you go through. Um, you know that your neighbors know your moves, and They know that, they know when you come and go. And so I do simple things as I get out and open. I'm always the one at the door. I don't want them at the door first. Let me be the one at the door first, you know. And when I'm in safely, then you guys come on in. But it's just, it's so many things that women have to do. There was a story a few years ago in Houston. I've been in Houston now, oh God, a long time, and I can't remember how long ago this was, but it had to be the time when everybody had a cell phone. There was this young lady who was carjacked. She happened to be either one of the football players' wives or a basketball player's wife. But what she did when she was carjacked helped save her life. And I have never forgotten her story because it was such quick thinking she did. She just happened to hit 911 as these people were carjacking her. Hang on, this loud car is passing me. Okay, and what she did was as they were passing streets, she was calling out the streets. Why are you taking me to so and so? Why are you taking me here? So 911 was able to track her, by her calling out the streets, and they got her out of that situation because of that. I mean, it was just the quick thinking that she had. I just never forget that, because she was with a small child, if I'm remembering correctly, and they had carjacked her. And just by her just calling 911, she hit 911 on her phone and started saying, "Why are you taking me here?" And she was also at a Walmart. That's where they got her, from a Walmart.
I'm listening, Jesus. I'm just here stuffing my face and eating something.
Yeah. It's just, I just think it just really troubled me when I just heard these men saying what they were saying. And I was just like, wow, they just really do not understand how scary that is. That is so freaking scary. They just do not understand the fear that goes through a woman's mind when she's trapped like that.
I don't think they want to understand at this point. I think a lot of, I'm just saying, I think a lot of men are predators, and the other ones, they just don't even care. They think that, I don't know what they think, that we want this, or that we could have did something else to avoid the situation, anything, but they have no empathy or sympathy, and they don't even think that we're victims half the time.
Oh, something's just popped into my brain. Ladies, here's a good tip for you also to there's a whole phone voice message thing that I've got on my platform, but you can literally create it yourself. So it basically reads the script of somebody ringing your phone, you answering the phone, a male voice saying, "Where are you? How far are you away?" And you giving gaps in between that script so that you can respond. But it's also a safety tactic so that you can get out of the situation. So if you're a single woman, and you've got a brother or a father, or a good friend that can record that for you, so you can store it under emergency in your phone. So if you're in a situation like that, it can pretend to ring, so that person, so it acts as if that person knows that you're on your way. It might deter a predator. The other thing is, oh god, what was the other one? When you're having these conversations sometimes with these Uber drivers and these taxi drivers, don't let them know that you live on your own. Tell them that there's somebody at home that you're going to see. Don't let them know that you're single, that you're living on your own. Do you get what I mean? Because sometimes, like I said, there's been situations where women have gone home and there's a taxi driver being a peeping Tom, or coming to their house in the middle of the night. Do you get what I mean? Just do things in
Yeah, you
terms of
could always make it seem like
deterring.
somebody's waiting for you to
Yeah.
get to your destination.
Yeah.
Even if you get in the taxi and he's asking, "Are you married? Are you single?" Tell him you're married. Tell him you're engaged. Tell him you're a
Right.
mother. Tell him they've got kids. Tell him that you're
Yeah.
on the way to see whoever and there's people waiting for you. Just from a
Mm-hmm.
safety aspect of things. Don't get me wrong, it's good to be able to have conversations with people, but at the same time, this is the way sometimes that they get information out of you. And because we're so used to just being like, "Oh, yeah, I'm going to see such and such, and do, 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 and I'm going to party." You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's unfortunate. We should be able to just do that, but with everything that's going on in the world, and on my page, as Queen Cascade Soul Charger, and there's the Queen Cascade. There's some safety playlists with different tips and tricks and different things that you can utilize to maybe get out of different situations that you may be put in. So, ladies, you are free and welcome to download that information. Do you get what I'm saying?
Exactly. That is that's a good that voice recording. That's a good idea to have. I haven't had to use Uber in over a year now, but I
Mhm,
also know that I know Uber offers share a ride
mhm,
where you can share with people your ride.
mhm,
I had to do that with my daughter when she was working in high school. When I couldn't take her to work, when I Ubered her to work, I would always have her share her ride so I
mhm,
can see her moving towards the Wendy's, making sure she got there. And then I would call her
mhm,
while she was in the car,
mhm,
hey, where y'all at? Because it was a straight shot from my home to
mhm.
where she worked. So there shouldn't been any turns at all until she turned into the Wendy's. So
Yeah, I'm the overbearing mom that will go down to the taxi driver, look in his face, take a picture of the thing, and make sure that he knows my
exactly,
child better
exactly,
arrive in the same way that I left her with no issues in this car. Do I make myself clear?
exactly,
That's
absolutely.
like,
And let me tell you another thing that this is another way men should know that it's gotten bad out here. My daughter was a volleyball player. They had to at certain conventions. They had to make some of the restrooms when we would play in the convention centers were for players only. This is girls volleyball. So some they marked off certain restrooms that were players only, and they had people sitting there. So if anybody who tried to enter those restrooms, if they weren't a player, if they didn't have those
mm,
things, their uniforms on, they weren't allowed in those restrooms. That's how they had to start doing it, because you know how convention centers are. Well, in the U.S., the restrooms, one way is the women's, one way is the men's. So a man could easily walk into the women's side, undetected, because it's so much going on. Nobody's really paying attention, but they had to do this for the girls because a few conventions prior, they've had men sitting in the stalls waiting for these girls to come in and change, uh, change and use the restroom between games. And then we had to even stop. We have, there are certain players on volleyball teams that they played two positions. And the libero always has a different jersey than the rest of the girls. So the liberos would sometimes change because the girls all had on sports bras. The girls would sometimes change on right off the side and just switch shirts. We had to stop them. They couldn't do that. They can't do that anymore. They have to literally go in a restroom and change the shirts, because we had parents are there recording their kids, but they were also capturing these girls changing shirts, unintentionally or intentionally. But they had to even, the game is going. We need to switch a player to play libero. She's got to put on this jersey. And they used to be able to change right there on the side with no problem, but we couldn't do that anymore.
mm,
We couldn't. I mean, it's just the girls when they, the spandex that the players wear. If they are not playing, you must put on your pants. They
mm.
could no longer walk around the conventions in their spandex. So
It's
these are just little things that they had to do for girls, for little girls playing volleyball.
sad state of affairs.
Because it was so many predatory men in there who actually had children there playing volleyball, but
Mm.
they're busy watching other little girls, you know, in the wrong manner.
And this is the thing: people think predators, don't have children. Predators will access children. I keep saying to people, wherever children are, predators are around, whether you like it or not. You know what I mean? Even when it comes to
Absolutely, they
school,
are.
after exam, they're gonna go where children are, or make a way for them to be around children because of
Children,
you know
absolutely,
their predatorial nature. They're
absolutely.
looking for prey. You know what I mean? So I don't check with
Mm-hmm.
any of them, even down to schools. I'm very wary, and even with Lioness, I've had to have the same conversation because you she does a lot of gymnastics and stuff like that. She's self-taught and stuff, but the school have banned leggings and the sports bras now because of everything that's been going on recently. So they're having to wear like jogging bottoms and there's like a whole school uniform but in p version, and she finds it really restricting. She's not able to do certain things, but I've had to have the conversation with, in a gentler, lighter way for her level at this point in time, that there's a lot going on in regards to your safety as a young lady, and the way
Mm-hmm.
that certain things have happened with boys coming past the school, coming into the school, by situations where strange men have tried to break into the school to get to children. Do you
Oh,
get what I'm saying? So it's just like whatever needs to be done to be able to protect yourself while you're out of
mm-hmm.
my sight is what's going to happen. Because,
Yep.
Yeah.
and it's a
You
shame,
know,
but this is
yeah,
the state of play where we're in when it comes to our children. We don't want to have to do certain things, but if it comes to between that thing and their safety, safety first.
safety
You know
first.
what?
Exactly.
I love you ladies so much because Queen and Incognito, hey sis, oh my God. Y'all, I've just been listening and this is what we need to talk about. This is so informative because I've been through this. I think so many people been through this. Just hearing y'all stories, it's just trauma. It's so much fucking trauma. I remember I was maybe 12 and I had my school gym shorts on, right? They were kind of short on me, right? But I had a kind of a big butt, but I was slim. I was slim, but I always
Mhm.
had a big butt. And my dad sent me to the store. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear
Yeah, we
you.
can
Oh,
hear.
and man, it was some guys outside of the store, and in New Orleans, they used to wear these sewage and waterboard shirts, like get off of work and just stand outside the store and drink beer, right? One of the men, when I went into the store, I recognized him. He was one of my classmates' dads. One boy who I went to school with, it was his dad. So he spoke to me going in. He was like, "How you doing, baby?" I was like, "How you doing?" you know. And my dad had sent me in the store to purchase cigarettes. That this is back in the day when you went to the store with a note, y'all,
Hmm.
and you give the people a note, and
Girl,
they
we
give
didn't
you.
even need no note.
Girl,
Go
I
ahead.
mean, this is what I say in New Orleans, y'all. Listen, you could children purchase everything for their parents with a note. I get the people a note, and my dad always let me get like some candy or something. So I would go in the store, I would get my little candy, put it on the counter, and hand them the note, right? And they would put in the bag whatever was written on the note, right? So it could be cigarettes or whatever, alcohol, whatever. They put it in the bag, and I just put my like now laters or whatever kind of candy I was buying. And on my way out the store, y'all, the same guy who was my friend's dad grabbed me, like didn't hit my butt, like grabbed my arm and just grabbed my butt
Mm, mm, mm.
and said, "Girl, you some fine." And oh my God, y'all, I screamed and I got away from him. I dropped the bag. I run all the way home. I get home, I'm out of breath. Yeah, I'm crying. Daddy, just crying out of breath. So my dad's like, "What's wrong? Where the stuff at?" I was like, "I dropped it."
You left my
Y'all,
damn cigarettes.
y'all, I did not know. My dad had long sleeves on. My dad put a pipe under his sleeve, right? And so he comes back. He's like, "You gonna tell me what happened?" And I couldn't even talk. Still, I was like trying to breathe, because I had ran all the way there and I was crying. I was hysterical. So he says, and I told him, I said, "This man grabbed me." So he goes, "Okay, show me." So he make me walk back to the store with him. So I get there and I point the guy. I was like, "Him," but not this. All my sisters and brothers, everybody done followed us back to the store at this time. And I don't know why this device keep blacking out. So it's making me think you guys can't hear me. I don't know if
We can hear you.
okay, one second.
Can hear you.
So anyway, we get back to the store, and I point. That's him. And in the bag and stuff, the men actually had picked up the bag, and they were like, "Here you go, your stuff." So the man hands my one man, a different man hands my dad. He was like, "Yeah, she just ran off." And so my dad said, "Which
Mm.
one of them grabbed you?" And I said, "Him." So it's a friend of mine's dad, right?
Wow.
And I said, "He did." And he goes, "You grabbed my daughter?" And the man says, "Ain't nobody touched your daughter, man." And the next thing I know, my dad is beating the fuck out this man, like no questions asked. He's like,
Mm.
"You calling my daughter a liar?" And then my sister, after, let me tell you, so after my dad beats, my dad is covered with blood from his head, y'all, to his toes. He says they stopped whatever happened with my dad, but my dad's drenched in blood. We go home and I'm crying. I'm like so trauma because I just witnessed a really horrible shit, right? Now my sisters is talking shit, and one of my sisters tell me, if daddy go to jail for this shit, it's all your fault. You shouldn't have told him nothing.
Wow.
Mm.
Yeah.
Mm.
So my
Mm.
dad, he goes inside, he comes back, he says, "Listen, when the police come," my dad was a G, y'all. He a G. He said, "When
Mhm.
the police comes, tell him I'm taking a shower, I'll be right out." And sure enough, the police come. And in the meantime, between time while we waiting, one of my sisters tell me, if daddy go to jail for this, it's all your fault. And you gotta remember, I'm 12. After that, y'all, I almost got kidnapped. All kind of shit done happened to me. I never have ever went home and told my dad. And the
Told your
reason
daddy
for it
again.
is
See.
I
Mm-mm-mm.
know I have protection. I know I have people that's gonna come in for me. And the thing is, I've always had that in my mind. If they do something bad, like, okay, could I have just taken it this man grabbed me? Why was I so hysterical? You know, I don't know. It's like I don't know. And my whole thing is now, as an adult, even as an older kid, I wouldn't go tell. I really wouldn't because
That's sad.
he did go to jail. I mean, he got right back out. Let me tell you how the cool the police was in New Orleans behind stuff like that. They arrested my dad. I was fighting the cops that day, girl. I was trying to bite them and everything. They had to make my dad calm me down. They let my dad out of handcuffs to calm me and my sister. Me and my other sister, we a team, girl. I'm fighting these cops. I actually bit blood off a guy. So they let my
Ooh.
dad out the handcuffs to calm us down. And my dad was like, "Y'all making this shit way worse. Calm down. Go inside. Stop this shit. Call your uncle. Tell him to come get y'all." So we go inside. We
Mm-hmm.
do what he tell us to do because my dad didn't play. He was like, "It's not that big of a deal." Girl, less than 15 minutes, they drove my dad up the street and let him out.
Let him out.
Yeah, they drove. They had to, I guess, make it seem like he was being arrested. My dad
Yeah.
was back at the house in 15 minutes. But before that happened, I never forget my older sister saying, "If daddy go to jail, it's all your fault." And when he went to jail, y'all, I felt like shit. But from that time on, it's always been keeping secrets, not going back telling. Because if you tell and they go and react and they get in trouble, then I put them in trouble. You get what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? It's
Yeah.
like you damned if you do and damned if you don't. And people always say, "Why don't people tell?" Before that, I was the biggest tattletale. But that shit traumatized me. I almost got kidnapped, y'all. I was like 18. I walked to Blockbuster in Gentilly in New Orleans, on Elysian Fields. And I stayed in the house off of Franklin. And I cut through the streets. And on my way from going to Blockbuster movie, I don't know if y'all remember the video stores you used to could go to.
Yeah, I remember Blockbuster.
Okay, so I walked through this neighborhood, right? And a van pull up and pulls up and parked. It was at a corner. And so I was paying attention to that van. So I crossed the street to be away from that van. As soon as I got across the street to be away from that van, it was a guy who came from around that corner and just grabbed me. Yeah, and it was one guy came from behind me who grabbed me. And they was shoving me across the street back to that van. So they had this shit plotted.
God.
The
Mm-hmm.
only good thing I had going for me, y'all, was fucking mace. I sprayed that damn mace and it got back in my eyes, but I was running, y'all, running blind. And when
Baby.
I tell you, I was running and screaming. And this guy came and grabbed me again to put me back in that damn van. And a fucking black man, an old black man,
Mm,
came out
mm,
there and
mm.
stopped it. An old black man pulled up a gun and told him I was his daughter. I'd never seen that man before in my life.
What? Mm, mm,
The
mm.
fuck y'all doing to my daughter, nickel? That's what this man said. What the
Oh,
fuck y'all doing to my daughter, nickel? And
oh,
I just was hugging on that man like that really was my fault.
exactly, exactly. Because he saved your life.
He saved my life. That's why I say I can't on YouTube or no tube or Bluetooth or nothing I ever get on. Sit up here and just hate all men. Because guess what? God forgive me. I have had like the luck of the fucking Irish when it come down to it. When it come down to it, I've had horror stories, y'all. Like seriously, listening to Queen, men are vicious. They will do some underhanded shit to you, girl. These here was three damn grown men trying to kidnap me.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Do y'all know to this day I never told my daddy that? And I'm old,
Yeah,
y'all. I
yeah,
the things because and I'm not blaming my sister because I think she knew that our birth mom died and basically my dad is what we have. You know what I'm saying? And
yeah,
I think that that is the treasure of my dad, like keeping him out of having to defend us or stuff. I get where she come from with that,
yeah,
but I never went around saying like when somebody's trying to misuse me or kidnap me or nothing. I never go back and tell. I never, even to my husband. If I get
mm,
into it with a guy and my husband catch wind of it, he's mad. Like, why you didn't call me? And I gotta kind of be like, damn, why I didn't call you? I call a woman before I call them because I don't.
mm-hmm.
I know you're gonna overreact. I know you're gonna do something to defend me. And what if you go to jail and lose your career or go to jail? Now I'm here with my kids by myself. So
Yeah.
I really don't advocate for calling and telling people stuff. And I think I don't know. I go to
That's
therapy. I
because
might have to
your
talk to
sister
my
planted that
therapist.
seed. Your sister planted that seed, and and she wasn't trying to, but she planted that seed that you know it's your you can get them in deep trouble. They can go away for a long time because of something that happened to you. You know. So I don't think you,
Yeah,
like I
I
say, your sister
remember.
wasn't
She
trying to
told me,
plant
she
that
said,
seed,
it'll
but she
be
did.
all your fault. If daddy go to jail for this shit, it'll be all your fault. And I never forget them words.
Mm-hmm.
But what you've said, Mule, just reminds me in terms of and is it incognito? Is it
Yes.
incognito? That's been
Hmm.
yeah. Is that yeah? Your sister did sort of plant the seed, and this is something that I want parents to also be aware of. Implanting seeds in kids' heads because sometimes we'll be sitting there watching a movie or watching Taken, and even I've caught myself doing it, and I've had to get out of the habit of doing it. Sitting there and you're watching a film, and it's kind of like, if anybody ever did that to you, I'm gonna bust their ass. I'm gonna do such and such. I'm going prison. Okay, we need to, just in general, warning to parents: don't do that because well, if you've got that habit, try to get out of the habit of doing it because if something does happen, you've planted the seed that you're going to already get in trouble for a situation, and that may
Yeah.
lead to your child not coming to you about different situations. Try and make a safe space for your child to come to you about these situations and explain to them that
Yeah.
you're there to
But let me
protect
just tell
them.
y'all a different story.
Go
When I
ahead.
was 13, a friend of mine named Linda in the lower ninth ward, her mom's brother had got out of jail
Hmm.
and went to live with them. And I guess he was, I don't know, maybe the mom, she loved her little brother. She let him come live with her. The mom was at work. He brutally rapes her, right? The mom gets home from work, and she's in a closet wrapped in a sheet, bloody, right? Bleeding out of, her private because she was a virgin, and I think he also beat her up too, right? He's sitting on the sofa in their home, just watching TV like he didn't do shit. So the mom comes in, she looks for the daughter, she goes in the room, she could hear the daughter, she opens up her closet. My friend Linda's in her closet, and she's wrapped in a sheet. And her mom's like, what's wrong with her? So she's just crying. She was just hugging her mom. She was like, let's get out of here. Like telling her mom, let's go. He's still in here. So she says her brother's name. And this lady walks to the kitchen. Her brother's still sitting on the sofa like he did shit. And she slits his throat from behind. And that lady had to do 10 years in jail
Mm.
for killing her fucking brother, her blood brother.
Wow.
And I'm going to tell you, that's a true story. You could look that shit up.
Wow. Wow.
And when I tell you that was what happened with me when I was 12, I think that's a accumulation of things. Because then, through the most horrific thing, her mom wasn't there. She had to go live with her grandparents.
Yeah. Wow.
And this is the thing. Your grandparents kind of don't like you because you done took away their son. Your mom
Oh
killed their
wow.
son. You got to look at it. This is their son
That's
and
all.
daughter.
Yeah.
So it was a lot that at a young age I realized you should
Wow.
try to, it was just crazy. A lot of stuff I
But
went through.
her
Hmm.
mom, you know what? Her mom had in defense. I'm defending her mom 100%, and I know she did not want to have to be away from her baby for 10 years, but she made that decision in that second, and that was
She
her
didn't have no
brother, and
time.
she had
If
no
her brother
time.
had left the house, she would have had time to think. You see what I'm saying? But by him just
Yeah,
still being there, it was like in
and bold.
in
Look how bold he was.
yeah, he was that bold. And
He
you
was
sitting on
that
a
bold
sofa, and she just walked clean behind the sofa and did that.
and
You
cut
was
his
that
throat.
bold. You didn't think that girl was gonna say nothing. You didn't think shit was gonna happen. But I mean, I lived through things that didn't actually happen to me, but saw what could happen to me. And I keep a lot of people traumas too. A lot of that shit was so close to me.
Hmm.
But I'm telling you, every time people say, "Well, why you didn't tell?" Look at the shit that happens when people did
When
tell.
people do tell, exactly.
A lot of times, should you have told? You know what I'm saying? Like, couldn't you just eat that or suck it in or, you know
In
what
in
I'm
your
saying?
in your
Push
friend Linda's
through it.
case, no. In your friend Linda's case, no. And I can't even imagine having to kill my own brother. I can't even imagine that. I can't even come to a situation, even having
Me
children
neither.
now. But she made a decision for her child, and there is something about you having holding a baby in your womb, and you bring this baby forth into this world, and these demons attack. I 100% support that mother, and I would, I know that baby missed her mom for 10 years, but her mama had to make a decision, and she made it. She
She
made
made
it.
a snap decision and it cost her 10 years. But guess what? She was a model citizen and they let her out at 10 years. They did because she had that manslaughter charge. But I mean, I've seen like people go and say, tell, tell, tell. And then you tell. And then if you do have that protection, you got to also remember it's some shit that's coming with that protection. That protection
Hmm.
could be hell for you. And so I think that I hate when people try to blame kids like why you didn't say something. Maybe they kids that was cognitive enough to see other shit go wrong with other people and don't, because up until my sister telling me if daddy go to jail it's all your fault, I never thought not to tell. I was the biggest
Yeah.
tattletale, y'all. Like I would
Yeah.
tell on everybody. When my brothers didn't do good in school, I was the first one to come home and tell. I told, and I believe in telling, right? And I still kind of sort of 100% agree with telling. But I do want to say when people don't tell, is because they have
If
learned that there's repercussions
there are
sometimes with
repercussions,
telling.
yeah, there could be a major repercussion behind it.
Yes. Not
But
saying that you shouldn't and not put no blame on the person who tell. But I know my friend really, honestly, she really regretted telling her mother. She really did.
but here's the
Because she
thing.
went through a lot with her grandparents, and every time it was her uncle's birthday, they would throw a party or light
Mm,
candles for him. And you're in the house with them and your mama in jail.
for killing
And yes,
him,
yes,
for raping you. And see
for
that
raping you. It was a
and
it was a lot my friend went through. It was
yeah.
a lot, y'all. And she's still my best friend, y'all. She's still my best friend to this day.
Is her mom
Hmm.
still living?
Yes, that's my
Thank
homie,
God.
girl. Yeah. Yes,
And
she's that's my
I
homie.
just, I would, man, but as much as I love my brother, oh my God, the things me and my brother been through together as kids, and to think I would have to take his life, whew, that's a mental
This is
struggle.
why I tell people when their loved ones come fresh home from jail, don't let them in if you got
D-
kids.
Yeah, don't let them near.
I
Yeah,
don't care if it's your brother. I don't care if it's your daddy. Don't they? Because mentally they've been disturbed. Mentally they're not on society's page. I think it was a mental something that happened with that guy to think it was okay for him to come home and do that shit
to his own, and that's his
to his
niece. I
own
mean,
niece. Yeah.
he didn't even. You right, because he didn't even see her in that moment as his niece.
And
He didn't even see her in that moment as a niece.
he didn't even have a fear. He just stayed
Hmm.
there as if his sister was gonna be okay with it. He didn't leave. He didn't run. He didn't do anything.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, I tell people all the time when these guys come home, do not, if you have children, I don't give a shit if they give you a pity party. Nobody else won't let them in. Don't
That's
let them
right.
in.
Don't let him in.
Don't
Don't
let
let
them
him
in because
in.
I would rather not let you in than have to wind up killing your ass. Because guess what? If it came between, and listen, I'm so close to my brothers. I love my family. But if it came down to one of my kids or my grandkids behind one of them,
Yeah,
no.
you gotta go. You gotta
It's
go.
you gotta go. You gotta
You gotta
go.
go.
And
You gotta
and
go.
so if before I would ever have to make that choice, I just wouldn't let you in. I would
Exactly.
not let you in.
Hmm.
Especially knowing you're gonna be there in the long times with them when I wouldn't be
Exactly.
there. No,
Exactly.
I just wouldn't let you in my house. You just would hate me. I could
Mhm.
accept
And I
that
can deal
before I
with
have
that. I can accept
yeah,
that. Exactly.
yeah. But when Queen was talking, when you was talking, yeah, I could have cried because we as girls and women, we went through a lot. And a lot of stuff we couldn't even tell because if you do have people who will protect you and who will kill for you,
Hmm.
you got to think about their consequences. At a certain age, like I said, I started having to think about, well, even now with my husband, I told this story a long time ago about us being at a pool hall. We were having such fun and we had a pool hall. My husband go get us some drinks and he went to the bathroom. He said, I'm gonna go use the bathroom and get us some drinks. Right? I went and picked the table. There's three guys and they're talking to me. I'm like, no, I'm here with my husband, blah, blah, blah. And I'm setting up the little pool table. But that the people, you know how they escort you to your table. So the
Hmm.
lady showed me where we was gonna be. Okay. And one guy just talking, flirting. I'm like, no, thank you. I said, but because my husband is, about to get us some drinks and he'll be here. So this guy I don't know. He keep trying to talk, and I'm like, just trying to be cordial, like, thank you, but no, thank you, right?
Mm-hmm.
So then my husband come with some drinks, and we shooting pool. But every time his back is towards these guys, this one asshole is licking his tongue in a real sexual manner to me, like oral, right?
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh shit. I know if one time my husband kind of turned, I thought he was gonna catch him doing shit, and his friends kept laughing, thinking the shit was funny. I know my husband done knocked grown men completely unconscious. Yeah, I know
Mm-hmm.
he, I know he is a fighter.
Yep.
So I lied to him and I said, "Oh baby, after this game, we gotta go because my stomach is hurting." I'm lying. Nothing wrong with my stomach.
Just to get him out of a situation. Yep. Yep.
But I'm bent over pretending. So now we get in the car, we damn near home, and I'm like, man, we was having so much fun before that. So I say, baby, can we go somewhere else? He said, I thought you was sick. I said, nah, I feel better. So he kept pushing the issue. I said, look, I never was sick. And I told him, I said, look, they had these guys at the other table, and he was like, the ones that kept laughing. I'm like, yeah. I said, one guy kept flirting and doing like rude things, and I didn't want you to catch it and it be a bigger thing than it had to be.
Yeah.
Do you know he was so upset with me?
I know
He
he
was like,
was because
why the F
I
you
know
didn't
he
tell
wanted to
me?
go back and beat all
Girl,
their
he
asses.
did. And I was like, because it's three of them, one of you. I mean, I'm there. I guess I would have to jump in, but I didn't, I just wasn't feeling that shit. So this
Yeah.
is what I said. Men don't realize that we would keep shit quiet to protect them, not to hurt
To,
them, to protect you.
mhm, to protect them.
What I need you to fight three random men that we never saw again in our life. You know what I'm saying? What the hell?
Exactly.
So I mean, I say this story all the time, but a lot of times people feel like you holding something back or not saying something for a different reason. But a lot of times, girls and women don't say shit for protection. I know girls who didn't tell something because they claimed that this person was gonna kill their family. A lot of times women say things to girls are scared that if something does come out, their family might be in danger. I felt like
Mhm.
at that time when that pool hall, if I said something, it would have been three men fighting one man, my husband. That's protection.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just like I said, it's a lot going on. But Sharice played a clip earlier, and it was, I think I am was on the panel. Girl, I had to drop my call at Firestone, y'all. But anyway, he was basically saying because the lady chose to show her boobs, right? She didn't chose that, and Queen jumped in. That's why I was so happy I was listening.
But
Queen was like, no,
did we confirm that she did that though? Because I didn't see that part of the video, and I didn't hear her
yeah,
say that
yeah,
she
it
did.
was kind of confirmed. He was basically trying to do fellatio oral on her,
Yeah.
and she just
Okay.
kept trying to get away from him doing that. And
Yeah.
so she said, "No, I'll show you my breasts, but you can meet me after work, something
Yeah.
like that,
Yeah.
right?"
Yeah.
She was trying to get away.
She was
She was
trying to
just
get
trying to
away.
get
She
out
was
that car.
clearly trying to get away. When I
Yes,
saw the video, she was clearly trying to get away.
yeah, she's trying to get her ass away. But see, from a man's standpoint, because she done gave a little, it's almost consensual. That shit ain't consensual.
That's not
She trying to
consensual.
do just barely enough to not be fucking raped, basically. That's what it is. She
That's
was trying
exactly
to
what it
do
is.
just barely enough to not be assaulted, and she can leave with some type of dignity and get
Mm-hmm.
out of that situation. So if she flashed her breast or whatever, I don't listen. She did what she had to do at that moment.
To get out of that car. That's what she did.
And Queen said that because those cars sometimes they have those child locks. You have to actually have them open those doors. That is a dangerous, scary situation for a woman. I think Queen or you were saying that one time you had to bust a damn window out. I've never, oh my God, I've never had to do that. But girl, everything you and her was discussing, it just really was like it was so on point. I didn't want to interrupt the conversation, honestly.
That
You
was
know,
Queen that had to bust a window out.
yeah. But I know you was saying that what you done told to your 19-year-old daughter, and when
Yeah,
your other girls get older, you going I mean,
I'm
this
going to
this
tell them
stuff
that
is real
same
life,
story.
man. This shit is real life. And I
It-
think because men don't go through it, they think, but I'm gonna tell you this here. I was so overprotective, y'all, of my son. I was over. Listen. I'm just scary. I am a COWARD, proudly. Am overprotective. I am overprotective of all children, male
right.
or female. And I'ma just be honest with y'all. I don't believe shit gonna happen to a son or just only gonna happen to girls. I believe them same people will do some shit to
They
your son.
will. Yes, they will. You have
That's
to
just
be a
me.
little bit more protective of the sons now because they know that the girls we teaching the girls so much now, but now
Hmm.
but we leaving the sons unprotected.
Man, I done had two dudes on YouTube, man, break my heart and tell me how they was assaulted as kids.
Hmm.
One by a woman and one by a guy. And family members, or family friends, trusted people. How many more people don't have the guts to say it? I heard Tyler Perry's story, and I have been having that sense in my mind, even though guys never talk and tell the shit like we can talk and tell it. I've been having it. I know these guys have been. It's
They
too
done been,
many of
they
my friends who've been through shit. I've been through shit for men to keep acting and pretending so hardcore that they never been through nothing.
they never
Y'all ass went through shit. Y'all just either embarrassed to tell it or they try to make it seem like they wanted it. No, you didn't want that
on
shit.
it exactly. My brother-in-law, you went all the way to the military, a Marine. And when he came out, he opened up to his mom, um, about his sexuality. Well, she asked him, I guess in that conversation, she asked him, had anything ever happened that he never told her? And he told her yes. But to this day in 2022, he will not tell her who did it. He told her it was a man, but he will not tell her who did it. He refuses
Yeah.
to tell her who it was.
And this is the thing. A lot of times people don't realize. And I took a lot of psychology classes, even though that's not my major. So I'm not trying to pretend to be a therapist. This is no therapy session, but I took a bunch of classes. Listen, the biggest thing is for children or people who've been through those things to know is it was never your fault. And the most hurtful thing I can tell you is you were just really the wrong time at the wrong place. Because if it wouldn't have been for you, they were looking for somebody.
Somebody, they was looking
And
for
it happened to be
an
you.
opportunity.
Exactly. And that is so sad because a lot of times children think, what did I do? Why would this person do this to me? And the whole fucked up, the messed up part, it really didn't even have to be you. It would have been somebody else that they just laid claim to and did that shit to. But they were just around you and felt they had an opportunity to do the shit to you. That's just the sad, sick truth of it. And a lot of times grown people still carry burdens from childhood thinking, what did I do? Why did I deserve it? You didn't deserve it. You did nothing. You did nothing. You did not deserve it. Girl, look, I have this whole little thing for therapy Sunday, and that was part of my little speech for Sunday for tomorrow. But listen, the whole thing with abuse is you don't deserve it. You didn't do anything to deserve it. And if it wasn't you, it would have been someone else. It's not on you. And I don't know.
Yep. It's very sad. It's very, very sad that I don't know what goes through these people's minds that where you can't look at a child and see a child, and a person that's unprotected and not want to protect them. Even elderly people, I look, and I be like, why are these people out by themselves? I feel bad for what, even when I go to the grocery store and I see old people you know, barely can push a basket, and they out in these streets driving, trying to get groceries. I feel bad for them because I feel like they so unprotected out here. So how, and I feel the same way about children. How can you look at a child and even think anything? Even go, how does your mind go that way? So and like you said, the same thing that I do for my daughter, one of my coworkers does for her son, because he won't call his mom. I talk to my daughter every day. When she wakes up, what are you doing? When has a job at school. I make her call me because she gets off at 10 p.m. Call me the moment you leaving work till you get back to your dorm, so I know that you safe. She does it every day she has to go to work. So she had to do for her son, her 18-year-old son, because he's not a communicator and won't call his mom every day and check in, she tracks him just to know he's safe. Just to know he's safe. She tracks his every move. So the things that a lot of these people on YouTube, I know some of them are quite young and they don't quite know what a parent goes through. They haven't had children, or these older people who haven't had children. You don't know what parents go through worrying about children. And men, I don't think that's why I don't think people if you're not a parent, you shouldn't date people that are not parents. If you're not a parent, you shouldn't speak on parenting things, or if you just don't speak on it.
And not just
Because
that. It's not even that if you're not a parent. Listen, you have to learn how to empathize with people. This
yes,
guy hearing a woman trying to get out of a damn taxi cab, and this lady was recording that shit for her safety. The whole reason for her recording this guy is because he's asking to do oral on her. Listen, if I
exactly.
call for a cab or Uber or Lyft, I'm
That's
not expecting for nobody to be in no
thank you.
damn car telling me that, and I can't open a damn door on my own. That puts me in freaking harm's way. And once your panic starts, it's fight or flight. This lady had the common sense to think, how can I get out this damn situation? How can I get out this car? Especially
Hmm.
when that child lock is on the back doors back. I've been in that situation, right? Because people back in the day before cell phones used to run out on the cab people money. So they had a special button that they would hit,
Yeah.
right? Or they would be scared they'd get robbed. So they had a special button they hit. But guess what? Just trying to jump out of a cab, you could not. So I don't understand. I mean, maybe if he's young and he don't understand that the back doors are all cars, you might can't get out on your own. But us
Hmm.
older people know that there's safety locks or child locks or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
Listen, you can't always get out of these cars without somebody letting you out. And if she shows her breast or whatever, the whole point
But
for her recording that shit was she felt unsafe. She knew something was up. And I just thought that was horrible. But like I said, I didn't even listen. I didn't even expect to do a stream. I did the stream really because they have people telling people to take baths in freaking ammonia and bleach, girl. Like I don't know who would tell people this here.
Neil, you still there?
Mia, what happened?
Hello? I can hear you, Incognito, but I don't know what happened to Neil just then.
Yeah,
No,
Mia, I
I'm
think.
sorry. Give me one
Okay.
second.
Okay.
No problem.
Yeah, Queen, that I tell you, it you just to know, it's so sad to even know that even across the pond, it's just not safe. It is just not safe. It is just so this world is just bananas. It is absolute madness
It's
out here.
not safe. And you're right, sis. And let me just finish my thought.
Go ahead.
Listen, we have to have places that we can actually teach young girls about things, young, not even younger, young people about
Hmm.
things that predators do when you least expect it, because you can be in a position that you really are innocent. Like I said, I was walking home from Blockbuster and damn near got kidnapped. You know,
Hmm.
there are
Yeah.
things that are going to happen to you. And the best advice I can get is be as loud as you can. Bite and fight as much as you can.
Until
You
you
know, my
can't. Yeah.
dad taught me this when I was young, that if you ever get robbed and somebody, walk or do something,
Say it again, Mew, because you breaking up.
Yeah, you've gone out.
always say, sit down and then wait. Because if
No, your
somebody
sound
try
is
to
weird,
threaten
Mio.
you or force you to do something, lay
Mew,
all
say
those
that
things
all
down
over
and
again
stop
because
swinging your body
you,
like a board and
Sound
just
like you're in the
fight.
far
Don't
distant.
mess with them. This
yeah,
man,
something's happening to her
whatever
mic.
they have planned for you is way worse
Mio,
than
your mic
what they have
is
doing here.
it's really
They
really
trying to
low. I
put
can
you on
barely
or
hear you.
harm you there. It's
I don't think she can hear us.
what they
Let me type
really
it in the
have
back
planned
chat
for
see
you.
if she can. Mio,
I'm
Mew,
sorry.
your sounds just
Can you
come
hear
back
me?
properly now. We didn't hear
now we can
anything
hear
that you
you.
just said.
But go back to what you were saying because we missed it because that's when your sound went out.
I'm sorry, but my dad told me this years ago that like if anybody try to assault me or kidnap me or something, he said lay down and then he said sit down and then lay down,
Hmm.
because it's
Yeah.
much more harder for people to. And
Drag
he told
you.
me even if
Yeah.
they're trying to beat you, do not get up and walk with them.
Yeah.
He was like,
Yeah.
because whatever they have planned for you, it's going to be 10 times worse. And I always remember that, like, don't try to think you know, a lot of times I think victims, and I'm never going to blame the victim who goes with them, right? Because it's just mean they're scared and they don't know no better.
Yeah.
But if you go with the person, it
Yeah.
make it easier or something. You know what I'm saying?
I was just telling my I was just
Listen, the
telling my
only time I've ever had a busted lip was from when they tried to kidnap me that day. And this man hit me in my mouth. I'm talking about split my lip. I had to get stitches. But
mm,
when I tell you that was the only time somebody has ever punched me in my mouth and split my lip like that. But
wow.
but I rather that. And when I tell you I got saved by that old man, I rather that than
Wow.
I don't know what they would have did me in that vein. I don't know what would have happened to me. I'm
Right.
not saying that these men were not rough with me, were not punching me. This man hit me so hard, y'all. I swear I thought he would have knocked the tooth out of my mouth, but he just split my lip. I was getting hurt, y'all. I'm saying it in a more gentle way, but these guys were really beating the piss out of me, trying to push
Wow.
me. My knees, everything on me was scraped up because
Wow.
I was dropping my body, I was letting them drag me because I didn't
Yeah.
want to walk with them. You know what I'm saying? Because I didn't know nothing to do other than not try to go with them.
Right.
And I'm gonna be honest, I didn't even fight them. I wasn't even fighting, like, other than when I can catch an arm or something, try to bite. Like, what?
Yeah.
I don't know why I wasn't in fighter mode. I don't know. Like, I was freezing and unfreezing and freezing and unfreezing.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I hate when they blame victims. I really hate when people freeze up and then they say, well, why you didn't do this or why you didn't do that.
Yeah.
If you ever
Me
been in
too.
those situations, sometimes your body don't react the way you think you will react.
Exactly.
But if you get programmed, I was programmed by my dad to go limp, to just lay down, to not, to go try to be as straight as a board. And I think that's what I teach all my kids. If ever it comes to a kidnapping, it's better to let them try to, if you can't fight your way out of a
Out of it,
situation,
yes. I've even seen Mew a few years ago where they was telling they told the exact same thing to children. If somebody is trying to kidnap them, to fall down on the ground and make as much noise as you can, because it's harder for them to try to pick you up or drag you somewhere than you just walking away with them. Or if you fall on the ground and kick and scream and make as much noise as you can, that they more likely to get away from you, because now you causing a scene, now you making it known, or you know. But I saw that on a children's thing, how to prevent people from kidnapping them is to lay down on the ground and just kick and scream as loud as you can. So that was good advice your dad gave you,
Yeah, my
because
dad
I
always used to, he always used to tell all of us that, his sons and daughters,
yeah,
if you can fight, fight. If you can fight and run, run. But if you can't, do not walk with them. Try to lay down. Try to sit down. Try your best not to be as easy and be as loud, because guess what? They will tell you with that gun. If they was gonna kill you, they're gonna kill you right
kill
there.
you.
My dad
You got to
always
kill.
told me that.
And yeah, if you gonna have to kill me right there. I'm not, because that second scene is your death scene.
That's
If
what
you
my dad
walk, if
always
your
said.
second, if you let them take you away from where you are, you surely will die. 99% of the time, you will die. If they
And
gonna kill
not
you,
just
you gonna have
die,
to kill me
whatever they're
right
going
there.
to plan to do to you, it's going to be worse than just your death.
Then exactly, it's gonna be worse than your death. Exactly.
Yeah, but you know what? Like I said, Moo Moo. Wow, what's up, brother Moo Moo? What's up, Majestic Iron Kitty Cat? Let me just speak to the wisdom over feelings. Wow. What's up to the Trinity Time Travel Show? But let me just say this here. This is what I want to say. Always felt like I was the lucky one because I wasn't actually ever raped, right? However, I won't lie and say I haven't been attacked. I won't lie and say I haven't had trauma. I won't say that, right? I've been to a point where I feel like I've had enough, but I've also seen my friends and close family members go through things. So what I want to tell people is I thank you for giving me, like, your sympathy. I but what I want is more awareness of it, right? And I want to know, to share, if something does happen to someone, either whether it's you or someone you love, please don't put the blame on that child. Please don't put the blame on the person who went through it. Because that is to me the saddest thing. When people put blame on the damn victim. What were they wearing? Was she fast? Was she this? That shit don't matter. It don't matter, because if that person had a sick intent, that motherfucker had a sick intent. It does not matter. And that is from me being a young girl up until this age. I realized that is the reason why a lot of women don't go and tell, because they don't want to also be blamed. And then they can never heal from it because they feel like they played a part in some shit they had no part in. So I don't know. You guys feel free to disagree or whatever.
Oh no, ma'am, you are right about it. You are right about it. The best thing we can do is just give our children, give your family, even your elderly people, the information, because I mean, these days it don't matter where you are. These people will find a predator, will find the opportunity to get you, try to get you.
Let me tell y'all
And I'm just
something. One of my great aunts, 90 years old, she might have been, just say, 75 years old. I never forget her telling me this story. I was younger. They were at a church revival when she was a little girl. and one of the deacons of the church told her to bring some cakes to the back for the pastor. Her being an 11-year-old girl, she just did what she was told. She got the cakes and brought them. Her second trip for the cakes, this man told her to come into another room. So she went in the room and he grabbed her. And she tried to fight him, but then he told her, "Are you a good girl or you a little fucking whore?" This is an old man talking to a little girl.
Mm.
And her body froze up. So she didn't fight him no more. Because he played on her fucking mind. Are you a
Mm-hmm.
good girl or a whore? And she wanted to be a good, she was like confused, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
And she lives with the guilt that she feel like she let him do that. And I'll never forget telling her, Tita, you didn't do nothing wrong. He tricked you. Yeah, he confused you. And he knew that if you told you at that time in the, in the world, in the 50s, you can't go and say that. You will
Yeah.
be looked at as the little fast little girl.
Mm-hmm.
And girl, let me tell you something. That's why when I hear women calling girls fast and stuff, I'm gonna be honest, it is a trigger for me
Yeah, I don't
just as
let people.
much as
Yeah.
I hear men. When I hear men saying sick shit, but I feel worse when I hear women saying
Yeah.
triggering things. That's why I had to completely unsubscribe to that Sister George when she was calling that 10-year-old girl. I don't condone a 10-year-old girl doing oral on no younger kids, but
First of
something
all,
had to
a
happen.
10-year-old don't know. You need to ask, how does the 10-year-old know that? That's the question you should be asking. That's the question to ask. How does a 10-year-old know that? A 10-year-old's
Exactly.
mind does not, I have a 10-year-old. Her mind does not go there
I was a
unless
10 year
somebody
old.
has
My
shown her
mind
that.
never went there. So you're not going to convince me of no shit.
You're not going to convince
This
me
shit
that
is,
a 10-year-old knew how to do that
that's
without
why
somebody showing her.
it had to be exposed. That shit had to be exposed to these children. And that is the reason why you're not going to convince me. And I'm going to tell you this here. And I'm going to call some fucking names. I'm going to make a couple enemies today. See that motherfucker David Johnson? See
Oh,
that
God.
damn,
Yeah.
that's the only name I'm going to call right now. That damn Sister George. Fuck all these hoes. Faith Factor. Fuck all you bitches. Um, Woman's Sphere. Fuck all you hoes.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Let me tell you, I can make an enemy when it's a real cause. I really deeply feel this way. I feel like you bitches are all predators. That David Johnson, y'all saying that me, Bomb Cherry, and all these people is predator protectors. Y'all are the fucking predators.
Mm-hmm.
Because you want to hold a child accountable for some shit that they did as a child. And I'm gonna tell you the why you want to hold him accountable. Because you really want me to adultify him. You want to
Mm-hmm.
make children into fucking adults. You gotta get the game, how the game is coming for you. I ain't never been slow. And because you keep trying to make this little kid an adult, yes, I think a motherfucker need their ass whipped and are dead wrong when they are older kid hurt a younger kid. If you 8 and you hurt a 3, you
You're
should
going to
be
get
in
your
trouble.
ass whooped. That's what you're going to get,
Yes,
a good ass whooping.
yes, but I'm not gonna condemn you to when you 40. You understand? For some
Exactly.
shit you did when you was young. I'm not about to do it. However, I do know the game of these Hebrew Israelites and this damn modern shit. Y'all try to put us to where we want to claim a 10, 11, 12-year old are really grown people. I've even heard people say when a girl get a menstrual. Let me tell you something. I would never go along with that program. And shame on all you fucking predators. You could say I'm a predator protector. You could say I'm this, that, and the other. You can lame the mule for whatever you want. But what you would never do is make me claim that these kids are fucking adults.
Exactly.
I would never. You are the real predators because you really want us to start saying that these here children are adults so you can fuck them freely. I'm not slow. I'm not slow by a little bit
Thank you.
because I don't acknowledge you. David Johnson, who said that a child at 8, when they start a period, can be married. See, I try my best to ignore these people. But girl, let me tell you, Sister Incognito, I got an email.
I can't stand David Johnson. He's a complete
Yeah,
asshole.
I
he's
got
a
an email,
complete
girl. Let me
asshole.
tell
A
y'all,
complete
y'all gonna
asshole.
see some stuff probably soon on this internet about the mule. Everything was freaking wrong. Even my name, they got wrong. My name is right, but it's spelled wrong, right?
Mm-hmm.
They even have addresses in different places. 2 of the addresses are right. One of them I have been moved from. One of them is my childhood home.
Oh, they
It's
trying to
my
dox
dad's
you?
address.
But
Girl, oh yes.
let me
But it's
let me
already
let
out there.
them
Let me
know.
just be honest. Let me
Let
say
me
it.
let them know.
That address
Wherever
in
I
New
see
Orleans
mule
is my
name, I'm coming, and I'm talking cash money shit. I'm talking cash money shit. Don't David Johnson, you are a fucking asshole. That's what you are. You have the perfect name. I don't give a damn where Mule live, and I know the kind of person Mule is. So you can kiss. I don't give a goddamn where she at. None of that matters. You come for her. I'm. Trust me. I'm hopping on your goddamn panel. Know that I'm coming. And you're not gonna talk me down. And I can
thank
cuss
you,
with the
sister.
best of them.
But
I
this
can
is the
cuss with
thing.
the
I
best of them.
have zero criminal record. I've never been
Mule, I
arrested.
don't give a goddamn what
I
they
don't
bring
have
up.
anything that they can really throw at me other than addresses. The address that they sent me, 2 of them. One I did move from years ago. One is my dad's address where he's currently at in New Orleans. My dad has been with me for almost 4 months. He just went home 2 weeks ago. But listen, this shit is so disturbing that you even would want to dox me for
That's
not
ridiculous.
dismissing on an opinion on freaking YouTube. Listen, my opinion is I'm not trying to say children are this and that. I'm not cussing out kids. I can think children are horribly wrong, insensitive, degenerate. I could think all kind of bad things about children. But you're not gonna make me adultify them. That's it.
Exactly.
You won't ever get me to say what a little girl do or a little boy do make them grown. No. Now, I ain't gonna lie
That
to you.
pissed me off.
Maybe
I'm
if they
pissed.
15 or 16, I might
I'm pissed.
kind of start going towards um some things. But at 10, 8, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, I ain't gonna lie to you. Until a kid is 18, you're not gonna push it. But you're trying to get me to say something a child did at 10 is equivalent to somebody doing the same thing at 40 or 30. I'm not going. I'm just not going
You
there.
don't
And if you
and
want
Mule
to take
stand
and
on it.
blame me for it, however, listen, I don't care. Womansphere even said my fucking name. Fuck all of you. Because y'all want to make me into saying that these girls and these boys are grown when they do
Woman
this shit.
Sphere need to shut her
Fuck all
male
of these people.
identified ass up. That's what she's a complete fucking fake. She needs to shut the fuck up. Nobody
Listen,
believes what you talking about. Shut your ass up. Take your ass to a fucking speech therapist in Ohio. That's the shit you need to be focused on. While you
and this
focused
is the
on
thing. I
motherfuckers'
tried
address,
my
go
best.
find you a
When
fucking
you
speech
were
therapist,
with it
bitch.
with Taz and Nyla and all these people, I never speak on these people names. I don't speak on people names to be in all of y'all YouTube fucking drama. But what you're not gonna do is send me emails
Dox
or
me and show up at my motherfucking door if you want to.
you can
Dox
show up at
me
my
and
door.
show up at my motherfucking door if you want to.
Listen,
I
I can
live in the big red state of Texas in Houston. Show up at my door if you want to, and I'm gonna give you what you came for. Show up
listen.
at my door if you want to. We don't have no permit, like no permit to carry. We don't have that shit here no more. So show up if you want to, and you gonna get what the fuck you came for.
And let me tell
I
you
cover
something. In
all the
Georgia,
motherfucking ground
you
I
could come
stand
to
on.
my door. All I'm asking not to go to my dad's door. My dad is
Come
an
to my
elder.
door. Come to my door.
Don't go to my dad. Come to
Don't
me.
go to her daddy door. You come where the
It's
smoke
some
at.
bullshit. And
No,
that's
that
the
was Woman
whole point
Spirit.
of it. Hmm?
That was Woman Spirit that emailed you that shit.
No, but she said my name. She said my
Oh,
name.
Shit.
when?
And I feel
That's some
like
coward
she
ass
said my
shit.
name on some shit with her and David Johnson mentioning Bomb Cherry. And I think that is the reason why I got that email. Somebody sent me a small link with her talking. And my thing is, these people don't know that their words are powerful and they insinuate their followers and other people to do their dirty work.
Yeah.
And you need to stop being upset with people who,
Who
listen,
don't
my
believe
opinion is my
everybody don't
opinion.
have to think like you. Everybody does
Right.
She
not
was
have to
at
think
a
like you.
war. These people were at war with each other, and I never mentioned nobody's name. Because guess what? I'm not in y'all beef. I'm not in y'all wars.
Exactly.
I can't that's psychotic weird
Y'all
bitch.
better
She's
what
always
they better
lying.
thank you. What they better do is stay somewhere, play where it's safe. Play
Right.
where it's safe. So y'all play too much on these, y'all play too much on the internet. Y'all play too goddamn much on the internet. And show up at
Y'all,
motherfuckers door
I
and you
paid
gonna get
eight
that
hundred
motherfucker
dollars the
smoke.
same day I got the damn email for that person, VPN, IP address, everything to get all of the information. I paid a whole specialist. You hear me?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I got all the information.
So is this somebody that's online that we would know or no?
It is somebody who lives in Marrero, Louisiana. Girl, let me tell you something. This damn detective is a beast and got police connections. And you know what? Sometimes things have to happen for you to find these people. But I'm talking about in a matter of 2 hours. I had all kind of information.
Shit. Now that
People
is
are horrible online, but let me tell you something. You're not as anonymous as you believe.
as you believe you are,
And
exactly.
especially posting people parents' address. My dad never did nothing to none of you motherfuckers.
That
And
is
I'm
some
just not
trifling
going for
ass
that.
shit. And she
Yeah,
gonna get
people are
that.
horrible.
You know what? Black woman sphere, she better tread lightly because the same energy you put out, it be the same shit you get back. Be the same motherfucking shit you get back. And she think these people
Now
love
it
her ass online. Don't nobody love you. Don't nobody love you but the people in your family. They just going along with your bullshit. But
So
you
right.
also, you got small children. You need to play where it's safe, boo. You need to play where it's safe.
Yeah. She's a
Show
lying
up at
ass
my
bitch.
motherfucking door and you bitches gonna get the smoke. I got the smoke for your ass.
And I will tell
I'm a
you
single
this:
mom
that
and I'm fucking
person
prepared. Show up at my
who
fucking
is
door and you
her
gonna get the smoke.
follower or whatever, because she allegedly lives in Ohio, so it wasn't her or none of these people. Because this is another thing what we don't realize. You can have the name you have, right? I'm Mule. That's not my real name, right?
Right.
But where you live, you can endanger people who live in your home,
Absolutely.
whether we know your real name or not.
Right.
And that's
Showing
what
they
people think.
I don't know why his
You
coming
ass
up
safe.
to
serious.
folks,
They think you're
putting
safe
out folks'
behind a fake
addresses and
name.
stuff, some shit like
But
that.
don't
That's
put out my dad's
That bitch
address
has no life.
and
she
take
doesn't.
your dad's
She
address and then
doesn't.
come up.
You don't.
I mean,
Exactly.
don't do that shit, because guess what? I
Don't
know
do that
all
shit.
kind of
That
shit.
pissed me off. Don't do no
Mule,
shit
you
like
sound a
that.
little low. You sound a little low, Mule.
Cause somebody disagree with you. Cause a nigga that she wanted to screw didn't want to screw her.
Right.
And now they think
Right.
they got a little. Do you think you got a little meat on the grill? So now you think now it's time to eat?
She wanted the meat and the taco because I think she wanted Nyla too.
Shit.
I have a
Now,
question.
but I'm talking about Rue. Black Woman Sphere is fighting over
She used to be
because
flirting with
it's
Rue
over Rue.
all the time,
Oh, so it was
y'all.
him that was in your inbox, Mule?
No,
That
no,
was
no,
him?
not
No,
Rue.
no, no.
No, no.
Okay.
She
She
Oh,
used to
yeah.
disagree with their
fuck
Okay, I know the
stance on
situation.
Rue.
But
Right.
then
She
they
Okay.
got into a huge beef. Like she got into a huge beef with Rue Demp. And
Mm-hmm.
just like she
thought
got
she
in a
want
huge
him,
beef with
and he didn't
Nala
want
and
her.
Taz. This is the thing. None of us make any comments on none of these people's shit. Because guess
Right.
what? Until you say my name, I don't give a shit. That is on
Exactly.
y'all.
Right.
That is on y'all. Don't
Mm-hmm.
put me into it, and I don't give a shit because I don't want to comment. But once you start putting people in, if I make a comment or you say, "Well, how you feel about this rude comment?" Listen, my comments have nothing to do with you. You can't.
Exactly.
As long
Exactly.
as I'm not saying your name, don't worry about what the fuck somebody else saying. But y'all coming at people.
That's that
Listen.
bullying shit. That and I don't tolerate no motherfucking bully. I never have, even as a kid.
Yep, me neither.
So
Listen,
I'm
I
not
ain't
gonna.
never been
That's that
scared.
bullying
I ain't
shit.
never in my life been scared of nothing and
N-
nobody.
Thank you.
I ain't
You.
scared.
This the South motherfuckers. We ain't on the East Coast. We ain't up there in y'all blue states. These are motherfucking red states down here, bitch. And we don't have permit laws in Texas. Rue is in
Sure
Houston
don't
too.
have none.
Ain't no permit law down here. So you come down here and play if you want to. Play if you
Like the
want to,
motherfucker said, well,
and
what if somebody
I'm gonna
broke
get
in
your
your house?
motherfucking ass
If
close
you
enough.
break in the mule house, you gonna have to worry how you gonna break out this bitch because you ain't never
Well,
Right.
getting
you
out.
ain't going out this
But
bitch.
y'all heard how
You
You
come
she
ain't
across
going
my
out.
threshold, you ain't going out this bitch.
You can
Not if
break
I
in.
get you across that threshold.
well, woman Spears a weirdo because y'all heard how she was like threatening to go to
Not
beat up
walking.
Taz's mom and go to Taz's mom's house because she had
I know
Taz's
she putting
mom's
out his
address.
mama address and stuff like that, like somebody finna
Yeah.
show up at his mother's house.
Right. Like what a weirdo. She
You
did
you
not
just
like.
you a trash bitch is what you are.
Let me
Yeah,
tell
you
you, I
trash.
felt
You worrying
bad
about
that
beating up
they
an
took the
old black
mama
woman
address.
that has
Why
nothing to
would
do
you?
with nothing. She's not
And
even
now
on you.
they
We
and now they
incognito
gonna
fell
put my
off.
dad's address out. So when y'all see it, yeah, it's two addresses. One I've been moved from, and one is my old address, which is my dad's address. But
Mm-hmm.
this is the sick shit these people are doing on fucking YouTube. This here doxing has got to stop, man. It really. I have already
Yeah.
alerted the
It's
police
not
and
that
everything.
serious for you to
This
try to
shit
really
is
hurt people.
crazy. It is crazy for you to want to put people addresses and this is the thing that they know. It's not for them to do. They hope and pray one of their
Somebody
followers
else. Yes, that's
does
that's
it.
exactly. Yep,
And
because even with Cynthia, I think that's like similar too. You know, when they tried to dox her and she had to show her piece online, like I would have did the same thing. Like I'm not fucking with y'all. Come to my house and you won't be walking away.
Question, because like from listening to today's stream, I've obviously missed a lot. What is the situation? Somebody's echoing. I'm not sure where it's coming from. Um, in regards to David Johnson, the asshole, what's the situation with that? What did I miss? Mule?
he just a fucking asshole.
Can I
He
say
he
something?
did he did a yes.
I'm sorry.
Uh-huh.
Hey,
All
Michelle.
Hi, hey y'all. I just
Hey.
came up here because he is blocked, so I cannot see him.
Okay.
But I was hoping he was here in the chat because I wanted to know where he was at. That's all I need to know.
Um,
Because
as
I
far as
did
I know,
not
he hasn't
know
been
that he
in the
said
chat today.
anything about an 8-year-old child and adultifying an 8-year. I did not know he said anything like that.
When did he say
So
that?
now I thought I heard someone say up here on the panel, he said something involving 8 years old and somebody
No, he was
marrying.
basically saying when a girl get this cycle, it don't matter how young she is, she can be married. And
Oh
somebody
no.
asked him, what if she's 8? He was like, well, that means she's a woman. And she can be.
Right.
Let me tell you something.
I hate these
I'm
niggas.
not going the whole way for any bullshit on any of those situations. Let me tell you something about a menstrual cycle. Let's have a health talk. A menstrual cycle. Let me calm
For
down.
one, you get it when you hit a
Wait,
certain
wait,
weight.
wait. Listen, a menstrual cycle does not mean you're a woman. A
No.
menstrual cycle means that your body is starting to regulate and to get yourself ready. To get yourself ready. It's something that happens to girls for puberty, right? It's something that happens to start to where they will be ready to have a child physically, right? Listen, I went to a church. There was a 12-year-old girl who was pregnant by an 11-year-old boy, her boyfriend. It was consensual, and she actually got pregnant for this little boy. They ostracized this girl for getting pregnant.
But
It
not
took
him.
years because the boy mom swore up and down that she was lying. It was not for her son. Once the girl got of age, she put the boy on child support. They did a DNA. It was his child. Boys at 10 and 11 can make babies. We have to stop only thinking that during puberty or when a girl get her cycle, boys are not also going through fucking puberty. You know a girl can become pregnant because she's bleeding. You don't know. It's like society ignores that a boy can get her pregnant. God made us equal. The same age a girl hitting puberty, boys hitting puberty. That means if a girl can get pregnant at 10, a boy can get her pregnant at 10. Listen,
Yeah. They're
puberty
the
is
young
happening
the
for
youngest
all of us.
father was like a 10-year-old or an
And it's
11-year-old
sick
in the
that
UK.
men think that men actually in society think a boy is too young to be married at 10. But for some sick reason, they think a girl should be married at 10. I'm not going for none of that shit. None of it is correct. None of it. All of it's horrible to me.
Yeah, they're predators and degenerates.
I'm
And like
sorry.
I was saying, you're when you hit a certain weight, you tend to get your menstrual cycle because that's when you have to be a certain weight to be able to carry a child. So if a child is bigger, because I knew an 8-year-old that got hers, but she was a little obese, that's a factor, like size, weight. I was tall, I was always tall, I always had boobs at the age of like 11, 12, and I got mine at 12. So it doesn't have anything to do with your mentality, which you're still a child in mental and even in physical. I mean, not necessarily in physical, but definitely in mental.
I want, I'm sorry, y'all. My internet started messing up. I think it dropped me down.
Yeah,
But
glad
I
you came
want,
back.
I want these men to wake up and see BLOOD in their underwear and see at that between 8 and 12 and see how shocking that is, and then you think you grow up in that 1 second.
Right.
So you grown like you. I started at 12. So you wake up to see that in your underwear, and then tell me how you feeling at the moment. If you
You
can't,
are
then
still a child. You are
you are
still
still
a
a
child.
freaking child.
Ain't
I
shit
didn't even want to
happened.
tell nobody. My grandmom had put some pads in the bathroom, and I just grabbed them and didn't say anything. And I'm pretty sure she did that because she was thinking I was probably gonna get it soon.
Exactly. She did. She was prepared.
Let
Hmm.
me just add something into this conversation because Sharice, what you're saying is partly right in terms of sometimes weight, but sometimes the brain fires off. Like I've had mothers come to me and their child is 5 years old having a period, and they've had to go to the doctors and go through the process of scans, tests, and stuff. Do you get what I mean? In order for to see what's going on with the body, and then sometimes the medical. Obviously, I'm in the UK, so sometimes they'll provide medication to stop the period at that point in time because sometimes the body triggers off and fires too early. Here's a
Hmm.
disturbing fact for some of y'all that are not aware of this. More times still, the first time a girl will get her period is just after she's born. Like
Yeah.
there's
Listen, Queen.
yeah.
Yeah, I
I
heard you
work
say
in
that before.
elementary school. Hold on. Listen, I don't even want to say this too much on YouTube because there's so many predators.
Hmm.
But there's plenty of girls at 5 in kindergarten start to bleed,
Hmm.
and they have to go get medication to stop it.
Exactly.
Listen,
The
that
deja
does
vu.
not mean that they're a fucking adult. This is why I don't like adultifying children
Hmm.
behind a puberty or behind a menstruation. We have
Right.
got to get away from these Hebrew this talk, this whole religious talk that as soon as a girl starts to menstruate, this is all pedophilia.
No,
Don't
Yes,
you
it's
most
know
rooted
about
in
it?
definitely.
misogyny.
No, I do
Misogyny.
Yeah.
agree with you. The reason I'm saying this is because, like, after, a lot of us who have been through pregnancy, sometimes baby girls will have a mini period, and that's because of the fact that they've been inside of their mother's womb, their
Yeah,
mother's body, they've taken on the mother's hormones, and then once they give birth, after a few weeks, the natural hormones that they've absorbed from their mother will be released. And I understand what Mule's saying, because I worked in sexual health for 15 years, had parents coming to me because their children. I started at 9 years old, and it took how many years before my body regulated it out? It stop, start, stop, start, stop, start. Do you get what I mean? Until I reached a specific age. This is what annoys me about these males. You take such autonomy over our bodies, but you know hardly anything about them.
but
You
don't know a
know hardly
damn thing.
anything
And
about
you
them.
know what? Let me tell you, my body started
Don't
at
know shit.
12. I think I had one or two menstrual cycles at 12, and then it just stopped on its own and didn't
Hmm.
come back till I was almost 14. So,
Yeah,
stop saying that people are grown women because they freaking bleed. This is the most insane shit that people say. It stops, it
It's
starts, it
really
stops,
sick.
it starts. It doesn't get regulated until later on. Until
Right.
you're about
Yeah,
16, it
because
kind of gets regulated. But it doesn't.
yeah,
It just, the first, when it first starts happening, it's not regular.
yeah, mine wasn't regular. It was just really just spotting.
hmm.
Because
Well,
Yep.
sometimes your
well,
brain fires off and it triggers other synapses inside the body. Do you get what I mean? There's different reasons even today with the amount of hormones, chemicals, and things that they put in food. Sometimes
Yeah.
exactly.
that's the reason why a little girl's period will trigger off.
Yeah,
So this is why I say about this autonomy that you guys are trying to take over our bodies. I don't agree with it because you don't understand, like, the advice that I've seen guys giving online. It pisses me off. It really annoys me. Like, the whole things around, like, women wearing underwear and shit like that. You don't know about
exactly.
our vaginas to tell us about our vaginas, but yet still you're out here giving dirty dick, dirty peen, giving the
Mm.
sauce, giving STDs, can't clean the smegma from under your foreskin, but want to come and
Yeah.
tell us about our periods, our vaginas, our menstrual cycles when we're the ones that go through it. And then when we're
Exactly.
trying to educate you so that you can more so protect your children, protect your daughters, protect the women in your life, you want to turn around and say, "Oh, that's cap."
What were they saying
Yeah.
about the underwear?
Who?
You
What were
said
they saying? Wear underwear? They want to wear panties or
Oh,
something?
but
Oh, one guy was there was a TikTok where I saw where a guy, you got the guys in cars answering questions. And
mhm,
one guy basically sort of asked the question, this is not verbatim, that he's
mhm,
got an issue because he doesn't understand why his girlfriend doesn't wear underwear. So the guy
mhm.
clapped back. Well, he didn't clap back. He turned around and says, basically, you need to have a word with your girlfriend and tell her to wear underwear. That's not right. That's not normal. So I was annoyed at the time. I got in the comment section and I was like, stop telling women what to do with their bodies. You don't
Yeah.
know the pH balance that's going on downstairs. We are actually
exactly.
supposed to be without underwear so that downstairs can breathe and
Mhm.
Exactly.
regulate
I'm not
itself
gonna
and
lie.
temperature
Yeah.
heat itself. And
Mhm.
there's
And,
more bacteria that
listen,
can be caused through different
Queen,
types of underwear. Yes, Mule.
Queen, you
Hmm.
are so right. But I'm gonna be honest with you. I've been trained and taught to wear underwear all day and every day,
Well, I
right?
don't.
I
I
But
don't
don't.
too.
You need to take it
I don't
off,
hold
too.
on.
Mule, at night.
Let me
You
tell
need to
you,
take it off.
my doctor, when
Yeah.
I was
Yeah,
like
you gotta let it breathe.
25, y'all, like 25 years ago, told me that the best thing is when you're not on your cycle, just let it breathe and do not wear underwear.
I
And do
don't. I
you
don't even wear
know,
them on my
Hmm.
period.
listen, I cannot go without wearing them. And this is the thing with men. I do not wear them at night. I go complete commando at night. However,
Yeah.
Mhm.
but during the day, I know my doctor has actually told me not to even wear them. You don't
Hmm.
need them. Women don't need them. But because of the way I was raised, it's like a
Mhm.
bra. You think
Oh,
you
okay.
Right.
need
Yeah.
them.
That talk.
It's
Yeah.
a
That.
habit.
Your
Okay.
mind
Yeah.
has
That's.
been
That's.
trained,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've
I
been
can't go. I
trained.
couldn't go outside and not wear them. You're right. I'm with you there.
I cannot
But
go
Yeah.
outside and not have them on. It's like something a mental block for me. Now at
yeah.
night, okay, after I shower and whatever, blah blah blah,
Yeah.
I
Then.
won't
Yeah.
wear 'em. But I'm telling you, I cannot go outside. But you know what? That is the best thing for a woman pH balance. It's to have that air hitting it. And guess
Yeah.
Mhm.
what? The
Yeah,
truth is, we've been so trained against that Queen Cascade,
Mm-hmm.
Incognito, Sharice. We've been so
Mm-hmm.
trained at Kira. We've been trained, at least me, I would say I've been so trained. I would never dock my door without it. I promise you, I
exactly. Yeah.
won't.
Now
I
I
won't.
agree with you there. I'm not. I like you said, we've been
But
trained, so
but
I would
listen,
never
I've
go
actually
outside
had
without
a
them.
few doctors tell me
I
not to
have.
wear them. I've
Yeah.
had doctors, medical doctors, tell me not to even wear.
I
Doc,
go out without them,
that's
but
crazy.
hmm but
I will
yeah,
Yeah.
like
also
it is like these men don't understand anything about puberty, women's bodies, or nothing. But they always want to tell women what they should be doing when they're an adult and when they're like, I can't with that. I can't.
Or they make it seem something sexual if you're not wearing them,
If you're not wearing them,
right?
yeah.
Right.
If you're not wearing them, right, Queen? It's like a
yeah,
sexual
it's true.
thing. It's
Mm-hmm.
not sexual. It's
Right.
because you shouldn't be fucking wearing it at all anyway.
Look at
Mm-hmm.
I,
Wisdom say she free
Especially
ball.
not like the silky kind, like the
I'll
silky
tell
type of
you
underwear.
a quick story. I remember years ago. Listen, my daughter's listen. For those who know me, I'm a nudist when I'm at home. I'll just
Mm-hmm.
put it like that. I'm a nudist when I'm at home. I like walking around my yard naked.
Thank you,
There
Queen.
are a lot of times where I will tend to be commando. So when I was in the relationship with my daughter's father, he had an issue with me being out commando. He was talking about
Mm-hmm.
what if somebody tries to grape you, and the underwear could be a form of protection. I took him to the doctor's appointment with me, to the gynecologist, for the gynecologist to explain to him what I had been saying to him for years, that you don't understand about women's bodies. Our bodies, our vaginas, our V's, I don't want to get the stream taken down, regulate differently to men. Your sacs, your scrotum, it regulates itself because it hangs loose down there and you wear your boxers or you wear your Y fronts. Women's V's down there are not the same as yours. They
Right.
regulate differently. They need air because of how, we're curved and our thighs trap heat. Okay, there's certain things like silk and non-cotton underwear that can actually cause infections, that can actually cause pH imbalances. So rather
Hmm.
than you getting on us about what we're doing with our V's, which is necessary, everything needs oxygen. The skin is the largest
Yes.
organ on the body. We have skin downstairs that needs air. We have hair that grows down there, and yes,
That
some women
needs
shave
air.
it off, but it still needs air. Like this is what annoys me about all these guys out there talking about women's pH balances and fishy smells and these kind of things. The tiniest thing can throw off a woman's pH balance downstairs, from the cream, the lotion, whatever she's using to wash down
Yep.
there, even down to the water. If the water isn't the correct pH balance and it's too much acidic
Mm-hmm.
content or
Mm-hmm.
chemicals in there, do you get what I mean? Can throw off a woman's pH balance. It's a very, very sensitive area down there that has its own ecosystem. It has its own natural bacteria for a reason. Do you get what I mean? It needs oxygen, needs to be down there. We've got a different way that we have to handle it. And this is something that parents should be teaching the girls when they're home. You know what I
Hmm.
mean? I'd say it to my daughter. I say it to my nieces, and they'll run around nude when they're here with me, because that's how we roll, and just let everything just be aired out. And then they go to put back their clothes on. There's nothing wrong with that. I do get the conditioning that happens in our community, and a lot of that is autonomy over our bodies. But it's time for women to take back those autonomies, and for those men that really want to understand, to listen to the conversation and understand that you don't know fucking shit unless you're a doctor, unless you're a gynecologist and you've studied. Like, remember there was one time I was on the stream, I can't remember, it was to do with the argument league, and I was having this conversation about women's bodies. I'm with my gynecologist and the gynecologist can hear the whole conversation, and he was mad. He was upset. He wanted to jump on the stream and be like, why are you saying this to women? This is incorrect. And I'm a trained gynecologist for 20 plus years. Don't be saying that shit. But he had to turn around and say to me, Queen, if you if you jump back into this conversation, can you let them know that a gynecologist has been listening to this and that is factually incorrect? And then there was the whole seed of your father bullshit, and he was like, "What the fuck?" I could see his
Girl,
face. You know what I mean? And
girl,
Melvin, the fuck
girl,
are you saying?
religion completely has ruined black people. We are just ruined. In the name of in the name of Jesus, we have been ruined. You know what I'm just saying? We have just been ruined.
I'm not
Yes,
claiming
yeah,
that. I
I'm
rebuke it.
choking
I rebuke
laughing,
it.
y'all.
Can you
Oh
guys
my
hear me?
God. Oh my God, Queen.
In the name
I
of
remember,
Jesus, we have been
oh,
ruined.
I remember that stream.
Do you
But
remember
guess what?
Mule?
This fool was out there trying to tell us all about women bodies. And I'm like, no.
Who
Why is he
was it? Do
saying
y'all
this?
remember? Who
Say
was
that again.
I don't know.
talking?
Chanel was up there. I don't know who all was up
Girl,
there, but
Shador, Lord have mercy.
oh my God, it was so weird. Like these men try to tell women about their bodies, and it's like, no, that's not that's not the truth. Oh, if a woman doesn't wear underwear, she's looking for D.
D.
No,
Girl,
it
they
does
mind
not
so
mean.
limited. They so
It's like,
limited.
no, she's not looking for D. We only need to wear it is if we're putting a pad in it. And
Yeah,
I'm like,
and let me say this. Let me say this. Y'all, sometimes, this is all I want to say. Sometimes these men, y'all have to let these men talk. Queen, I know you very triggered by men. Uh and a few other ladies, y'all very triggered. But sometimes y'all have to let this ignorance flow, let it flow and let it fly. Because the ignorance needs to come out. It needs to come out. It needs to be said. Let them show just how dumb they are. Let it come out.
Listen,
Let them speak.
I said
incognito.
the
I'm
same
all
thing. I
I'm
said the
all
same thing.
for these Negroes, these jiggers, these emotional despite exposing
Yeah, okay.
themselves, because it just gives us even more evidence to say, look, ladies,
Look,
look dumb.
we
Capital
need these clips. We need
DUMB.
these clips because they are dumb.
But that
They are
time
dumb.
when we were on the stream, bear in mind, incognito, when that happened, I can't remember the name of the other dude that was on the panel. I can see his face, but I can't remember his name. Bear in mind that this is a conversation how many months on? Remember, Suave had a whole debate with him. Remember, I was on the stream. There was a
Hmm.
previous how many streams where there was a nurse on the stream, there was a doctor on the stream trying to talk to him about eggs and fertilization, and I'm trying to bring up documentaries and show him how how procreation actually is. And 6 months later, he still came back with the same
He,
bullshit.
yeah, he don't want to learn. He don't want to
True,
learn, Queen.
true.
Now, yeah, you at that point, you just like, okay, you committed to ignorance, and so we got to leave you there because you committed to it.
I will leave him with the ignorance, and I don't
Yeah.
mind them saying what they're saying. But then when you're putting this is fact on it and trying to make out like it's fact, and there's people in the comment section that don't have that knowledge, then it's like, no, 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 no. Let me just clarify.
Yeah.
Okay, that's not a fact. This is the fact. Okay. So I'd rather they do talk because, like I said, it
Would
gives
you
us
call
even
him
more
wisdom?
evidence.
Call him shitar. You know what? Shenard is one.
God.
Shenard is one that I actually cannot take him seriously. And so when he comes on, I like that y'all get him, but I hate when y'all block him because he's so ignorant. It's hilarious.
It just
It,
depends
it
on the
it's
mood.
but you know what, he's one that doesn't bother me. Now people like David Johnson, that bothers me, but Shenard is actually hilarious to me. I found him to be quite funny. He was comic relief.
Don't get me wrong, there's some comic relief with voodoo, bro. But when he starts coming up on the panel with us ladies and interjecting in the conversation, and then it's like calling us baby and calling us all the other
Oh,
words that he likes to use,
Says mom.
then it's like
because
it's time
he's a troll. We know he a troll. So sometimes I just like to hear the trolls troll, and then I like to hear y'all attack them. I wish y'all would just let them troll so I can hear y'all attack them. Just let them troll so y'all can attack.
So can I say?
Note taken, incognito. Note taken.
Can y'all
Sharice,
hear
what you
me?
gonna sorry,
Uh-huh, we
Rochelle.
can hear you.
Oh, I didn't know if anybody could hear me. I couldn't even see my bubble really moving for a bit.
We couldn't. We didn't hear anything else you said.
Yeah,
Oh
I just
no,
heard you now, Rochelle.
Yeah.
oh dang. I
Sorry,
was trying to
sis.
be,
You've
I
been
was
out
trying to
for a
be
second.
incognito,
Hmm.
and use Renee instead, hoping people.
Oh,
No,
Renee, I'm sorry. I'm sorry,
no,
Renee.
no. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. But no, what I wanted to say is, even though I came into a very triggering topic, and I was literally ready to just read "Oh Dude" for filth because I'm waiting to do that anyway for the sake of tequila, but I was on a whole another type of bloodlust mission when it came to when I heard that he said that. But you guys are actually giving me some pretty good ideas that I'm writing down because one of the schools in my area that I work, actually one of the lady teachers, she had asked me, is there like any type of class program type things that I can do? And of course the young lady students asked me as well, but I think they really was just doing that so they can get out of class. I wasn't trying to what
Mhm.
with them because the messiness they was on and stuff, I don't know. But um it did give me some ideas as far as doing the classes because I would, of course I was going to talk about it was going to be males and females in the class, but there are times where males need separate classes and females need separate classes. So
Yeah.
my male battle buddy would have to take care of the male side of the class as far as their separate little meetings, and I would deal with the female separate little meetings. But no, the idea, of course, of feminine hygiene, that's
Mhm.
one of them. Because when I was doing it where I was before,
Mhm.
I wasn't talking to them about things like not wearing panties, different things like that. Even though that is very true, it
Mhm.
is very true.
Hmm.
Shouldn't wear it, and I usually don't like to wear it unless I'm at work, of course, because that uniform, I just cannot not wear. I wear like men's boxers in that uniform, like men's briefs,
Mhm.
Okay.
big the shorts briefs. I wear those in that uniform because yeah, I couldn't see myself wearing it without panties. I don't know. But but it gives me some ideas about that to talk to them about and everything, and that will help with the personal hygiene. Also the idea of hearing that they just need to fall flat or
Mhm.
just sit and then lay
Yeah. Yeah. Good
like that.
idea,
Yeah,
Renee.
I never talked about that with them. I usually just went into the usual, just, tell someone different things like that. But I want to now at this point take it a step further because that's a very good idea. Because, and I'm going to tell my kids this as well, because I usually tell my kids that they need to yell, kick, scream, say, this is not my parent. Just bring as much attention to themselves as possible. I never stop to think that telling them to lay on the ground may work as well as make a whole lot of noise, because in my brain, if I think of that before I heard this discussion, I would think, well, it's a kid and a grown man could literally just lift a kid up off the ground.
Yeah.
and,
Yeah.
and that's how I would think about it. So if I hadn't heard the full on conversation, and it makes sense at this point, but now it really makes sense. So that's something I have to add to the conversation with my kids as well as kids in the high school. But I do appreciate this talk, even though I was very, very triggered coming in, because first topic, that always is a triggering topic for me.
Mhm.
Uh,
Yeah. Yeah.
and it's really hard to hear it. It's super hard to hear it. But um, talking to my therapist and stuff, that was one of the things he did say. He said that if you find people that has been through similar experiences, that it's healthy for you to talk about it with them. Because I
Yeah.
used to, well, you shouldn't really just be going around just telling people your business and talking about what happened in your past and all this other stuff. And now it's just like, since I came on here and I hear it from other people, I feel and after talking to my therapist, I feel more comfortable talking about it. So, I mean, of course, that subject, uh, God, I don't know. I have to really just think about how I approach that subject when I talk to the young ladies in the high school,
Mhm.
because I
Yeah.
don't know how to deal with it and stay strong faced in uniform, listening if any of them have a story. Like,
Yeah. Yeah.
I was literally sitting here just like crying, and then the crying just turned to anger.
Yeah.
I wanted to literally take all my anger out on fucking David Johnson.
Oh,
Well, I've learned something new because I already knew he was at the, Rochelle, when he's been over Taz's, he goes backwards and forwards, and I'll call him out of his name and all the rest of the shit. So as far as I'm concerned, he's always been David Johnson, the asshole, and Johnson over
But
here is
Queen,
nicknamed.
he's trying to say now, and Rochelle, they're trying to say that anybody who does not think little kids who do whatever, even though we agree that it's not right for little kids to have sex, do anything sexual to other kids, we are predator protectors,
we are
right?
not. We are not.
You're a
We are
predator.
not.
Rochelle.
But
And
listen,
they can.
I'm gonna tell you what the ultimate goal is for us. They want us to adultify those children, so that
Hmm.
then we can say, well, they are grown adults. They're adults. So why can't we marry and grape and be sleeping with those kids? I mean, they don't want to call them kids. Why can't we be with those people of that age? Because they're grown adults.
Hmm.
No, I'm not going. I'm not going. And I
You.
don't
Yeah.
care what email y'all send. You could threaten me. Girl, they put my dad address. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I came on and did a quick stream, y'all. I was so upset because I had to make my dad go sleep by my sister's house for a few days because I had detectives and everything. It was a whole big mess.
Girl, I cannot believe. I absolutely mute cannot believe that is going on.
Incognito, when I tell you I've been stressed behind it, but
I
now I
cannot
have
believe
two
that.
of my
But
nephews at my dad's house, and they have actually carried from, I don't want to say too much, but anyway, they are good
They
guys,
ain't.
good kids.
Have they
And
heard the stats about New Orleans? Have
but
they not been paying
girl,
attention?
but
Come
yeah,
on.
when I tell
Come
you
on
I
with
have
it.
my nephews over there and everything, so I feel much better now. However, at the time, I was like, oh no.
Come on.
Because my dad had just went back home. And he'll stay with me for a few months, he'll go back home for a few months, he'll come back. And I just didn't want him at his own house. And
Yeah, alone.
he
Yeah.
had just went back there, and I even was trying to get him to let my husband come pick him up, but he was like, no, because
but
the second lines are about to start. And my dad is a big social person in New Orleans. He's really into the social. Listen, the second lines, the parades, a lot of the balls that's about to come up. My dad is heavy into all of that.
Yeah. So,
but
and your daddy should have no fear of moving around the city.
Hmm.
These internet trolls, they ain't finna do nothing. The same way she put out Taz's mama address, they ain't finna do nothing. She did. You just internet trolling.
but
You're
Yeah,
not
this
but
finna do.
listen, I'm gonna be honest with you. And I don't want any of you guys who really like me, because I really like y'all. And I would never do anything to hurt anybody. I am a very much in my spirit a protector. However, I will say this. I fear what would happen to me if somebody did come after my family and my loved ones. Because I do believe that I'm also a warrior, not just a protector. So I do have
Hmm.
a fear that in my own self, it could be another side that would show, that would come out, and then um, I would answer for it gladly. I would not hide it. I Listen. Let me just be honest with you. If I had to do anything to protect a loved one, or protect a child, and that warrior spirit had to come out, I would not be ashamed to hide it. And that's the whole thing. I don't want it. I don't want confusion when I can not have confusion.
so
And so,
say
That's
this,
the truth.
if I could
But
say
the
this,
truth, the truth is, I would not say that I would not be a killer. And that's what people need to really know. That I don't know a lot about YouTube, but if any harm was to come towards my dad, it would take me. It would take a lot in me. It would take too much. I don't know if I have it in me to let it go. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not that good with God yet.
Well,
so
if
I'm
they
just
don't
saying.
know how much you love your daddy as at this point, then God be with them. If they don't know how much you love I have heard you from day one talk about your dad. So if any fool on the internet does not understand how much love you have for your father and think they can come play in his face like that, try it. Try it and see. God
so
be
Look,
with you. God
look,
rest
it
your
got
soul.
Negro. I swear to God, I was like, I ain't a killer, but don't push me.
But don't push me.
Don't make
Don't
me,
push me.
don't turn me into this shit, y'all. I'm not used to what they call doxing and all this shit bullshit. I'm just not. And the scariest thing, and I'm gonna be honest with you, how it really get with me. It's not even a person who would just do it, right? Because I would feel like you was a pawn. You was set up to do it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Each and every person who I swear to God, who insinuating this. I was so busy all week. They'll tell you, Sharice, have I been on Bond? I haven't been on nobody. I just been researching who has mentioned this shit for me. Who's insinuating my name in this shit? That's what I've been doing, research. Because I've written everybody's name. I'm paying for somebody to investigate where you live, who you are, this and other. Because if a freaking hair is harmed on my dad,
so
And there it is.
I will say
There
this.
it is.
I will say this. I definitely understand where you're coming from, Mule. When I was on Nyla's panel before and I was talking to Donna Dash, this is similar to what I was talking about. You sound like where my thought process is. Sometimes you cannot be afraid to suffer consequences for protecting your family. And that's what I was or protecting yourself. And that's what I was trying to explain to her. She said that, in a certain place where she is, they don't allow, weapons, different things like that. I'm like, listen, it's either you go to jail alive or you're not alive anymore. And that even flows true with my children. Like, there's at this, like, once something happens to them, I no longer care about my career. I no longer care about anything else at that point. Like, I'm literally going to be a whole loose cannon that just explodes. Like, anybody that is affiliated or involved with anything that happened that was bad to them, that's it. I'm like, that's literally my whole life's mission for the rest of my life until I'm caught. And that's all I'm going to do.
wait. Let me just back up. Let me be honest. I love you, but let me be honest with you. If anybody was to threaten one of my kids, and I have grown up children, safety, I would not even wait for a preemptive. I would not wait for you to do something. I would come straight the fuck for you. It would be no wait. It would be no wait. I would come straight to you. I would send somebody straight to you. Y'all really, I don't know what y'all doing on this internet shit, but I will put money out. Let me just be honest. The shit that's going on right now with my dad address being on the internet is crazy, right?
Mm-hmm.
But nobody has hurt my dad. But I'm gonna be honest, don't play with my kids. Don't threaten my listen, that is some shit I just can't even take. I would not even wait. You want to see fucking Psycho in action? You will see Psycho in action.
Yeah.
Let alone my grandkids. If I think you thinking about one of my, if I think you have a thought on my grandkids, listen. Let me. This is the reason why I can't do. This is the one reason why I can't do this here doxing shit. Because I'm never coming to harm you or nobody on YouTube. Nobody on YouTube can make me woman sphere David Johnson, none of you bitches. I would never look for you, want harm for you or
Right.
nothing. If I thought you were a jerk, an asshole, a liar, a cheater, or whatever, it would be what it was, whatever I said. But I
Right. But
don't
it ain't
go
that
looking,
serious.
I'm not going to look to harm you or your family. But you sickos will go to look to harm people's family. But I would tell you this, I would not give a fuck if you harm my family. If I feel like you are the people who caused it,
Right.
I would sell my houses. I would do whatever I could to get you fucking dead.
Mm.
And I'm going to end that shit.
Hmm.
Right.
That's
Yeah.
facts.
Hmm.
I
Mhm.
will smile in my mugshot. Okay,
Oh,
don't play
thank
with
you.
me.
I
Smile.
Do not
all
play
the
with me. I
time.
will smile.
I say it all the time. I say it all, and the reason I said if something was to happen, because it was a certain type of discussion to where it wasn't about YouTube stuff. It was about actual stuff that was talked about earlier on this stream. And because something like that happened to me, that's what I meant, where I was like, that's it. I no longer care about what I'm doing with my life or anything. My mind is not going to think about what I'm going to lose. It just doesn't at that point. Like it just won't. It won't.
I don't
I
think people fully realize, Rochelle, when it comes to the type of women that we are and being very protective of our families, that it's almost like when certain elements of us are triggered, that mother bear, that lioness is going to come out. Do you get what I mean?
yes,
So these
because
people, as much as they're out there threatening people, they need to be very careful themselves, because when people are put into fearful situations or are worried about things, you don't know what that person's reaction is going to be. Do you know what I mean? There's some certain situations I've had in the past, with my daughter, where I've seen sides of myself that I would have never expected to have existed. Do you get what I mean? But it just showed me the other side of, like, I consider myself to be a very nice person. Do you get what I mean? But I know what I'm capable of if I'm pushed to a certain limit. And people that like to go out there and say, well, I'll never do this, I'll never do that. And I used to be one of those people, until you put into a situation where you have to fight for your life or you have to fight for your child's survival, then you see the other sides of what you are also capable of. So don't feel bad about it, sis. It's you
No, I
know.
don't feel bad about it, but I have to be
Mm.
cautious because I know who I
And,
am.
I
and
can
get
And let
understand.
me be honest, you guys,
Well,
I'm a very nice person. Just like you said, Queen, you're a very nice person. I try
Mm,
my best to be so nice. But I remember one time my second son was 15.
mhm,
And I told this story before. He was in love, guys. He was in love with this girl. They were both 15.
mhm.
And he thought this was gonna be his wife. And I'm gonna be honest, it may have been his wife if the mom and dad whatever. But anyway, the mom one day catches him in her daughter's bedroom. They were having sex. And he runs out of there, right? She runs him out. He comes home. He doesn't say anything. Her and her husband come to our home. Me and my husband answer the door, and she's saying all this stuff, right? The mom. I understood why she was upset because I had a daughter. Hey, I would
Mhm.
not want no boy in my house doing nothing with my daughter, right? So I'm
Right.
like, boy, come out here. You know, we talked about it. I told him you were wrong. That's disrespectful. You know,
Mhm.
the thing was, it was not a consensual relationship. They were both 15. And the truth was, I had even got his phone. I made him unlock the phone in front of the parents because months before it, I was nervous about this relationship when I kept saying how much they were in love, right?
Mhm.
This was back in you remember back when your children had Sprint? All of the messages would come through on a bill.
When
So
I had what?
Yes.
all all of your text messages back in the day used to come through on a bill with
Uh huh.
Sprint.
Yeah.
So it would come through and they would have each number, right? Each the last four of each number. So on my son who was 15 number, it would come back all his so me and my husband would read everybody text, right? So kids didn't know that none of this was secret. Everything was printed out for us. So we would read it. And so I before all of this happened, I was trying to break them up and discourage this because I saw how deep the feelings were, right?
Mhm.
So when the mom and dad came to our house and said she caught my son in, having sex with her daughter, I offered this lady coffee, tea, all my New Orleans hospitality. And I told her I completely understand. I kind of saw it coming because of all of the texts and how much, good morning, beautiful, and I'll
Mhm.
die for you, and how much I love you. They actually had text saying what their kids' names would be. And, I had kept talking to my son about not talking to this girl,
Mhm.
right? Because I felt like it was too grown for him. But then it seemed like the more I was trying to discourage him from
Mhm.
talking to this girl, the more he was talking to her, right? And so a few weeks
Mhm.
later, they say, "Oh,
Like they
she
were too
driving through our no,
serious.
she drove through our neighborhood, the mom, and she pulls a well, she said the gun was on her lap. My son and his friend said she pointed a gun at him.
Mhm.
Yeah, when I tell you what people don't know about ATL, if you don't know about ATL filled with New Orleans niggas. When I tell you I sent out a damn back call and I told my brother that this woman did this here, before we knew it, it was about 20 people at this lady's house with
Mm.
me to ask her, hello, you just pulled a gun on my son? Ma'am,
Wow.
do you realize you have two sons that can be
So why didn't you
held
want her to
accountable?
talk to him? But why didn't you want
Huh?
your son to talk to her before?
Actually, I liked her, but I just felt like they was so intense. I was scared he was gonna get her pregnant. I'm gonna be real with you. She was a good girl. You know what I'm saying? It was just reading the text and they were both just turning 15. I just felt like, oh my
Mhm.
God, they're so young, so intense. But he really told me he really was in love with her, y'all. So that was the reason why. But I would tell him like, but he would be like, no, we never had sex. But I never was telling him that we reading the text. But the text was sexual, but they had never actually had the sex at that time. You get what I'm saying?
Mhm.
But I could tell it was leading that way because they were so intense in the text, like they really were in love. I that's the
And what
best way I can tell
happened?
y'all that. Um, what happened was she was a year older than him, so she graduated the year before him, and she
Mm.
went off to college
What
and
happened after that?
um
Did they break up after
no, well let me tell you
that?
what happened. It was a lot of drama because the mom almost got her husband and her two sons killed because she pointed a gun at my son. And me being me, when we
Mhm.
went to her home, I let her know I would let her live, but I would make
Mhm.
sure no man in her life live because you are doing this shit. You're making it bigger than it had
It
to
was
be.
too serious.
I'm listen. Once you point a gun at my child, Once you
Yeah.
threaten the life of one of my children, that means I don't care about none of your children. That means all your children should be gone.
Yeah.
And I feel like that. And I know I'm wrong. People can say I'm wrong, but I'm gonna stand on that wrongness. Some things you're not gonna be right about in life. That's the thing. What I try to tell people, I would never want anything bad to happen to any of that later children. Yeah, you get what I'm saying? However, if it came between my son
Mm-hmm.
and all of her children could be gone. I'm gonna just keep it real. That's how I
Mm-hmm.
feel.
Yeah, and it makes you, because this is why sometimes I say no, I'm not really a nice person, because
Yeah.
I think like that. That's how I
Mm-hmm.
think. Like,
It
I
was like
don't care
leading up
anything
to it.
about you, your family. I don't
Yeah.
care about anything once something happens to my kids, and you are the cause of it. So then, of course, it makes you stop and think. Like, I guess I'm just not a nice person. Do
Yeah,
you ever feel that way, Neil?
and but let me tell you
Mm-hmm.
something, Rochelle. I'm like that. I'm gonna be honest with you. I learned that day about me. I knew it was wrong to threaten her kids
Right.
because her kids didn't pull a gun. She did. But I promise you, on that day, and still to this day, if something would have happened, I mean, my son is what, 28 now? But if at that time when he was 15, if a hair on his head would have been home, yeah, I would have put in a call for both of her sons, her husband. All, she would have lost everybody. I would have made sure of that. Even in the penitentiary, I would have made sure before I went.
Yeah.
These Negroes in New Orleans will kill you for a food stamp card. Let me tell you something. It is not hard to get somebody lit up. And these
Right,
YouTube
right, right.
motherfuckers
Yeah.
need to know people on YouTube can get got too. Stop putting out people addresses. Stop this bullshit. Because you know what? There's a New Orleans person that live in your neighborhood. So stop the drama. Stop the cap. Y'all need to stop it.
Well, they don't know
Exactly.
who they're really doing that to, because for all they know, they could really just be doing that to somebody that does not care. They
Listen,
don't.
in 2 weeks, I've located 30 people who live in Ohio. Y'all need to stop this shit. Stop the cap before you think you live too far or you're not close. Katrina displaced a whole lot of ignorant people. Stop it.
Because I think what it is, the bitch. I think with the bitch, she wants to prove to people so much that she's so tough. But when she meets the right person that's not gonna fucking play with her,
She needs
she's
to
gonna be
because she's
salty.
already named the bar that she likes to hang out. Her address is public. Her listen, it's too much shit that you done named online that people have. I'm talking about in ministry. Stop it, lady. Stop it. Because what you're gonna do is you're gonna incite somebody to harm somebody. And somebody get harmed. If it's in my family,
You getting dealt with.
you can deal. Even if it's not you who did it. I don't want to
She did
hear
it.
it was an accident. I don't want to hear I didn't tell that one person to go do it. You started the shit.
You're
You started that
responsible.
shit. You put my name in some shit I had nothing to do with. Don't do that shit.
And this is the thing that's really driving me nuts about this situation, especially you being called
Right.
a
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
predator sympathizer and all this other stuff.
A predator protector.
Yeah. The
And guess
for
what? The real thing is they're the freaking predators. They want us to
Yeah.
adultify children.
right,
Mm-hmm.
but what I'm gonna say to that is, you want to sit there and hop your stupid ass up on panels and be hanging with these dudes that say 8-year-olds that have menstrual cycles are ready to marry. That right there is a damn predator. So
Yeah.
you, in a sense, are hanging with the predator, just like you said they are predators. And so you then are a total hypocrite. You can't sit there and say, well, because she said that this boy when he was a kid did this, instead of being an adult and asking the questions like what happened to him to make him think that that's okay. Because even with my daughter, my 9-year-old daughter, and I believe I told Sharice this little boy literally told my daughter that he has had sex before. and she's in elementary school. And as a matter of fact, it has now Sharice, it's been two little black boys that has said this at two different schools. So it's just like,
And she's
what is
9,
going,
right? The
so
9-year
my,
old.
but huh?
The 9-year old, right?
Yeah, my daughter's 9.
Mm-hmm.
So okay, so my first thought was it wasn't for me to sit there and say, well, oh my God, this kid is just such a predator. My first thought was, of course, to say to my daughter not to hang around that kid and to just focus on school. Don't even hang around the kid at school as much as you can. And to tell me some names so I can go to the principal. So maybe something can be done to figure out if something is going on with this kid.
Mm-hmm.
Not to jump and say, oh, he's a predator and all this other stuff, because at that point, at that age,
He might be a
it's,
victim.
yeah, he may be a victim, but he's
He
also
certainly is a
Exactly.
victimizing
victim.
someone else
Yeah,
without
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
realizing that he's victimizing someone else.
exactly. And that's the problem with any child. It's like that 10-year-old on the back of the bus. You calling her bees and hoes and all these horrible names. Listen, somewhere these kids are learning it. Somewhere these kids have been touched or done some shit to, and they're
Mm-hmm.
learning this stuff. And you know what? It is horrible. I would think, and maybe in my first reaction would be to whip their butts, but also to get them some therapy and some counseling and figure out what is going on. But
Right.
no, I'm still not gonna let you Negroes make me turn them into grown people. How about that?
Because
You're
Mm-hmm.
not gonna make me adultify them.
Sharice, I'm gonna call you later and tell you something that had happened. I don't want to say it on YouTube because I swear to God, if my name comes up in something involving something of a kid that I know, I'm gonna
Mm-hmm.
fucking lose my marbles. As a matter of fact, I'm going to see to it that Mule gives me the information for that investigator, because I'm definitely finding out where they are.
Girl,
Right.
look.
I'm not going to, but I will tell you
Mule
off
will
because
pay. Mule will pay for you, baby. Because guess
Yeah.
what? That shit
I'm
freaked
I'm
me out with my dad's address. I'm gonna be honest.
You cut out a little
If
bit or something.
everything, if
no
everything else was right, or whatever, just about me,
Yeah.
I would have been okay. But the thing was, my dad's address. That had blew my mind. It blew my mind. Even my husband was like, "Oh hell no."
Mm-hmm.
It was like and I'm gonna be honest. My dad had just went home the weekend before, y'all. If he was still here with us, we wouldn't even care. Like,
Right.
go for it. But I mean, nah, don't do that.
Yeah, y'all, they play entirely too much. And what I do need for them to understand, these East Coasters, the South is very different from the East Coast.
We
The
very
South is
Well,
different.
very
don't get
different from the
listen.
West Coast. I
They're not
need
all
y'all to
like that.
understand that.
Ohio is actually technically the Midwest
it's
because
the
I'm from the East
Midwest.
We're
Coast.
Midwest. Y'all
Mm-hmm.
better, y'all need to understand that we're not the same people. We may
And
look
this
like
is
you,
the
but we're
thing.
not the same.
And let me tell you something else. What we not. I'm never gonna tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm
Me
No,
never
neither.
gonna threaten you and not expect for you to come looking for me or come for you. When I
Right.
threaten you, I'm coming for you. I'm never gonna threaten you because if I'm coming for you, I don't want you to be ready. But
that's
you
fact.
Right.
guys are
Exactly.
threatening people and think they're not gonna come for you. This is some internet shit that I'm really not used to a lot of these places because you guys threaten people and then expect for nobody to come for you. I'm not used to that fake shit. That's fake
Right.
to me. If
Yeah.
you
That is
threaten
fake.
me, if you threaten a mule, if you threaten incognito, listen, we're not used to that. Don't threaten us if you're
Don't-
not serious. Because
Thank you.
guess what?
Thank
I'm
you.
gonna be 100% fucking serious with you.
Right.
I'm
Cause,
on
Yeah, you were
serious
serious.
mode.
You went and
cause
got your You went and did your diligence. Got your private person private investigator.
Incognito, what happened with Nandi? Hello,
Oh,
how
with
you doing? I'm coming to knock on your fucking door. How you doing?
what's
Show
crazy,
did.
Don't
what's
threaten
Show
me
did.
and think I'm not coming. That's all
what's
I can say.
what's
Don't
crazy, Mule.
threaten me.
what's crazy, Mule, is yeah, I mean, I can speak on this because I've already got the consequences for it. Because again, it's just I don't think about consequences until I get the consequences. But I think I told Sharice this too. Like, yeah, I was threatening and all, want to play little social media games. The problem is, we in the same town. So yes, I'm going to come and knock on your door, which is what I did. Not only that, but I'm going to cost you money too. So I destroyed the property as well, knocked on the door, and stomped her and beat her
Rochelle's
up
a
in
little
the middle of
crazy
her
guy.
kitchen.
Yeah,
Like,
Renee, I
I'm
can
not
roll with
about to
you.
play with you. And
I'm gonna
all
roll with
she
Renee.
simply did was say, "You know where I live, bitch." That's all she had to say, and we live in the same town. So if you come
Hello.
for my kids or anything like that, even if you're in towns away, at that point, now you've really violated. So I will be more than happy to take that trip. But
Right.
I don't know why they try to play with people like people won't come and knock on their door. And
Mm-hmm.
yes, I did get consequences for that shit. I got in mass trouble for that shit. Like, I got an assault with bodily injury and mental illness. Literally.
Get him, Renee. Get him, girl.
Like, literally.
I ain't
It,
mad.
it was just
Listen,
Right.
so
some
nuts.
shit
Like,
you're gonna have to go through. Let me tell you something. My friend mama slit her own damn brother, her uncle neck for doing some harm, horrible harm to her. Some shit, let me tell you something. Don't imply that you're gonna take one of my kids out. Don't imply you're gonna cause harm to my father. Don't imply you're gonna cause, listen, just leave us alone. If you don't like my
Right.
opinions online, you have that right. You can curse me out online. You can say whatever you want. But with
right.
the minute you start sending my information to your fucking fanboy club to do something to us, you have crossed a lot of lines. And when
Hmm.
you cross those lines, just know I don't
Ain't
sit
no
up
coming
here and
back.
wait. I don't wait for you to attack me. I'm ass first.
That's
Yeah.
right.
I'm always gonna think I need the first lick. I've
Lick. That's
always
right.
thought that. I've always
My
thought
mama
that.
taught us that. Get the first
My mom
lick.
told me that too.
Get your
Ain't
first
nobody
lick.
waiting for nobody
Your
to hit
first
you.
lick might be your best lick. You better
Right.
sneak their ass.
Well,
Yep.
that first lick was the best lick because she opened that motherfucking door like a dummy. And literally it was like kind of a slow motion thing, but I know it was literally a second. When she opened that door and looked at me in my face, that's when I immediately knocked her dead in her eye
Mm.
and ran into the house. So luckily I didn't get in more trouble than what I did. But no, I ran into her house and dragged her and beat her down in the middle of her kitchen
Mm.
to the
Damn.
point where her boyfriend came out and picked me up and carried me out the house. And I was dragging her over his shoulder by her shirt. And
I'm
then
glad he didn't put no
I
hands
had
on
my
you though.
friend there with me. She stood out there. She punched him in his face.
Ooh, baby, that was a fight, baby. Ooh, that was a fight
Mm-hmm.
there.
No, but not only that, not only did she get I said curb stomped, but no, not only did she get curb stomped in her own house in her kitchen, but she had to go outside and look at her car and see every single window, including the sunroof, broke.
Hmm.
Damn. Did you get in trouble for the car vandalism?
It wasn't included.
Mm. You got lucky.
They just got me with an assault with bodily injury and mental illness. I had to pay that. I had to pay her restitution
Mm.
while she was walking around telling everybody that she was gonna shoot me, that what she say? She went around and told everybody that I hit her in the face with a rock, to the point where I had to show people the paperwork that said that the EMT had, that said that her bruises and her swollen shut eye and her knots on her forehead was not from a rock, it was from fist. It was from a fist.
Mm-hmm.
Like, she
That's
was
funny.
going around selling this
That's
sob
crazy.
story that she got knocked in the face with a rock. And I'm just like, so she was really trying to get me for assault with a deadly weapon. That's what she was trying to do.
Mm.
But she couldn't do it because the paperwork didn't state that there was a deadly weapon. It was just my fist. I'm not a
Right.
boxer. So I don't have my fists are not registered as deadly weapons. So she was trying to say that the rock, she tried to put that rock out there and say that I hit her in the face with a rock just because she found big rocks. Because what I did was I went to a chiropractic college area where they had those decorative kind of bigger rocks. But and I grabbed some of them, put them in my car because if she did not come outside, I was gonna break all her house windows.
You are
So
crazy.
like instead of doing that, first I broke the car windows, but I had a rock right by me, and I was like, if she don't open this door, I'm breaking her house window. And it was winter too, so I was like, well, her and her damn kids gonna be cold. I don't care.
Mm-hmm.
And then she opened that door though, and she got what she got, and unfortunately, I got what I got. But again,
Oh, well,
I did not care about the consequences at the time, and that's
And
that's
what we
what
right.
have
did
to.
she do?
Some
Why
people
did you
don't
do this?
think about consequences
What did she
before.
Wait,
do?
let me share this
What did she
story.
do?
Allegedly,
Mhm.
let me tell you this story about a
I just
girl
want to know
named
why Rachel
Angie.
wanted to fight her.
Oh,
Because
Russia.
it was a YouTube thing, and it was literally 3 sentences. Like, okay, so I don't like arguing on social media. I just don't. I do it on YouTube just to troll and make people look stupid, but I really don't like to type and argue on like Facebook and Instagram and all that other stuff. Especially if you
Right.
live in the same town as me. I'm just not with it. Like, no, we can either link or you can shut up. But she sat there, okay, so with my daughter's father, that was quote unquote his best friend, aka supposedly my daughter's godmother. So she said she had his information to Facebook while he was locked up. So his sister also had his information and she posted some pictures of my daughter on his Facebook. She took the pictures off of my daughter and posted a picture of him and her hanging out, like an old picture. So I told her, where the fuck did my daughter's pictures go? She wanted to get smart. Her sister came in and tried to join on getting smart, which I had some for her sister too. But at that point, I really had to think of my career. So I was like, well, her sister, I already know I can beat her ass. So it's no point. I beat her sister's ass and she can't even beat her sister's ass. So I was just like, okay, well, so they tried to argue with me, but me, I only did like 3 messages because I'm just like, whatever. So she finally said the magic words for me, which that shit don't work in court, by the way. It does not work to say that she invited me over. She invited me over. She said, you know where I live. To me, I took that as an invite. That's an invite for me. And so I went over there. But the point is, she shouldn't have never deleted my daughter's pictures.
Rochelle said she took that shit as a personal invite.
She said a
Nadia
personal
told me
invite.
this
She
is
said,
my
"You know my
address.
address."
Wait, girl, Nadia sent her address out there. And she
Hmm.
No,
said,
I knew
bitch,
where she
come see me.
lived. I knew where
Wait,
she
you
lived.
remember that incognito? That
Oh
woman gave
yeah.
me that damn bogus ass address.
I remember it clearly.
No, I knew where she lived, but I think she thought because
Girl,
of my
I
career.
went to the address, and when I tell y'all, I thank God there was an old lady answered that door. That bitch was not there because I was there. I don't even know what
Yeah.
I planned on doing. I was coming to. That lady took and told me about my sons. I said, you know what? My
Mm,
sons? You and all
yeah.
your sons. I said, my sons? Oh, you think your sons is gonna do something to my sons? I'm on my way.
Yeah.
There,
Okay.
y'all.
My
There's a saying in the South: "Don't let your mouth overload your ass."
yeah,
Man, you
like
don't
my
want to
even with
threaten my sons, man, because
Thank
guess
you.
what?
And
I
she
love
let her
all
mouth
my
overload
sons.
her ass.
Wait, do you remember that incognito?
Yes, I remember.
Do you
I
and
remember
then
when
was
I
there,
went to that house?
and you
and then with
called
my
in and
daughter,
told her live you was there.
and
I
then with
was
my
she was
and then when I
live
was
and
pregnant with
Amber
my
would not
second
get off
daughter,
live and come outside. She would not get off live and come outside. Why would you send me somewhere you want? And I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not even no big old fighter. I will fight. I wanted her to talk to me and not threaten my kids. That was the whole reason why I went. I don't go somewhere like I'm big and bad. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not scary though, so I don't have no fear. You're gonna have to make me fear you. I'm just telling you the truth. Online, in person, whatever, you're not gonna make me just fear you from no bull BS. I'm not scared of nobody. I've never been scared. But girl, this lady gave me her address. She told me about my sons, told me about her sons was in these GDs and all these gangs and how they was gonna knock off my sons. I said they gonna knock off whose sons?
Right.
I said, hold on, man. They gonna knock off my sons? I said, well, where y'all at? I said, well, meet me at the Shell station. We need to talk offline. That's what I told her. I said, we need to talk offline. Right, Rochelle? Incognito, you remember
Yeah.
that?
Yeah.
I said, we
Yeah, I don't
need
want
to
to. No,
talk.
if I meet with somebody, I don't want to talk offline. No,
Nah,
I want
I said,
romance at
we
that
need to
point.
meet offline because this is getting serious, ma'am. You threatening my children. And she said, oh, no, I'm not coming to that shell. If you want to talk to me, you come here. She gave me the address. It took me about 30 minutes to get there. She was still live. I'm calling the number that she gave me. She wouldn't answer. So I go online. I see she's still live. I'm like, I'm here. Come outside. You remember that? Anybody remember that
I
shit?
remember. I remember.
Girl, I took pictures of the rooftops, everything. When I tell y'all, by the time I decided to leave, I had about 15 calls out there posted. She knew not to come out there. When I tell y'all, my husband, my cousins, my sons, their friends, everybody was outside. And I left on my own. But one thing you're not gonna do is tell me that you're gonna have somebody looking for my kids. That shit ain't gonna work for me.
Yeah, don't stop, like, stop threatening people's kids and stuff, like, and even when I was a little younger, and now I'm older now, so at this point, I mean, if someone says something like look says something about my kids looks or something, I'm like, whatever, just don't touch my kids. But when I was younger and I was pregnant with my second daughter, this girl just literally simply said my baby gonna come out looking like an alien. I went to her mom's house where she was living, stomped all on top of her car, put dents all in the car, and because she wouldn't come outside, I threw a cinder block through her mom's window.
Renee.
And
Michelle, what's your sign,
you're-
girl?
I'm
Well,
an
yeah.
Aquarius.
I ain't never
Girl.
known no Aquarius like you. Not one.
But
You
no,
a different
I
kind of
just
Aquarius.
I don't know. I always, it's just, I don't know. It's just, according to my mom, I've just always been like that. Whatever. I
Well, you
probably
know what?
wasn't
I
around.
take that back, Mew, because Nandy is an Aquarius.
Oh
Mm.
yeah, her.
Yeah,
What?
I,
Oh my
I
she's
would
an
goodness.
love to
Aquarius.
see her.
She an Aquarius. So okay, I'll take that back, Renee. But you are different, honey. Renee covers all the ground she's standing on, baby.
It's just okay.
10 toes.
But the reason I brought those stories up, the whole point of it all is that stop messing with people's family and their kids, because you don't know who you are dealing with. You really just don't know. Like, you don't know who's gonna come with that person and do something. You don't know if that person's gonna find you or not. You try to act tough on the internet, whether it's a social media site like Facebook or whatever, or whether it's YouTube. You don't know what type of people you are dealing with, especially when you make threats to fathers, mothers, or kids, different things like that. So it's just like, just stop doing it. And again, I didn't think about I never, matter of fact, I never thought about the consequences of anything that I did. The craziest things that I've did were just freaking trying to hit somebody with a crowbar, all types of, like, I've done a lot of stuff, got into a lot of fights and all this other stuff. I've never thought about consequences. Threatened to blow up the high school because they wouldn't give me my cell phone, tried to
Oh,
jump over the
girl.
counter and fight the counselors, all this shit. I never thought about the consequences. And when it comes to my kids, though, now with me being 33 years old, I still put consequences on the back burner for them. Other things, people talking about me, different things like that, I know how to just brush it off and just be like, okay, whatever. It is what it is. I don't care. When it comes to my kids, I lose all control. I don't think about anything else. And some people are just like that. And Mule seems to be like that. Like, don't
Renee, I
sit
remember
there.
you
No, I
saying,
know. I'm seriously. I am just like that. Listen,
Yes.
if you want to curse me out, threaten me, whatever, I can deal with that and curse you out and laugh and be mad, be happy, whatever. But don't threaten my family. Don't threaten people around me because I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm like freaking George Bush. I'm looking for imminent threats. And when you are an imminent threat, I'm not waiting for you to strike. I'm striking you. And you know what happened on Wednesday night? Somebody was knocking at somebody's door in my rural. And all of a sudden, humbleness occurred. Humbleness. I'm waiting for the stream for it. I'm waiting
This
for
is
a stream
great. We got
because the
Mule
stream
Bush
need to
and
really be
Rochelle
the
Osama over here.
stream needs to
yeah,
be played.
Rochelle
What
Hussein,
happened
Why I gotta
on
be
Wednesday night?
Osama?
You
Listen,
talking about
Rochelle
going up to school,
Hussein.
girl?
They
I'm
wouldn't give me my
waiting.
phone.
Let me tell you
Wow,
something.
Mule. Hey, girl. Sorry, y'all. Hey, everybody.
Hey,
Re-
wisdom,
No.
wisdom
And then
is a
if
stream that's going to
Renee,
be played
Renee,
about Wednesday night. And I'm going to tell you, I got a little small video. And I got a whole confession on a video that they are just a chat person. But my whole thing is you got amped up by somebody who's going to really send you to meet your maker. But I'm going to be honest with you. People need to really stop doing this shit
they
because this
do.
YouTube stuff,
yes.
you threaten people, families, y'all doing all this stuff, calling the police and all of this help, saying what you're gonna do. You really, it's a lot of mental illness in the world, and I'm learning that. I didn't realize that is that much mental illness. But people will be crazed and think that what you're saying is so right that they will be willing to threaten to harm someone. They will be willing to harm someone, have their IP address exposed, and have people go straight to their home, all for them to cry
Mm.
and be a weak
That's what she
and
did.
this
Look
is
at
Mule, what's
look
As a
your
at
matter of
crazy.
fact,
sign?
that's what they
Renee.
always do.
Renee, look what Majestic said about you and your sign. She said your sign is I'ma see you.
No.
I'm about to ask her what her sign is.
No, and the crazy thing is I don't like to wait to see the person. I don't like to say, "Well, I'll catch you in traffic." No. Where are you
No.
at? Where you at? Like tell me where you
Renee,
Exactly.
at. We
but
can
I
meet somewhere.
remember you saying one time, I remember one time, I think it was on Taz. Renee, didn't you say your ex-husband said you was crazy? Did he say did you say he said that?
Yeah, I mean,
Like
well, yeah.
he said something wrong with you? Like
Well, no, yeah, I have been called crazy multiple times, but it's just like, no, I mean, I just say that I'm a passionate person. I don't think I'm crazy.
Right, we're
that's right,
If I
passionate.
was
passionate,
crazy, I'd be
passionate. That's the
serious.
right word,
I
passionate.
don't think you crazy. Fuck them
She ain't
hoes.
crazy.
Right. We
No, I don't
She
think
passionate
I'm
got
over
all
crazy.
her
I think I'm
senses.
passionate. Like,
She got all her senses and all her chromosomes.
here.
That's
Because for real, people think they can do shit and just keep getting away with
and
shit.
keep just fucking with
And
people, and people don't
yeah,
do.
you want to keep messing with people, and then when they do something, they're crazy. No, they ain't crazy. You was crazy for messing with them. That's what it was.
mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I
Shit
mean,
on that.
yeah, I mean, my mom still thinks I'm crazy. Like okay, like for example, that's I got a perfect example for what you're saying when people fuck with people, and then when you do something, they want to sit there and act like they're the victim and shit. I
Mm.
got expelled from shit like that. Like literally three fucking girls, all three of them bigger than me. The one girl, she been going to the school. Me and her been got into it, but she wanted to jump stupid when security come around and all this other stuff. And me, I'm just like, bitch, I already got a probation officer. We might as well just get this shit over with. All this other stuff. So, she eventually her sister and her cousin came to the school. That's when she decides to directly approach me. And her sister comes up and her big fat ass literally sits there and says, did you say that my sister think she hard because I'm here? So all I simply said was, "You fat bitch, get the fuck out of my face." And they literally tried to jump me, and it gotten to the point I had been in so many fights and stuff. I started carrying a switchblade with me. So when they tried to jump me, I tried to stab them. And then we had to go home for the day because the main people, like the main staff, they didn't see the weapon. They just saw like six of my friends pinning me to a pop machine. And so like another friend had grabbed it because I dropped it when they like literally snatched me. It was a bunch of them that snatched me, pinned me to the pop machine. And then so we had to go home for the day because of the disruption. I come back the next day, I'm expelled from high school because the three girls that literally came and started the shit with me wrote statements against me. So I got expelled from high school, and I went absolutely fucking berserk. Nobody was in the hallway at the time when I cleaned out my locker and stuff. The security was walking with me, of course, because if you get expelled, they're gonna walk with you. So when the bell rung and people went out in the hallway, I literally ran into the hallway. The security guard was trying to catch me, but on the radio at the same time telling other security guards to catch me. Because when I was in high school, I used to wear heels. And so I had a pair of heels in my locker. So I had a heel in my hand and I was looking for them or whatever. And then so when I was being dragged back to the door, because a security guard literally tackled me to the ground. When I got dragged back to the door by two security guards, my friends came up to me and they told them to get away. And they said, "What happened?" And I said, "I just got expelled because of them bitches." The next thing you know, there was over the radio, it said it was a huge altercation in the next hall. And then, I got kicked out of high school. I got expelled from high school. Then, time went by and my mom was trying to get me into another high school. So the other high school, we was at the school district office. The other high school, it was two high schools in the city. None of them wanted me to come to that high school. And so I had to spend my last 2 years of high school in an alternative high school, which means
Oh,
I missed prom. I missed all types of stuff. I didn't get to go. I wasn't allowed to go to it or whatever, which luckily, that's where my recruiter found me. The one time that they come a year, because they like, this school is full of violent kids that get in trouble all the time, that do drugs and all this stuff. They probably had all this stuff in their head, and so they barely went. But that the point of that story is they literally came and started that shit with me. Like literally, like you should have just
hmm
never said nothing to me. Just leave me alone. And then to make it so bad, I was having issues with my mom that morning. So I was talking to my friend by the window. The other group of our friends was sitting at a table at the lunch table because we was all in the lunchroom. And they walked up to me then when I'm literally crying and just upset and talking about my mom to my friend. And they come up then. And you thought that you wasn't about to be slaughtered?
mm,
Like they got lucky. They actually got lucky because I didn't, there was nothing in my brain that was going to stop me from considering them as a human being. That it was just nothing there. Nothing there.
mm,
And it's crazy because again, people don't know who they dealing with. Like even all the shit happened to me in high school, even with my stepdad, and I regret this to this day. I regret this to this day, and that's why I have so much massive respect for him. My mom cut my cell phone off, even though she didn't pay for it. She cut my cell phone off, and I was down the street at my friend's house, and my cell phone wasn't working. So I walked down the street, and I don't know if it was just me in a fit of rage that imagined my stepdad laughing. I thought he was laughing at me. So I literally chased him with a knife. And then because my mom cut my phone off, I scratched up her van, stabbed at her tires, and he went in the house and called the police on me. They pulled a gun and a taser on me. And I'm just basing this off of what he said because some of it I don't too much remember like that. But he literally said he looked at me and I just looked like there was a demon.
oh,
And he said all
wow.
I did was stand there with the knife in my hand like I was a murderer and didn't drop the knife. And they were telling me to drop the knife. And I don't remember them telling me to drop the knife. I really don't. And he just
Wow.
like, he said that he just stood back and he was begging me to drop the knife. And he was like, and then something just clicked in you and you just got down on the ground. They took me to juvenile, fucking doped me up with 4 different medications the whole time I was in there. And if it wasn't for my stepdad, I would not have the career I have or anything. And I'm crying because bitches always want to sit there and run their fucking, I'm talking about men too. They want to run their fucking mouth about stepfathers and how stepfathers ain't shit and all this other stuff. No, my stepfather didn't have to do what he did. He did not have to tell that judge that we are going to watch her. We're going to make sure she take her medication. She did not mean that and all this other stuff, because if he would have did what the judge wanted him to do, I would have stayed locked up and I wouldn't have never got the career that I got. Never. They would have charged me for that shit and everything. So again, people don't know the type of people that they fuck with on the internet and stuff. They don't
Yeah.
know what people are capable of. And they just need to stop and worry about themselves and worry about their family and stuff like that. And stop coming for people's family, because people will throw their whole life away to protect their family. And it's like,
Yeah.
and it's just with, even with me, like I could have threw my whole life away for a fucking cell phone. That's how fucking deranged and angry at that point that I was in my life. Like,
Yeah.
over a cell phone. And again, if it wasn't for my stepfather, I would not be where I am. I wouldn't. And I probably would be dead due to my attitude, probably be in jail due to my attitude, or probably just nothing in this world. Like I probably would be nothing but just constant drama and mess and all this other stuff. Like if I hadn't went to the military, I wouldn't have humbled my attitude a little bit.
Yeah.
What
So it's
happened
just
with the cell phone?
um I don't even remember, honestly.
No, I mean
I,
somebody stole it.
no, she cut it off. I guess I probably was giving my mom too much attitude, because
Oh, your mom
I
cut your
thought it,
phone off, and that's why you were mad.
yeah,
No,
I
I
thought
don't
in
know,
my
but it
head,
might have been because back in the day, my daughter had T-Mobile, y'all, and she used up all the minutes from all of our phones, right?
Mhm. Yeah, I
no,
remember
but
how
I
I
would
wasn't
watch
on her plan.
Disney.
free after
She
9 o'clock p.m.
No,
Free
I
minutes
wasn't.
after 9.
no, she ran up all the bill. Honestly, just from her one cell phone was $1,400, and I
Ooh,
cut
Right,
wow.
off
because
her
back
cell
then
phone.
you only used to get
And when
free
I cut
minutes
off
after 9 o'clock.
everybody's cell phone, all the boys, my daughter, everybody was so upset. And I'm like, you ran up $1,400, going over
So
the minutes. Hmm.
So no, with my mom, I paid for my phone because I had a job at a phone store. So I
Mm.
paid for my cell phone. But I think what was going on is I probably was being, I was giving her too much attitude and stuff like that. Which being
Yeah.
Hmm.
an adult now, I think about it. I'm like, she, even though I paid for the phone, she did have a right to turn it off. I'm still in her
Hmm.
house. I still gotta abide by her rules. I'm still a kid. And
Yeah.
but at that time I was not thinking like that. I was like,
Right. Mhm.
like literally I just went into a full rampage because she turned my phone off. So imagine a kid literally chasing their stepfather, stabbing at their mom's car tires,
Mm.
scratching up her car with it, and then almost probably getting tased, and then thrown into juvenile, doped up on medication, all because of a cell phone.
Mm. Yeah, you never told me this.
No, I don't. Yeah, I didn't, because saying stuff like that, it's really embarrassing. Like out of all the
I
stuff I
feel
just
you.
said, that's the most embarrassing and the most thing that I regret the most. The rest of the
Hmm.
stuff, I don't regret it. I feel like them bitches
But you know
deserve
what?
it.
You shouldn't even
But
regret that because you wouldn't be where you are today if that didn't happen.
no, I
Yeah.
regret it. I regret it because it shouldn't have never happened to him. I should have never did
Right.
it to him. And
Hmm.
so he didn't deserve that at all, and he probably wasn't even laughing. It probably was just me in my anger and rage imagining it, like some
Hmm.
Carrie shit or something. Like
Right.
it probably was that. He probably was not laughing. He says he wasn't laughing, but I swear I thought he was laughing. And when that
Hmm.
happened, I just that
Snapped.
happened.
Hmm.
And he never brings it up to this day and everything. And at this point, of course I show him the utmost respect along with my mother. um
Hmm.
didn't like I used to do the most, and it's just I caused them a lot of grief and stuff like that. But again, it's just, I mean, the stepfather situation, that was 2 points to that story. One, I'm sick and tired of people coming for stepfathers, and
Mm-hmm.
especially the good stepfathers. And two,
Right.
you just don't know who you're dealing with online. You really don't know what people's life story was before they got to where they are. So for all they
Yeah.
know, while they're sitting there trying to dox Mule and stuff like that, Mule could have sat there and she could have been really out here just like leaving people out here with no face and stuff. They don't know.
Mm-hmm. Right. Well, you remember when Sin had to
Hold on
post
a
the
second.
picture of her gun online because
Yeah,
people were trying to dox her. Like, y'all
yeah,
gonna
they
find the
just
right one to play
stop.
with.
It's almost like they don't care about their life or something, or they don't
They
care
don't.
for some type of danger or something.
Yeah, they don't care about their lives. Mm-mm.
And that goes for the dudes too, because trust and believe, like anything involving my kids, okay, if you a dude and I feel like I can't overpower you, then I know something that will overpower you and probably
Right.
take you off this earth.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna use it.
Yeah.
So, and then if you're a woman, uh, I mean, I'll still use it, but I mean, I have to run up like I'm tough and all this other stuff. Like I'm
Yeah, we
literally
know.
about to try to beat your brains in.
Renee, I've heard men on I heard somebody mention you on a panel, and to be honest, I don't remember whose panel it was and what the topic was, but your name came up. Your
Who
name came up. Trust me, these men don't a lot of these people on here know not to play with you.
who
They know
Mule?
not to play with you. No, I heard your name. Your name.
You couldn't have heard my name. I'm a nobody.
No, I heard your name.
Right.
I heard your name.
There's nobody
So
here.
and then in the context of what they were saying was you was crazy. Um, so they know not to play with you. I'm just telling you that.
Not crazy. I'm
Yeah,
just
you're not crazy. You're just,
You're not
taking.
crazy, no, but they've heard you speak, so they know that you mean every word that you say. They've heard you talk. Because one thing I got gathered from them, they did not want to be bothered with you. That was the gist of the whole thing. They didn't want to be bothered with you. You was
yeah, and I'm
called
No,
like,
a
that
terrorist like
ass,
I am.
the ass know not to fucking play with her.
Play with her.
That's
They
and
know
that's
they
a
knew
good
not to
thing.
play with you.
That's a good thing. Cause guess what? I
Hmm.
love Rochelle Renee. And guess
Hmm.
what? I mean on Bomb, now it's she called RM. But guess
yeah,
what? I
Mule,
love
you
the
try
fact.
you wanted me to come up so David can come up. Oh, I came up. I wanted him to come up. I was
And his
hoping you
ass
can.
didn't come up because guess what? Girl, I was at work. This is the problem. During the school year, I work during the mornings, and then I be setting up my little clients for my notary thing in the evening. But girl, he didn't come up. But I know you was gonna tell him an asshole.
Uh-huh.
I was
Yeah.
going for. I'm going for
I don't know
everything.
where I was. God, I need to remember where I was, but Renee's name came up
Renee.
because what they said they was talking about you. They was talking about Taz, and they said your name, and I was like, oh, I said Renee's uh her reputation done got around, baby. They knew not to come for you. They what the gist of that conversation was not to come for her. Like they knew you didn't play.
But my little sister, I tell them
No,
all
but
the
just
time, y'all
leave
don't want to
leave
fuck
me
with my little
alone.
sisters. I
Leave me
tell y'all this
alone. Leave
here.
my sisters alone that's online. Leave my brothers alone that's online. Leave us alone.
Right.
Yeah.
Like just leave us alone. Like everybody
2026.
now at
Leave
this
us
point, I
alone.
hope everybody know that when Tequila goes somewhere and she get attacked, I'm coming. I need them to
Oh,
know that. When
tequila.
Sharice goes somewhere and get attacked, I'm coming. When Queen
Hey,
Cascade get attacked by somebody, I'm coming. When Wisdom get attacked by somebody, I'm coming. It's plenty other women, I'm
And I'm
coming.
ready. Let's go.
You'll get
Queen
attacked.
was
We
the
coming.
first.
let's
Queen
go.
was the
What the
first
fuck?
person I
Somebody got
ever heard.
Osama.
Hey,
The Queen was the
Roxanne.
first one I ever heard them talk about
You
calling
get
her a
that picture of
terrorist.
Rochelle.
Man,
Huh?
these people,
No, I said,
they
where'd she get
sick.
that picture of Rochelle?
What?
Do you
Hold on
see
a
my
second.
name?
Is
What's the
Osama
name
bin
of you,
Laden on
Rochelle?
screen?
Bin Laden or something?
Yes. Do y'all see my name?
What does
No, we
it
No.
can't
say?
see your name.
No.
What's your name is?
Mule, move that comment on the screen.
No,
What
we can't
I,
see
comment?
wa-
no names. She don't have the
Can't
names
see-
up. You gotta tell her how to put the names up. Wisdom.
Mio, do you
Look at that
remember?
picture. Look at that picture.
Okay, my name is damn. I can't see it. Hold on. The whole name is I will Osama Shell Laden on an acre. Let's go.
What?
Wow.
Question incognito. You mentioned my
No.
name a hot second ago.
I was saying you, Queen, was the first one I heard them call a terrorist.
Yeah,
She
they
was the
used to
No,
first
refer
one.
to
I've
me
heard them
as too.
talk about ladies plenty of times. I've heard Sharice's name be talked
Really?
about. Now they don't have full like panel discussions, but they like to call you a bitch. They like to do all this other extra stuff and all this other stuff. And same thing they do to Tequila, except Tequila's really,
They do
really
it to
nice
Queen
and you
Cascade
would come
too.
up and actually wreck
Yeah,
shit.
they do it a
So
lot to Queen. Queen was the first one I ever heard
yeah, I
them
heard Queen
calling.
do. She was first.
They wasn't calling out her name. They were just calling her a terrorist.
Yeah, they were sitting
And I
there
I heard
think
them
it's
calling her
Lex.
like,
I
telling her
think
to
Lex
mind
was
her
the
business.
first one.
yes, Lex is
Okay.
on
Lex
her. Lex
Luthor.
is obsessed.
Lex is obsessed with Queen.
Oh
Lex
yeah, he in
Luthor. This
love
is
with
the thing. It wasn't even that deep. There was a panel on the Argument League. There was me, Verbal, Taz, and a couple other people. I don't remember everything, but I literally asked the question: what have black men done for black women and children since the civil rights movement? He stuttered. Taz says, "You're dead in the water." And then ever since that, the man's been gunning for me and saying how I should be hung from Congo Square and everything.
Oh
Do you
yeah.
agree with what?
See, that's what
He
they
knows he's
Yeah.
do,
not.
Girl,
girl.
that
He can't.
Congo Square.
and I ain't heard about that fat fuck ever since. So he probably hanging from Congo
Let
Square.
me tell y'all something. That girl, Renee, you should actually cloud watch. If you don't cloud watch Lex, girl, I don't know what's going on with Lex. He done went from trolling to trying to form a cult
Oh
Yeah,
to
Jesus.
I heard
He
about
done
troll.
started a
girl.
cult.
He is.
Wait,
I think he losing his mind. To be
incognito.
honest with you,
No.
He
That
probably is.
nigga
I'm
started
not.
a
He's
whole
not worth
cult.
me cloud
And
watching
let
him.
me
I
tell
don't
you
give.
something.
Like,
Mule,
'cause this is
hold
the
on a
but
second,
thing.
He's
ladies. Hold on
dangerous.
a second,
wait
ladies.
a
He
minute,
Mule,
he
you
started a whole bunch of
you sound a bit
listen, he
muffled,
Give
got
her
a
a
Mule.
little love.
he got a whole bunch of women in Congo Square, and I'm from New Orleans, y'all. And I went down there in I think August, the beginning of August, the late July. And when I tell y'all, Congo Square is in what's called Armstrong Park now.
uh-huh.
And when I tell you, I'm gonna do a video the next time I go there. But this man, I remember him threatening you, Queen, saying, "But I knew you were way in UK, so I knew you were safe."
Let me
But
just say
I
this after
remember
you said
in
what you said.
July, this
Mhm.
man was saying Queen Cascade needs to be hung in Congo Square. This man's sick. He's
Girl,
sick.
Let me just put this out there for people. Don't how do I say this nicely? Just because I'm in the UK, don't think you can't be touched because the situations that have happened over the internet. I've got family in different parts of America, and behind the scenes, I've had to have conversations with family that are not wrapped too tight. Okay, we're talking about 5150 and we'll come down and tear your ass apart. Yeah, I had to have words with my cousin and tell her and the crew, do not go down there, do not start anything, it's not worth it. I don't need you like being arrested. She's talking about get the bail money ready. I'm like, listen, don't make me have to fly across the world in the middle of the COVID to come sort this shit out just because I'm in the UK. And like Mule said earlier, if I'm gonna make a threat, then I'm serious about it. Just leave me alone. If you really know what's good for you, leave me alone because at the moment I suppose I've protected people from not getting their ass handed to them that are on YouTube that could have been taken off YouTube because I don't want it to go that far. I don't see it necessary. But like I said, some of my family and other people that they roll with are not wrapped too tight. So if you all want to keep pushing the buttons, then if they decide to take it into their own hands, I can't save you. I can't do
Yeah.
nothing for you. Do you get what I mean? There's only so
yeah,
many times I can tell certain people that I know that live out there before they take it into their own hands and say, okay, we're going to address it this way, Queen, because we don't like what's going on. And some people don't know their
yeah.
asses have been saved by me saying, stand down, it's not worth it.
Okay, there could be a couple of people in prison all now for some of the stuff that's gone on YouTube. I just don't need the hassle. I just don't want the hassle. And I keep it real. I keep it moving. You don't like what I've got to say? That's your business. That's your problem. I'm not about to make it mine. But trying to explain that to some people that I know, they're not about the disrespect that they're seeing towards me online. So,
Yeah.
like I said, leave me
Then
alone.
leave
If you
her
know
alone.
what's good for you, I'm really, really not the one that you want to play with. Whatever part of the world you live in, most places in the world, I've got family that live there. So just leave me alone. Leave me alone.
Just leave her
Exactly.
alone. Leave her alone, y'all.
Remember, violence isn't always bad. Violins is bad.
Yeah. No, he said violins are bad.
Yeah.
Listen, Rasha, I'm too high for this. Y'all can't do this to me.
No, you can't do this to me with your name and your picture.
Listen, I don't have to pee for the Dwight man no more. I want to get high.
Yay! And it's your birthday tomorrow. Wisdom's birthday is tomorrow.
Yes, so you already know I'm
Happy
about to celebrate
birthday.
it. Thank
Hmm.
you.
So have you got
Where's
your birthday
tequila?
off, Wisdom?
She's over there
My
at Bomb.
outfit?
Hmm. I need to
Say that
Yeah.
again.
check up
Have you
pretty
got your
soon.
birthday
I
off?
swear.
Yes, I took the weekend off for it.
Good,
Yeah,
good.
that's good.
So it's Libra gang gang. Queen, listen, y'all better leave Queen alone. It's only the tip of the scale. If only y'all knew, we ain't wrapped a little
Wi-
too tight.
Wisdom Queen is a terrorist.
Mhm.
This is the
I
thing. If
thought
you
Queen
think,
was a
if you, this is the
Libra.
Yeah.
thing.
Why don't you no change your
Incognito.
name to Queen's name?
I got you.
Yeah,
Queen is a
Incognito. This is the thing. If you really think that I'm a terrorist, if you really
No, I
think
don't.
that's who I am, no, no, no. I'm just saying these people who are going around saying I'm a terrorist. If you really think I'm a terrorist, then it's the most insane thing for you to come and do the things that you've done over the
That you
last how
do,
many
Wisdom.
months. Because what happens
Wait.
with terrorists? Okay,
Yeah,
I'm trying to be peaceful.
Oh my
I'm doing my
god.
thing in my space. I go to a few places and I keep it moving. Okay. Like I said, if
y'all
you know
so
what's
funny.
good for
I'm telling
you,
you, a
leave me
lot of
alone.
a lot of you
These
ladies
people
that
sick,
got
y'all. These
Renee,
people gonna
Queen.
say
I done
Queen
heard
is a
y'all names.
terrorist.
So, honey, I
Y'all
know
heard
these men know who to play with and who not to play with.
that. That shit is insane. That shit's so funny.
This
They
is why
say Queen is a terrorist.
when
She
things
is
were
the
going
sweetest
ape shit.
person.
With this is the thing, I am the sweetest person, but like I
You
said, there's
are.
things that I've experienced over the last how many years. Like some of you will know, I had a situation about a decade ago where my daughter was basically kidnapped, and that brought out a side of me that I never knew existed. And my ex didn't know the level of what I would go to get my daughter back. And he knows that I have a
Oh,
level of crazy that he's never experienced or never seen in his whole entire life, as well as parts of my family, as well as myself. So it took a good couple of years to put the beast back in its cage. Okay, so leave her where she is.
leave
It's
her with
coming
she.
up to October, November, hibernation time. Leave her and the gang where they are. Okay, they're cool. They're
That's right.
Hey
resting.
Mule, read the name in the back chat. I need y'all gotta laugh at something. We gotta laugh at some stuff for a little
Okay,
bit
let's see.
so we won't be so angry.
Naked.
Niggas better go find a turkey.
I don't see it. Oh, niggas, nigga, find a turkey itself.
Oh gosh.
All
The
right, there's
naked
mine,
queen
y'all.
terrorist. The naked queen terrorist. Oh yes, ma'am.
Oh god, she's like give me Joe.
Donations,
I
donations,
tell you,
donations, y'all.
I'm telling you, baby, they better find somewhere safe to play because these people are crazy
Do you know what I mean?
coming
And
after
just in
folks.
general, people have lost opportunities that they don't even know about because, like I said, I've got family that are based in different parts of the world, that are based in America, that have foundations, that have businesses, that were interested in investing or doing, advertisements for their business and being a part of certain things. And they've just sat in the clouds online and watched what's gone on. And I've been like, oh, this is really interesting. Y'all should follow this. And these people look really interesting. You may want to advertise with them. They don't even know what they've lost through the treatment of me, the people that are around me, and the
Mm-hmm.
behavior that they've put online. So it's like
Yeah.
more for you. You could be in a better position, a better financial position. That.
Yeah.
It is what it is. So I'm laughing at some of these people because, like I said, you could be in a better financial position if you allied yourself with the right people. But I'm sort of glad the things that have happened because I know where I stand. Do you get what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, me and Sharice apparently have Nakers running from us off panels now. Can we
Well,
stay off
Renee,
panel?
Uh-uh.
I know they didn't want to talk to you. Whoever, I just wished I could remember because it hadn't been that long ago that I heard your name, but it was recent, but not really that recent. But they did not want to tangle with you. Is all I got from that conversation. They didn't say a whole lot about you. They did not want to tangle with you.
They could suck a shark out my ass. That's what they.
Not a
So what is
shark.
it with you with kissing your ass and sharks out your ass? Leave the pretty ass alone. They don't deserve to touch
Right.
it. They don't deserve
Mm-mm.
to kiss it. A shark doesn't need to jump out of it, sis.
They could have the shark. They could have the shark.
I
Shark.
can't.
Renee's bringing a new version of Shark Tales. Okay, coming to you
Yeah,
soon.
Not shark tails.
yeah. Pastor ran from us off the
But
panel.
you, you know what? You know what, Renee? I'm glad y'all. I wanted to. Okay. I wanted. He was somebody I wanted to bring up when we was talking about Shannon. Pastor actually, when Pastor would show up on Taz panels, I know a lot of times he was coming to troll Taz sometimes, but I have heard Pastor at a few streams, and he actually talked like he had some sense.
I told
Cause he
Rashad
talked to
that
Taz.
he's doing this shit.
No,
Did he
I
talk
don't
to
think he has sense.
Taz on
well, those
Bomb
bridges are burnt at this point
Yeah.
because I told him that his kid was a mutt because he was
Oh
talking.
my! Oh my God!
Oh.
I don't
Okay.
think he has sense. I think he could. He does have sense at the same time, but he chooses not to. He chooses to be
So
willfully
yeah,
ignorant
sometimes
and
because see,
willfully
when I would see
degenerate.
him at Taz, he would be trolling kind of, but when I heard him on other folks' panels, I'm like, now why he actually got some common sense? He just
Well,
wasn't
there have been a
presenting it.
couple times
So
where
is
he's
it
like,
Dusty in the
A little bit
skies?
late at this
there have been
point.
a couple of times where he's like defended Taz's point, like where there have been trolls on there, and he'd get on our side and be arguing our point.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
Mm.
Well,
but he's
I
still,
mean,
I don't
it
know.
gets to the point where if I don't like the person, that means I don't care nothing about you, your plight, your family, nothing. So I don't like him. So therefore, everything, in my opinion, is fair game. And
He's
so it
military
is what
too,
it
isn't
is.
he,
So even if
Renee?
he talks like he
No,
got some sense, I can't even deal with it at
No,
this
I
point.
think he is military. Ain't he military?
No, Pastor is
No,
not using an apex,
yeah,
which
yeah.
Oh,
Apex is.
I need
oh,
him to
Apex
give me
is
his
okay.
name. I need him to give me his name so I can go ahead and look him up because I want to be petty and call his chain of command.
No,
Mm,
don't.
no, he
Apex,
good.
No, because
Apex
he
is
pissed
a
me off
fool.
so bad, I want to ruin his whole entire career. Like
He's a
seriously,
fool.
He's
He's a
trash.
fool, but he's also a dangerous fool.
he's a
He
Let's
is.
be about
dangerous
the
fool.
fact
Yes,
that
He
he's
he's
said that
abusive.
in
shit.
He is a
in
danger.
Hawaii trying to go after young girls out there just
I
because
think
of
he got little man syndrome. I think
No,
he got.
he sat there and said that he was trying to get this girl drunk so he could have sex with her. That is
Oh
very,
Lord.
very
Oh
dangerous.
God.
So I felt like his chain of command needs to know stuff like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
he's a
And so,
predator.
but
Cause
he
he
didn't
got
want to
on
give
that
his real
uniform. He could
name.
fool
He didn't
him.
want to give his real name, but he wanted to know where I was. And I'm like, dude, you can't, first of all, you can't afford it. But even if you could, you don't want to come to me. You're never
He said,
going
"You don't
home.
want to do it, sir. You don't want to
You're
do
never
it."
going home. Like, seriously, you're never going home. You're not even in a bag because they're not finding you. You're not going home.
And
Oh
just in terms
wow.
of what you were saying, incognito about Pastor Crack, like
Mhm.
I've got no respect for emotional dust mites like him that go out of their way to make women miscarry their children and going through the
What?
whole
Mm.
Yeah, that too.
like this
Yep.
emotional dust mite has gone out there and purposely stressed a woman out to the point on purpose to make sure she had a miscarriage. And
Oh
there's other
no, that's
situations
terrible.
where we've been on panels and the way this emotional was talking about, autonomy over our bodies, the situation with Roe v. Wade, and talking about the fact that basically he wants abortion at his convenience. And he put a woman through going through an abortion.
and just the other crap that was coming out of his mouth. So I have no
Oh,
respect for
okay.
that
Yeah.
degenerate at all. He can talk sense when it suits him, but I've seen the other sides where it's just you're a disgusting, awful
Okay.
garbage of a human being. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
that's why I say Apex deserves for his career to be ruined. Where he'll have absolutely nothing and be on the streets, homeless, barefoot, and looking crazy, looking like dude in my picture. Like that's
Mm,
how I want him. That's how I want him.
yeah.
I can sleep good at night.
Oh, wow.
That's why I'm saying. That's why I never say I'm a nice person. I'm not a nice person. Like I'm just not. Like I'm nice to certain people that I feel like earn my niceness, but other than that, I am not a nice person. Like if you do something that I just don't agree with, if you about some disgusting ass shit like harming women, disrespecting women, harming children and all that, I don't care about your plight. And he is one of them, and that's why I want to know what his name is so I can report him so he can lose everything. And
Yeah.
then I'll be happy.
This is the
Yeah.
thing. If he's out there getting young girls drunk so he can have sex with them, that's coercion. That's a form of rape. He deserves to be reported.
Yeah.
Do you get
Yeah.
what I mean?
That's for sure.
It's
So
not
if
Yeah.
like
he's in Hawaii, he what? Air Force? Air Force?
No, he has the
there's army
nerve to
base
be
out there.
talking this shit. He has the nerve to be talking this shit on panels and then claim my fucking position, which is army. Don't claim my
Oh.
talking that bullshit.
Oh, wow.
Like, so I take it personal and I'm just like, so basically it looks like that we just out here letting predators just be in the mist and all this other stuff. And like, it really he blew the hell out of my mind. And that's why now at this point, oh, you don't want to give me your name. So every time you come to a panel that I'm near, I'm going to purposely go up there and completely mess up the conversation and ignore you.
Mm.
I do it every single time. I've done it, what, 2, 3 times now? To him.
I'm gonna take a leaf out of Rochelle's book, man. I'm gonna show my crazy side a bit more, so these assholes will just leave me alone.
Right. It is so great.
I'm
Yeah,
telling you,
just
because
leave.
it,
Like, cause
man,
I have my rising is in Aquarius, so I feel Michelle every step of the way.
Mhm.
So
Well,
they don't
I
want
don't
to
think
see
I
that
that
did
has
not
side.
anything to
know.
do with being an Aquarius. I've read other things about Aquariuses. Aquariuses don't really act like me, apparently. We're
They
supposed to.
don't. They
They
don't. That's
don't.
why when you said Aquarius, I'm like, really?
You're a different
Yes,
kind
my
of
Wow.
Aquarius.
birthday is February 14th. Like, yeah, I'm an
Oh,
Aquarius. So it's,
Oh, Valentine's
Valentine's
Day.
baby.
yeah, but
Okay.
no, I'm not a lovable individual.
Mom.
But
Who
Well,
you?
that's the opposite of that day. That's
Well, for
something to
everybody else, you
see.
might not be lovable, but we love you.
okay.
We
Well,
love you
Yeah.
dearly.
So you better take this love, girl.
yeah.
So okay. So the
Tiger heart.
Aquariuses I know are February born. So I mean January born. So maybe it's something with the February born Aquariuses.
What's the
Mm.
difference? There's a
Well,
difference.
because
Yeah.
Y'all know I don't know astrology like that. Like, what is the
I
difference
don't.
in a month?
I don't either. But
You
So
have
that's
to
what I'm
look.
y'all
saying.
don't know y'all placements, like y'all birth charts?
No.
No, I don't.
Oh,
You have to
okay.
see when you were born to be able to work out where the moon was and all the other stuff that goes with it.
Mm-hmm.
But you
Yeah.
just different. But I love it.
I do too, man. It is when I heard her name mentioned, I just fell out laughing. I was like, oh my God. These men know who to play with and who not to play
I'm
with.
telling
Told me so I could have popped up. I just would have popped up out of nowhere like I be trying to do when tequila's somewhere on a panel. I just be trying to. I
you.
just
Right.
pop
I'm
up.
still mad about that time. Oh, I ain't gonna say his channel name over here, but he didn't let you up. And I'm like, listen,
Oh
tequila.
yeah. No, he didn't let me up. I was so angry when he did not let
Mm.
me up.
Yeah.
Like I was just like, "Are you serious?" I
And
was
I
like,
was
"Oh,
twerking in
Rochelle,
the
okay."
chat.
I was like, "Oh,
Rochelle,
okay."
check your email. There's another what's it called it there for you. Discord invite. Try and
When I
sort that
tried to
out.
click it, it wouldn't let me in
That's
before.
because the thing expired on it. I've sent you another one.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah, I'm
that
gonna
because
do
then
that, but
the ladies in the group can keep an eye on each other and stuff. You will also
but
be able to keep an eye on
yeah,
it to keep it
telling
through,
you,
right?
and I haven't really been over there ever since because I was so mad about that. I was like, oh, so you just gonna let him say whatever, and then you don't want me to come up? Okay. Like
Ooh,
it really just blew my after that. I just had the worst taste in my mouth for him. I don't care what he's doing for the community. I don't care. Like I was just like, that was absolutely disgusting. And then you allow the nicest one of the nicest women on YouTube that we come across, you allow her to be disrespected like that. So now I don't respect you.
that's why a
And
couple of
Mm.
y'all
times I've
know
had
what
to
it
go over
means
there.
when I don't respect them. And the only reason I don't go over there and act a damn fool on his panels is just because I'm just like, okay, well, at least he's doing school. Oh, never mind. Let me stop.
Okay, I know who you're talking about now. Yeah.
Let me
Yeah,
stop.
but I've gone
Damn.
up
Well,
there a
I let
couple
the
of
cat out
times.
of the bag.
When was it,
But
Sharice? Was it you
Yeah.
and
When was
Tequila was
that?
up there? I had to
it
go
was a
up there
while
until
ago.
he had to get
Oh, it's
off.
been a while. Oh, okay.
Yeah, because sometimes, I have to, I got to fit that in my schedule. It's going to be called the Hunt for Tequila hour. That's what I'm going to
No.
do. It's going to be an hour of my day where I'm a hunt for tequila on YouTube. Um,
That sounds
and
like
then
fun.
I just have to pull up. I have to like dedicate. Now, like with Sharice will go somewhere and she gonna light some shit up if somebody come in her reckless. Even though I will come up and act a damn fool over Sharice or any of you ladies, I know that if she's on a panel somewhere, she's just not having the shit. But I have to, yeah, I gotta come and act a damn fool when it comes to tequila because they try to take advantage of her niceness, and I don't like
Yeah,
it.
because
Mm.
Tequila, she doesn't. She's very non-confrontational. She don't like people will disrespect her, and she'll just still have a conversation with them afterward. Like she doesn't argue with them most of the time. I mean, she can get. I feel like she probably can turn up too, especially over her kids. But like she's just so nice and like and passive. So people like to run over her, especially Dusty Nakers.
Yeah, that's why I treated Apex like that last time. I haven't seen his ass on a panel ever since.
No,
Yeah,
he
me
be in the
neither.
manosphere. He be in the
Oh,
manosphere.
Of
I
course.
see him over in the manosphere a lot.
Seen
yeah.
him in a couple of chats wooing people with abortion and all the rest of the bullshit. But yeah, there's been a few times where in the past I've had to go up on panels and scoop up Sharice and Tequila and say, "Come on, let's go. This is some
But
bullshit." And the
do
panel will
y'all
get mad because I've swept the women off, but it's because of the disrespect towards them. I don't get down with that.
now I told y'all I like to I just like to go over to the manosphere, to the passport bros, to the SYSBM guys. I like to go over there and just to listen, y'all.
Oh, she
But
another one.
yes, I
She
do. I
another Sharice
love
and
Guilty pleasure,
tequila
huh?
and
girl, I
all over
like
the
to go
YouTube
listen.
street.
So Dennis
Yeah.
Sperling, y'all, last night, y'all, I wish I had some friends over there. When I tell you he did a whole ode to Kevin Samuels, he might as well kiss this man's behind, walk behind him and kiss his behind while he was living.
While he was
He
dead.
why but he you would girl, he acts like he worships Kevin Samuels. Oh
He
my
does.
God.
He
You
doesn't
didn't
act
know he's
like
the
it. He
Messiah,
is
girl.
worshiping.
He
He is
worshipped him.
He's
worshiping
the
him.
He
prophet
does.
out here.
I didn't know that he worships Kevin Samuels. Girl, he did
I
a
don't know
whole
him,
ode last
honestly.
night.
See, I don't go to the Manosphere, but I do like when like the Manosphere dudes and then like Dusties call in to like people's shows, like Mule or Taz or somebody or Sin.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's like I don't know, it's just entertaining, and it's like they always say something new and dusty. Like,
They girl, I go to I listen to Dennis and Bernard Riley. I just go over there just to listen, just to hear the kind of foolishness that they talking about. But last night I was just like, is this dude really worship? He needs to have a I guess he has an altar to Kevin Samuels. Cause
oh
oh my
hell
God.
no,
He
you
was like
lying?
put a one put hit your KS button and people was throwing KSs in the chat and I was like this shit is hilarious.
He worships them, but it's also manipulation and control because he's trying to pick up all the little kittens that are grieving
Okay,
over the death
And
okay,
these
of
okay,
niggas
cuz
ain't gay.
their
And you trying to tell me these niggas ain't gay?
they gay. They gay. They gay. They are gay. Cause that's what I mean, I could not believe this whole big old 6 foot something man was like he worshiping this little puny frail dude.
Well, you seen some of the dudes had got Kevin's portrait tatted on them.
hmm
Oh,
Jewelry
girl,
is
now you gotta be shitting me.
no,
Oh, when he
seriously.
died, he got
There's a
his
guy with like a leg sleeve with Kevin's face on it. There's a guy with him on his chest. There's a guy
Mhm.
that's had jewelry specially made. You
Oh
know,
yeah,
like
they gay. They gay. They are
just
gay. They are gay. And
That's
I
what
don't throw
Right.
that
That's
word. I
giving
don't
me
throw that
addicted to
word
boy
around. I don't
vibes.
call men bussy. I don't throw that word around. Yeah, that's real gay. That's real gay.
Mhm. Big deal.
That's why we're choosing to be single out here.
Girl. Do y'all listen to does anybody ever listen to and I'ma just say her initials because I know people know who I'm talking about. But I even love her streams. Even though I'm not sold, I'm not 100% on her side, but I love her streams. DZ, she
DZ?
DZ, oh my God. I
Wait,
love
hold on.
that
DV?
DZ as in
Oh
zebra.
yeah, I love DZ. I watch
Oh
DZ.
my God, I love
I'm
her stuff.
subscribed.
I never comment, I never say a word. I just listen in the clouds, but I
Oh, I'm
love
in the
her.
chat. I'm in the chat with it. I don't care. I
Are
love
you
DZ.
okay?
Mm-hmm.
I I never say I didn't know that. I must look for you, but I never say anything because I'm not 100% sold out. So so I, but I love
No,
her streams. I love her streams.
don't you think? I think people have her misunderstood because they think she's just evil and mean. What do you think? What do you think about the channel and everything?
I know that she tells the truth. I know she tells the truth a lot all the time. But I don't want to participate because I know that like she's completely like done with Blackistan. She's
Mm-hmm.
done.
Mm-hmm.
And
But I
so
think she shows a
I
lot
like
of
her stream.
femicide
Yeah, she
stuff.
does. Yeah, she does. And I like listening to her.
Me too.
I actually get a kick out of it. I'm cracking up the whole time I'm listening to her.
I like Aaliyah.
Okay, I'm catching up now because I realized who y'all talking about. It took me a minute though. I was trying to get those
Okay,
initials
okay.
together.
Have you ever listened to her?
Oh yeah, I listen. I'm a cloud watcher.
Yeah, me too. I'm a cloud watcher. I definitely am a cloud watcher of hers.
Yeah.
But I
Yeah.
actually enjoy her streams. I find them to be hilarious. They good for Friday night, sitting in my driveway listening. I love it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. She
Hey,
goes on
Mule,
Tuesday too.
Mule, read the name in the back chat.
Uh-oh.
see, I enjoyed the thing is same thing for me really and truly when it comes to Bomb's channel. Although I'll come up now and then, I really just enjoy sitting and listening to her in the
I
clouds. Like
can't.
the last couple of days, I've been sitting in the clouds more so listening. I did try to pop up on the panel the other night, but we were out and the signal was all over the place because of
Over at
Mm-hmm.
where?
bomb cherries. Bomb
Oh,
cherries.
Oh,
okay, okay.
I'm not so much in the chat, but I enjoy sort of, sometimes I'll be in the chat. Just depends what I'm doing, but more so I like to cloud listen and just
Yeah, I
chill.
kind of cloud watch Bomb Cherry because I mean I know some of y'all. I see a lot of y'all over there, but I mainly
mhm.
cloud watch her.
Mhm.
I
Um,
love Bob's channel.
Yeah.
And I like how she would go live all day.
but
See
it be
that
somebody else hosting. When that guy hosts, I kind of like to
Mm-hmm.
watch when they driving the trucks. It's kind of
Yeah.
calming for me to watch them drive as um, it's like ASMR for me watching them
Well,
drive.
the stream gets a lot of people through the day because
Yeah.
Bob will come on in the morning, and then they'll come on throughout the afternoon. So yeah, I like that too. I like seeing Bomb so.
Hey,
Oh
Queen.
yeah, I like to watch her sew, and I like to watch them drive.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I just read the name in the
I'm
back.
about to say,
Sorry.
read the name.
And don't Benya look like Dennis Sperling?
Oh
you
my
said
god.
Benya, stop. Come
Wait
Dennis
a
on. I
minute, I
love
Sterling.
know
Gullah
that
Gullah
name.
Island.
I know Gull. Okay, wait a minute. Binya
Yes.
Binya. Which one was Binya Binya?
The
The
big ass
the
polywog.
the
Oh,
polywog.
Yeah.
oh my God.
That's
Oh,
him. That's
Love
That
that's
Island.
Dennis Sperling.
Gullah
yeah,
Gullah
girl.
Island.
I used to like
Yeah,
Gullah
yeah.
Gullah Island too. Oh my
Me
God,
too.
girl. Then I just couldn't believe like it was just otherworldly to watch him sit up and just worship this man like that last night. I was like, this is crazy.
He
That's
Well, I
twerking
why
for
know
clouds.
I'm gonna say
that
a person's initials. Y'all should probably know. P.E.
P-E,
Mhm.
oh
P-E, P-E,
yeah.
P-E.
The gay
Mhm.
dude.
Basically,
That has
you know,
that goofy ass
I'm
mammy caping
Libra.
for him.
I know you know who we talking about. I'll just put it in the back. Hold on.
Put it in the back, Joe.
Yeah, I know. I
Yeah,
don't know
but
what you're talking about.
yeah. So he has a lot of mammies, and and hold on, and yeah, he's one of them Kevin Samuels worshipers. When Kitten
Oh,
first
I've never
died,
seen him. I've never seen him.
yeah, yeah, he's an old incel, and
Oh, okay.
a
Oh,
lot of
okay.
mammies.
That name looks familiar.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's old and incelish. But yeah, when
You
Kevin
know who
first
it
died,
is, Wisdom.
I
when Kevin
do.
first died, he was doing 8 hour
Look
streams,
in the back chat,
just
Wisdom.
talking about Kevin the whole time.
Wow. I was just like, this is this
Uh-uh.
this dude is weird.
This old
Bob had
man.
played a video the other day of him talking about putting his dick in somebody's mouth, a man, and
Yeah,
David
that's what
Johnson
I said.
was
The
up
gay
there.
dude.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Like, that was cringing. I'm sorry.
Now, who said this?
That
PE?
guy. Mm-hmm.
Oh wow. Oh wow.
Platinum
Yeah,
easily.
that was
And
gross.
like,
Oh shit.
and he's
I'm
like
so sorry.
60, I
I'm gonna
think.
go.
And he always talks about how he doesn't want to get married and he's not for marriage. I'm just like, ew, like
Good for you. Good for you.
when y'all niggas like are
You
proud
can't
of
even
this,
get a woman
that's
to
just weird.
propose to her. So
But it's
Exactly.
their name that be giving it away. Like, bruh, you just all the way gay. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
he is
Sorry.
gay.
Mm-hmm.
He
Ugh.
gay. And the mammy that keep caping for him and stuff like that. I'm sure that after it comes out of a man, she still will put her mouth on it.
Yeah.
Ooh, gross.
What mammy?
Gross.
Maybe in Bomb chat, in Bomb Cherry's chat.
Mm.
The one,
And
the one
yeah.
that the one that I'm gonna end up bullying
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
because she keep coming for me for some reason, making little snide comments and everything. So I have to call her out on the panel a few times.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Every
Mm.
time we up there, she got something to say.
She always
But when
saying
we're in the
something,
chat, she don't say
just
nothing.
sneaky saying something, talking shit, and it's just like, girl, if you got
Put it
something
in
to
the
say
chat
to
because I
me,
think I
you
know who
come
y'all
up.
talking about. Who y'all talking about? I'm gonna put her
About
name
I
in the.
don't know if Mule wants me to say the name on here or not, but I will.
No, no, don't say it. I'm gonna put it in the back chat and see if is that who is this the lady y'all
Yeah.
talking about?
Oh no, 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 no,
no,
no,
no,
no,
no, no. I like
Oh,
her.
okay.
no.
Mm.
I like her.
Talking about
Okay.
the one Sharice wrote.
Oh, Sharice wrote her name. Let me see.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh,
Mm.
girl, that she be over in
Mhm.
Nandy chat, child. What are you
If
talking
Mm.
about?
if she
Hello,
keeps coming
see?
for
I
me,
told y'all.
She be over in
She be
Nandy
in
chat.
Piggy chat.
cause she,
She's the
cause,
biggest mammy.
cause
She's a
what she'll
fucking
do
picky
is,
ass mammy.
she'll wait until we go up on the panel and she'll say little slick comments and
Uh
stuff.
huh.
And if she
She
keep coming for me, even though
that's
I've
one of
called her
Nandy's
out twice
old
on that panel.
mods. She been on.
No,
She a Nandy mod too.
Oh,
that's
okay. Well,
crazy.
she better have Nandy swing her wolf pussy ass over there.
Yeah, that's one of
Okay,
Nandy's
bye.
mods. Yes, ma'am.
Well, she better get
Wow.
her to come save her
I
because
knew
I'm
She
gonna
it.
be
go.
And
in
I'm
Let's
As a
gonna
matter
Chat.
of
Come
fact,
save
I ran over to Nandy's panel before and
Oh,
snapped.
I'm gonna expose that. Like, bitch, you a whole mammy. She be cause one time, okay, I had texted Rachel and told her, you know, that when Apex was over there cussing tequila out and shit. So she hopped up on the panel, and this dumbass bitch with her bumped ends comes in the chat and it's like
Not the bump
with a
ends,
bump
girl.
in.
No, she do got
Not the
bumped
bump
ends in her.
in.
she comes in the
Them
chat
old curling irons.
Sharice
and
messing with her.
she's like, yeah, I put that in. I was like, bumped ends took black men out of the home. But
She don't
Rachel was
never
like, oh, you
say
being
nothing.
nasty
She
this
won't say
morning.
nothing when we in the chat. She'll wait till we
No.
go up in the Zoom panel to say something or whatever. Then
And she know we're not
Sharice
really
be
looking at the chat.
having Sharice be reading the chat from other devices and stuff, and she'll say what's said, or she'll send me a
Mhm.
message to say what's said. And then, because the last time that she got called out on her bullshit was because she sat there and wrote that shit in the chat talking about some y'all stop acting like that these men be out here beating y'all up for y'all phone number. Laugh out loud. And the conversation was about, women getting attacked because men are getting rejected and all this other stuff. So when I went up there, Bomb Cherry asked me, she said, what is your definition of a pick me? So I told her what my definition of the pick me was. I said, for example,
the chick in the chat that keeps sitting there saying pick me shit all the time and everything. I was like, because men ain't beating her ass or beating down her door for her phone number and all this other shit. So like, and then of course I didn't know if I should say her name or not. I was like, y'all want me to say her name? But they said it instead. So I was like, oh okay, well yeah, that's her. I was like, I'm tired of
Yeah.
her pick me ass.
Yeah,
But she
she
does.
know she knows very well who you guys are because that's one of she's one of Nandy's mods too.
Oh, okay. Well, she can get the
Yeah,
smoke
I'm
just
not
like
surprised.
Nanny's ugly ass got the smoke.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, when I told Rachel to come over there. So Rachel comes over there, and she goes, she just starts talking shit in the chat like, "Oh, this ain't that," and I'm like, actually, because at this point, I didn't know she was really like that. So I was like, no, he was just cutting tequila out, and I don't remember what she said, but yeah, like after that, I just was looking at her side eyes, like, and she's always trying to defend these niggas that are dusty, that don't like you, they're not picking you, and they're degenerate, and you want to defend them. That's
Yeah,
why I
I don't
can't
like.
fuck with her.
Bitch, don't tell me this ain't that because I'm cussing out Apex. I done cussed out Apex like 4 times already.
Bitch,
Like
get
you
off his
late to the
dick.
damn
Like, what are you?
party.
Right? Like, what are you mad for? This is not your channel, so why do you care? Like,
She can get
this
cussed
ain't
out
that.
too. I'm still waiting for her to pop up on a panel. I guess she ain't never gonna pop up. So instead, I
No.
guess I'll bully her every time she says something in the chat that's
Mhm.
fucked up. I'm gonna bully her and call her out on the panel.
Well, I was
Just
in and out of Bomb's chat. She's over there right now, but she ain't saying nothing. She didn't address me, so.
she won't address you because she never address.
Mm-mm.
She hasn't addressed me yet, except when I'm on the panel when she sat there
Mhm.
and was like, "Well, since you running men off, bitch, I
Cause
can
she
do
thinks
that."
people ain't reading the chat. She thinks
Yeah,
people ain't
bitch, I
reading the
can do
chat
that. You can't. You don't have no damn way to run men off because they don't come flocking
because they
to you.
don't want you. Mhm. Yeah,
Like,
that's
don't
what
be
she was
mad.
saying.
Sound
She was like,
like a
now that we
mammy
chased all
call.
the men away. Like, bitch, yeah, we are chasing men away. We not desperate. The fuck?
Right. They're not coming correct when they asking for phone numbers and all this other stuff. And if I'm
Right.
looking at them and they don't look like they worth shit, they don't look like they doing shit, why would I give them a chance? But your big roly poly ass with the bumped ends, apparently you need to give them a chance.
The
Mhm.
thing is, just because they ask for your
With the
phone number
bump.
doesn't mean they can get it. Their
Right.
Right,
entitlement
that
is just
part.
through the roof.
Yeah, so that was why she was saying I was running men away. I'm like, girl, I don't give a fuck. I don't.
They're
Right.
running, they're a track star. Okay, let them keep running. Run as fast
Was
as you
was
can.
like basically what I hear in my head is she's saying, well, since you have the ability to run men away, well, yeah, I do. I'm
I feel like
sorry that
she's
that doesn't work
desperate, and
for you.
any man that would approach her, she would accept that advance. Because what do you mean running men away? Didn't you just listen to the story? They were disrespectful and dusty. Why would she
Yeah,
give them their number? Like, I don't get it. Like,
I think that's partially what annoys them, that we don't seek male validation. And because we
yeah,
don't seek male validation, it attracts more men, which is not
hmm
what we're trying to do, but
that's
has
what I
that
be.
effect. Do you
That's
get
what
what I
I be
mean? But
telling
it
Rochelle. They need to
pisses
like
these
switch it up.
mammies and
Right. Because
niches
mammy
off.
do not get picked.
no,
They
but
just
then
Hmm.
her
skip.
goofy ass,
Yeah.
she up in the chat with a dude that has came over here before that basically got snapped on and all this other stuff that people were saying is such a good dude and all this other stuff. He over there sitting there talking about some what can I do to make such and such barefoot and pregnant. That's some disrespectful ass shit. But
Look at
since
Rochelle's
she's getting
picture.
on my fucking nerves, because I was gonna check his ass and be like, what you mean? Like, why are you coming in that way about her? But instead I just left it alone because apparently she liked it. She liked being talked to like that, apparently.
Wait, who
Thought
said
it was
what?
cute.
Wait, y'all
He
look at
he
Rochelle's picture. It's cute. But
Yeah,
who
it's
said
being
what, Rochelle?
Dina.
he said because I told you this on the phone. He said that he was like, what do I need to do to make such and such, the one in the back chat, barefoot and pregnant?
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
And she didn't
Oh
say
yeah, yeah.
nothing about that. She didn't address it. She didn't do shit. She probably was sitting there with her big ass fucking fat face, smiling and skinning and grinning about that shit.
Mm-hmm.
That shit is not funny. Like he didn't
No.
say what can I do to marry such and such. He said what can I do to make her barefoot and pregnant.
Yep. She's an
That's what he
incel.
feel about you.
She's an incel, y'all. She's desperate for dick.
Yeah, I'm like, that's what he feel about you. He didn't say nothing about marriage. He sit there and say, what can he do to make you barefoot and pregnant?
He's asking
Damn,
you
so
how
what
can he
do
make
we
you a
call
single
these
mother.
mammy incels?
Mid-
He wants to know how he can make you a single mother. Oh, heads up, y'all. Not twin. Sin is going live in 20 minutes.
oh, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
I've
I
set
think
my
she's doing the
notification.
call-ins.
No,
Uh
But
yes,
I
oh.
don't.
she is. She's doing that.
Oh yeah, that one's about to be crazy because I'm sure you know
Talk
most of the
about
time
tax
it
free,
is gonna be
okay?
some men that calls in, but most of the time it's gonna be women. They're gonna call in, and it's gonna be several of them. Most of them gonna be like, "I just love your content," and
Yeah, I hate that. Like, I can't stand that shit. Like, I mean, I know, but girls, like, listen, we know, okay?
We
Just
know,
stay in the
like
chat.
it's not
We
that
want to
call
hear.
in.
This
yeah,
Like,
ain't
that's
we
I
supposed
don't
to
have
just
that
be.
much
love your
time. We want to
content.
hear the smoke.
I hope
What
she say in the
Right,
beginning.
thank you. Yes.
I hope
what
she
does?
say
Yes,
in the
honey.
beginning that she is going to hang up on them if they call talking about how much they love the content. Like
Right.
obviously you do. Okay, it's a lot of people in the chat that do. If
Mhm.
that was the case, then over at least over 1,000 would be calling saying they love the content. But some people can read the room and they understand and they're not going to call. But
Right.
it's going to be a few of them,
I hate this. They'd be like, hey,
even when
Sin.
she says it.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I totally agree with you. Like, bitch, get off the fucking
Yeah,
line.
get your ass off. Like we over here for a reason. This is
Right.
drama day.
Yes.
We want to
We
see
want to hear
drama and her literally putting niggas in their casket. That's what we want to
right.
Right.
see. We don't want to
Right.
hear about how much you agree. I agree too. Shit.
Right.
Okay. Hello. Hi, Sin. Listen, I just want to tell you, I just love your content. Like, girl.
Click.
Next.
That's what you need to do.
Right.
I hope she
Click.
do it.
I'm hanging up.
Not today. Like, we all love her. Throw your eagles up in the chat. That's all you need to
Yeah,
do.
right. Goddamn. Like that
Right.
shit used to
Wait,
bother my soul. They used
me too.
they just call and I'm like, and then it got to the point where we was like, oh man, they're gonna call and say how much they love the content. Like it's
But you know what else pisses me off? Because Sin don't be having that much time, and then it'll be like 4 or 5 women that call, and then she gotta leave.
and
Right.
then
So it's
and
like
then
y'all just
at least
fucking
at this point, I hope that because now she's saying that she's gonna hang up on you and stuff like
she
that. She
has been
said that
hanging up.
in another live. I
She
hope
has
she
been.
do it now at this point and stop being nice to them by letting them talk and all this other stuff. No, stop doing that because she used to do that. And
No,
it would
no,
take up a
she
bunch
would
of
never.
time and just be letting them talk. And I'm like, oh my God, I don't care. We don't care. We don't care. Get your ass off the panel.
No,
Like
she hangs up now. She hangs up
I'll
now.
be yeah, I'll be wanting to say, listen, we came so we could hear stupid idiots get brutalized intellectually. That's what
Oh,
we
Oh
I
no,
came
I'll
wonder
here
if
be in
there's
the
a
chat.
sandbag emoji. There's a sandbag. We could sandbag their ass in the chat. Like, Sandman do at the Apollo.
Oh
Let me
wait,
see
did
some
y'all hear
sandbag.
about a bonnet emoji?
Oh, a bonnet girl.
Yeah, I
Oh,
heard
Yeah,
that.
really? There's a
that's
bonnet
what they
Mhm.
said.
emoji?
I
That's what
want
they
Yeah,
it.
said.
on the
I
new
haven't seen
update.
it though. But you know they was having like a controversy about it, like some stupid
Oh my
shit.
god. Listen,
Right.
run us off bonnet. Shut the hell up. See that keep nakers away.
Y'all
Okay, they
haters.
want to
Yeah,
talk about somebody bonnet all day.
they're
That
not
You
still
know
bonnet
the
don't keep
joke
emoji.
neckers.
is,
They just say that it does. That still don't keep neckers away.
you know
No.
the
Uh,
joke is like over this last how many months, the majority of people that I've been seeing with bonnets has been BM, black boys, black teenagers, black grown ass men.
You ain't
That's the
lying.
majority over the last how many months? Like in Birmingham, boring guys will just be
Yeah, they
walking
didn't.
around with their bonnets and their slippers.
Yeah, they didn't want us to wear the bonnets because they want to wear the bonnets. That's what it
Yep.
is.
So it's
Yep.
like, obviously, I don't, there might be, obviously, in comparison,
Mule
we're a smaller
incognigro's in the back.
black
She said, "Can
community,
you add
but
her?"
when it comes to America, you may see more black women, but over the last how many months, majority of people I'm seeing wearing bonnets is guys. Like literally
Right.
today, when I was on
You
the
guys,
way
hold on real quick.
walking. Mm,
Incognigro's in the back, Mule. I don't know if you can hear me.
give her
But
a hot
go ahead.
second, she
Sorry.
might be away. No, 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 it's okay. Yeah,
Well,
when I was on earlier, I was having trouble with my sound, and I was walking up the road, and this teenage boy came towards me, and he was wearing a full-on black bonnet. Okay, big puffy bonnet.
Well, remember when James was not James, yeah, James, or Pro Quack, one of them, was on there in the bonnet.
Hmm.
no, that wouldn't have been pro quack.
It was James then.
There's been other streams that I've
It could have
walked into by accident,
had
and
locks.
there's been guys on the the panels with bonnets. So it's just like,
That's the
Yeah,
stupidest
but
shit.
like, why are you on live with it on? I mean, you might have locks, but come on, you're not a girl. Like, take that shit off or calm down.
Right. Go get
listen,
you a
hold,
male bonnet. They got those for locks. Don't
Right,
play.
a wave cap.
you get me?
Yeah.
Right.
Sometimes, you know me, I'll be down the rabbit hole on TikTok, and the amount of black men, like I've been following some of those interracial dating ones lives that are happening on TikTok because it's become a really, really, really big thing. Like the
Ooh.
majority of them,
Can you put
there's
those in Discord?
quite
Because I want to see some of them.
Right,
I'm
Majestic.
chopping them up and I'm trying to post them to YouTube, but some of them I've had issues with, and some
Mhm.
of them YouTube won't allow through. But what I'm gonna do, I need to find out with the because it will only it will only allow me to upload I think it's 8 meg or something. I've got to do some more reading on what the other things are. Otherwise, I might have to set up a Patreon because there's some big, big files. Do you get what I mean? I'm still learning about the Discord situation. But there's a
Mhm.
couple that I've posted already. I'll probably have to copy and paste them into Discord for you to see those ones because I know I'm posting a lot right now. So there's things
Well,
that
yeah,
get
yeah. If
lost.
you could copy and paste the link, that'd be cool. Just of the
Well,
channel.
again,
Yeah.
again, again, I really pray that they don't get on there with that. I just love your show shit. I have literally only been on Sin's panel one time,
Yeah.
one time,
Mhm.
and I mean, she thought I was
I've
funny,
been on
but
I've been on Sin's members before. I talked to her. I was so happy. See, I don't even get starstruck, but I love Sin. Like
I love
Sin,
Sin.
I was
Like
so happy to talk to Sin.
I love. I get a little starstruck even like when I first got on Nyla's, I got starstruck. When I first got on Taz's, I got
Yeah.
starstruck, and then it just kind of with Sin. I don't get on there often, so I would like
But
this
you know
point
what?
would still be new. But the other two, I've gotten on their panel several times, so now it kind of just went away and everything. But no,
Well, Nyla for
with
me,
hers,
Yeah,
I
that
went there
happened
one
to
time.
me.
I was nervous on Nyla's. I went on Nyla's members too, but she's like more. I don't know. It was cool talking to Sin too, but I don't know. I feel like Nyla's very like a comfortable person, so you don't have to feel nervous around her.
Yeah, yeah, no, it's uh, um. Well, of course, on Nyla's, I've had like arguments and all types of stuff. Taz's, I've had arguments, of course. I've even had arguments with ladies on Nyla's stuff. Like it's just a mess. Like I
Yeah,
really need to stop. I really need to stop arguing on YouTube with people that's in our same group clan. Like
yeah,
even if I don't agree with them and don't too much care for them, I really just need to stop doing it. I just need to stop
yeah,
doing it. Not with the ones that's in the group clan,
Mhm.
but the other ones are pretty much fair game. But I told myself I need to stop doing
yeah,
it. But Sharice already knows my struggle with that. I've already said I won't go up on a panel when certain people are up there because I don't want to argue and
mm,
turn into an argument. So
right.
because
You know
I
what?
don't have the patience, so I stay off now. I don't really go like
I
that.
wish we would. I wish we could let Incognito back in. Incognito says Sin cracks me up with Bin Bin. Oh yeah, because you know she'd be like, "I've been ready."
I enjoy her dusty voice.
Yeah,
But
no,
where
yeah.
your man at
Oh.
though?
No, she kills
Where
me
your
with the
man at?
dusty boy. And actually, I ordered her shirt, and then come to find out,
There's a
You did say
shirt?
that. Yeah,
yes,
she.
like because
That's
you
what you
remember
said when
you,
you called Sin's channel. You were like, "Yeah, Sin, I bought your shirt. I don't know. You got it, didn't you?"
yes, I got the shirt. I bought the shirt. I wore the shirt and everything.
There's merch. I don't know where the merch at.
No, 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 no,
Right, where's
no.
the merch?
I thought
Drop
it
the
was.
link.
There was, and I thought it was, but when I told Sin about it, because Xander had it copied in the chat for multiple days
Mhm.
about her merch. But when I went and bought it, I ordered it and I bought it and it got sent to me. So I told Sin, I said, "Oh, I got your Dusty Beta Male shirt and da 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 da." And she was like, no, 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 like I don't think it's attached to her like that anymore or
Oh,
something.
okay.
I could have
Yeah,
sworn Xander was in Woman Shooters chat. Was he not? Because he
I
don't.
don't know, it probably was.
Yeah, I don't know.
Xander, don't he be in Nyla's chat?
I haven't seen
Mm,
him in a while. Don't quote me though, but
yeah,
Xander.
I'm pretty sure I've
With
seen
an
him over
X?
when that shit was
yeah.
happening.
Okay.
Does he
When
stay
that
within
shit
that
was
same
happening,
name? Because it's like some people, it's difficult to tell because people change their names.
no, it's him. It's him.
Oh, well.
Unless there was
I
somebody
Hmm.
think
trolling him, but
I
But
think like okay, like
and I,
for example, over there on Woman Shooters, like Khadijah used to be over there, but Khadijah wasn't over there talking crazy about Taz and Nyla. I think there's kind of a difference with that. So
she'll go
I
to
mean, it depends on what was said when he was over there. Now, if he was over there in the chat and he was like just trying to, I guess, be nosy and all this other stuff, but if he was over there laughing and being a part of the diss and all this other stuff, and then yeah, there's a problem right there. But
mm-mm.
like Khadijah, she was over there and
A while ago, somebody had came in Nyla's chat and was like, Sharice, you was over there laughing with him, so are you being fake right now? Bitch, I never laughed with him. When that shit first happened, because I was on Women's Fears like panel and shit. Because I had just started, she's the first person whose panel I ever been on. But anyway, when she was telling me that shit, I told her, like, yeah, I didn't like that because I felt like, they were all supposed to be friends. And, like, I didn't feel like, I felt like that they were, just leaving her out. But I
didn't she
never
try to
laughed at anything or clown her because when I had the conversation with her, she wasn't even saying that $20,000 thing or nothing like that. She was just talking about the argument that happened on Sin's live that day.
I don't know. Didn't you say who did she snap on? Did she try to snap on you?
Hell no. Fuck, I wish. Well, no. One time, I had said something in the chat. I was like, if you're gay, just say that. But I was talking about because she was talking about niggas trying to take women's crowns or something. That's what she was saying. So that's why I said, if you're gay, just say that. But she thought I was talking to her. And she was like, Sharice, why would you say that? And she's like, yeah, because people always try to call me a lesbian. And I don't like when people try to throw shots and blah, blah, blah. So I guess, like, I had wrote back and I was like, nah, like, that's not what I meant. And then she was like, well, hit the link. So I hit the
Well,
link. But no, she didn't try to snap on me.
well, I mean, at this point, you pretty much, I mean, I guess you could say nobody should really pick a side. With that particular case, I feel like I personally would pick a side. It seemed like you pretty much picked the side when it came to that.
Oh, me?
Uh,
Yeah, I did. Okay. When the first thing happened, I liked Woman's Fear, so I was like, you know what? Um, she just it's her. It's not like she's talking bad about them. She just told the story of what happened on that panel and shit. But
yeah,
after that, and she was doing all that lying bullshit and going crazy and psychotic. Like, no, I can't fuck with that. Like, you're weird.
yeah, I
And
don't
then
like.
you're lying about rape and all that.
Yeah, she was doing what I didn't like her when she would go on. I didn't like her at all. I thought she was annoying as hell. She would mess up the damn panel, all this other stuff. I just didn't like her. And it got to the point where Nyla and Sin literally was telling us not to bad talk her in the chat.
See, I thought she was like a good friend to them, but yeah,
No, I didn't like her.
she
I
she
felt
did do
like
too much.
I felt like she didn't want them to have no friends.
Yeah.
Like I felt like that she always, for some strange reason, was always included in the drama of everybody they got into it with. But she was always telling them, quote unquote, that person was a bad person. And I feel like I'm like, if that person is if you are the one that keep coming and saying all these people are bad people,
Mm-hmm.
they might have to kind of look at you too, because at one point you was talking to them and all this other stuff also.
Well, you know what else I didn't like that rubbed me wrong is how one time one of her subscribers were on the panel with her. They were up there with her for like 8 hours, just shooting the shit with her. And the next
That's a
day
long
she went
time.
live and she started talking shit about her, like literally, like. And I'm just like, that is too weird. Like, the fuck?
Yeah, that's some backwards weird ass shit. Like
Fake shit.
now I anything that I can say, I will say. If
Right.
sometimes I try to with different certain people, I try to hold back a lot as far as things that I would say, out of respect, out of
Incognito
a
says she
love
don't.
and a care. But yeah,
Incognito says she don't like her at all. I don't
yeah,
either.
I don't like her big bulbousy nose, toucan Sam looking ass either.
She's
Like,
psychotic, honestly.
Well, I
And she
never
likes.
got the like her. I never watched her content, so I'm glad I didn't.
I
Yay.
watched them 3 videos. I was done. I was so done after those 3 videos. I was like, this shit is just so fucking boring. I was like,
Yeah, she doesn't do
Like
any
she only
content.
started popping up when the drama happened, so she only
it's like,
became
bitch,
relevant to
why you
me because
keep,
she had to
yeah,
talk about
I
somebody.
just, And I
But she
just
doesn't
said,
even do content. All she does is talk the whole time. Like, and then she tried to say that they were stealing her content.
and she
Like, what the
worshiped men. She worshiped men.
fuck? Yeah.
She was worshiping white men at one point. She was worshiping black men, went back to worshiping white men, then started worshiping black men again. Like, why
Uh-huh.
you worship men, period, even though you tell your subscribers not to worship men?
Mm-hmm.
Like, you
Right.
don't even follow, you don't even practice the own shit that you talk about. Like, okay, some like with some of us, we just don't worship any man. Like, to me, every man is a fucking danger to me.
Yeah.
He's a danger to women, period. Every man has the potential to be dangerous. It doesn't matter what race, it doesn't matter how short or tall, it doesn't matter anything. I just feel like all men are dangerous. So I
Hold
don't
on, let me
need to
say one
worship
more
any
thing. I don't know if Mule is asleep, but Sin is going live in a few minutes, 5 minutes or whatever. So Incognito, if she doesn't come back on here, I hope you go over there to Sin's live. But go ahead,
now.
Rochelle.
Trigger warning. There is some ladies over there, if they haven't changed it back, that has some Jeffrey Dahmer avatar names.
I
So
mean,
they
I
just,
wouldn't mind. Shit.
I'm just
I
saying,
would.
like, one of them, she had the Jeffrey Dahmer took black men out the freezer. She
Mm-mm.
had that as her name. I was like, that's some crazy shit.
Oh my
Jeffrey.
God. Well, wasn't his victim mostly black men? I haven't watched the
Yes,
thing
10
yet.
of them. 10 of them out of
Oh.
17.
People were saying he's racist, but no, I don't think he's racist. I think that he's sexually attracted to black men, and that's why he was killing them and raping them. What do y'all think?
So I went and looked I went and looked at some videos and some different things and stuff. And then I had actually, because after I seen Nyla's thing, I went and looked, and yes, the black soldier that he had raped, he did say that he was saying racist stuff to him
Oh,
and
really?
stuff. So he might have some of it in him, but again,
Well,
that
don't
would
most of
then
the people?
make it a it'd make it a fetishization for black men, because then you still are racist to them, yet you're attracted to them
Yeah, because they love
sexually.
that. They
Right, I'm
love.
about to say
Yeah,
they
I mean,
love
they
that.
like
They
it with
love when
white
Becky
women.
do it.
Yeah, they
Right,
like it with
I'm
white
Rochelle.
sure they
women.
love when
So
Brad does it. I'm sure they love when Brad does it too. But I think all white people have the capacity to be racist and say racist shit.
yeah, I mean, and really, just let's keep it a buck. I mean, black people usually we can say that we can't be racist because we don't have the power to be able to
Oppressed people.
appropriately wield and perpetuate, or however you want to say it, racism. But I mean, yeah, there's a lot. I mean, I guess you can't say racist, but there's a lot of prejudice black people. It's a lot of
Yep.
prejudice black people, and he would technically be classified as prejudice. He doesn't have any power other than the ability to kill, which everybody else does. Everybody else that he came into contact with could have also unalived him as well. So they have the same type of power in a sense. So it was like he really didn't have any power to ultimately ruin a whole group of a race's lives, which is what racism is stemmed in. But he's prejudiced. I would say he's prejudiced. I wouldn't say he was racist. He could be. He could have been prejudiced and said some prejudiced things. There's plenty of black people that are prejudiced.
Yeah, I am.
Why you suck your teeth like that? Yep,
No,
I
I'm
am.
trying to. I just put it in my mouth, so it's kind of hard still.
Oh, she said I am.
But yeah, no, but I don't know. Yeah, I guess, but I feel like a lot of white people have said racist shit at least once in their life. But I guess or prejudice shit, whatever.
Yeah, I think though his ultimate thing was that it was his proximity and it was his attraction, because everything with him was led by his sexual compulsion.
Uh huh.
Everything that he did was led by sexual compulsions. So
Mhm.
it was his proximity in the neighborhood of like the majority being black people. So of course most of his victims would have been black. And then he actually he's one of those people that probably just, has a form of an attraction for black men, like a fetishization type of thing. Because
Mhm.
technically if you look at his crimes, he did fetishize them.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It was a fetish.
Yeah, he definitely had a fetish for dark. Yeah, somebody was saying something.
Ladies, sorry to interrupt. We'll see you later in Eagle territory. I've got to drop off. But it's
Okay.
been wonderful.
Yeah, I'm about
Yeah,
to drop down too. We're about to
yeah.
eat, so
I'm gonna
I'm
drop
headed
off
that
after
way.
I said that. Say this real quick. Somebody wrote in Sin's chat. They wrote a whole little small little paragraph saying something about like it was a cooking show announcement of Jeffrey Dahmer cooking dark meat. Like somebody really took it there.
I
But
mean,
I am
like,
going to drop down as well. I hope Mule does everything she can to make sure that whoever is trying to stress her and her family out that they ultimately pay the best way she can, and hopefully nothing happens to her dad.
no, nothing's gonna happen to her dad. But yeah, I don't know if Mule fell asleep. I wanted to give Mule my number. Okay, incognito. We'll see you later too. But I'm gonna just put it in the back chat just in case. But because there's only us three up here now. But yeah. Okay, I guess I'll see you over there. You
All
should
right.
text me. I'm gonna be listening now. All right.